a new high. Ultra, stay out there.
Hi guys, welcome back to the second stream of the High Lonesome 100, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. Thank you all so much for providing this great coverage, both from drone, on course, as well as just supporting this wonderful race. Thank you, Mountain Outpost. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, this is such a cool way of taking part in this sport and seeing the sport in a way I think that maybe most people haven't seen it, which is from your couch, which I can tell you I was watching the start from bed this morning, from the cabin here in Alpine, and quite enjoyed being able to watch, interact with the studio, interact with other people that were fans while not leaving the house. My only issue this morning was I was inspired to go for a run, but I didn't want to go for a run because I was going to miss some of the action. So it was just this oil and water situation.
Yeah, like 10 years ago, you used to, you could go on a run on Friday or Saturday morning and, be surprised by, whatever Twitter updates or, live tracking updates you'd see. But now it's just you get everything at once. It's pretty awesome.
Let's see. Do we know who bright blue shorts might be? I think that might be Addie coming up.
Yeah, I believe that is Addie. She's looking real good right now. She's Buena Vista, Colorado resident, so she knows this course kind of like the back of her hand. Yeah,
I would hope. I think that is, it's a blessing and a curse to know the trails so well.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always an element of, she knows everything on this course. I would hope, like she lives locally, she can train on all the trails. But there's also then kind of a loss of curiosity that you also get with it. Like sometimes new to me trails, there's always like, oh my gosh, what am I going to see? Where are the streams? And I thrive on that. I really, it drives me to maybe keeping my head in the game a little bit longer. So it's always a mixed bag of really knowing what to expect and being able to pace the course, versus like, what is the view going to look like at the top of this pass?
Are you saying that sometimes in ultra running, ignorance can be bliss?
It can be. Yeah. It absolutely can be. Because, if there's a big wicked climb ahead and all you know is like, oh, there's a climb coming up and you don't know how gnarly it is. Maybe you're able to climb it a little bit better without dreading it. Like, oh my gosh, this is going to be terrible. You just don't know.
Well, it looks like Addie doesn't have to dread the Lost Pass climb
up
any
and
longer.
Over.
She is running really well downhill.
Yeah. And I don't think I saw poles. Did I see poles from her?
I don't believe I did.
I don't believe I did either. So
right now, we're about the St. Elmo 1-8 station is about 2 hours from cutoff. Just to kind of give you an idea, and then coming into Cottonwood, the cutoff there is 6 o'clock.
Okay.
So the runners have about
4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Just a little less than that.
So it'd be kind of interesting to see some of the runners as they approach, St. Elmo 1 with an hour to 30 minutes left to see how they kind of approach this climb and coming in and out.
Yep.
Obviously, the race gives a lot, due to the storms and due to, the weather that can come in. The cutoffs are a little bit more generous.
Yeah.
In these early stages. So the runners get a little bit more ability to, have a little bit of play in the time.
And since we are on a new stream, just wanted to kind of introduce ourselves here back in the studio so everybody knows who the heck is just yapping at you for the next 5 or 6 hours. And before we do that, we got Ryan Smith coming in, third place male, coming into Tin Cup here.
Nice.
And so So we saw Ryan Sullivan and Jeff Colt come in together, with Jeff leaving 2 seconds ahead of Ryan.
Yeah, they left at the same time.
Effectively together, both pretty quick. So we'll see if Ryan has a similarly minute or so stop here. But as he's here on the studio, and I'm local trail ultra runner, and you can find me at Run with Don if you really want to maybe send me a picture of your dog. And if you watched us last year, we quickly filled time with talking about dogs in our live chat. So always open to the dog DM.
And my name is Andrew Walker, and I own 7,000 Feet Running Company in Salida, Colorado. I also concur with Don that dogs are man's best friend. So if you want to send your dog pics to the 7,000 Feet Instagram, please feel free. Send your best pic of your running dog. But it's really been a pleasure to be here. It's I hope you guys are really enjoying the stream. We're in the crux in the middle of the race. We're at about mile 41 for the elites. A lot of the kind of mid packers and back of the packers are approaching mile 25 at St. Elmo 1. So we're getting into the afternoon. It's a little bit hotter, but we have a lot of good cloud cover, which I think is reducing the temperatures, preventing them from getting up into the 90s, which they could get to. We got a lot of great racing ahead. Both the men and women's race is we're seeing potentially course records.
We're on watch.
Yeah, on watch. There's a lot of racing to go. Obviously, we still have about 60 miles for the men, and about, roughly closing in on 65 for the women.
Yep.
So we got a lot of good mileage, though, left. So if you guys have any questions in the chat about the course, about the runners, or anything you want to know, just let us know, and we'll be happy to hear from you and see if we can answer them for you.
Yeah, and somebody asked about the weather. We're upper 70s right now. It's a bit overcast, which is quite nice. There is reports of just a touch of rain at Lost Pass, and it looks like through about 8 p.m. tonight, we are supposed to have just light chances of rain up to like 30-40%, something like that. So knowing the mountains and knowing these mountains, I would expect most runners are going to get some pieces of rain.
Yeah.
Maybe not torrential downpour or lightning. That's our biggest fear, of course. But I would expect some precipitation for most.
Yeah, we're not going to have anything, precipitation-wise like we saw in the inaugural year of High Lonesome, which involved rain basically from the start at 6 a.m. to approximately 5 p.m. the next day. I think it stopped raining right at golden hour. It rained the entire time. It was pretty wild. Looks like Jilcy is asking, is Nutmeg there? Nutmeg is a dog that was at Hard Rock.
No, Nutmeg was here last year.
Oh, what?
That was
Nutmeg
Lost
was
Wonder.
Oh, that's right, Nutmeg.
Yeah, I was just responding in the chat too. So
I think
we had a camera last year for anybody that are very confused about Nutmeg, and our race director Caleb is going to go back and watch this. He's like, they are talking about Nutmeg again.
Yes,
yes,
right.
Yes, we are, Caleb.
Yeah.
There was I believe it was Lost Wonder Hut. We had a camera set up, and Nutmeg the dog was a local's dog from just across the way that kind of sat up like on like the camera coming in and out, and it became a small celebrity, and it really sent us down the rabbit hole of talking about dogs those middle hours.
Someone asked, should my daughter, who is a year old, start entering the lottery now? Maybe.
I appreciate the humor behind that, and I don't think you're quite wrong.
No.
To the question about the people going both ways, that is the out and back portion. So runners will go up Lost Pass, drop down into Cottonwood aid station, turn around, go back up Lost Pass, and then come down into the St. Elmo aid station for the second time. So you will see the out and backs on Lost Pass.
So with regards to the, kind of rain or kind of sprinkles and drizzle, is there, when you have you're kind of hot, coming uphill, or on a climb and you get rained on, is there I know there's a potential to kind of refresh you and feel better,
Yep.
but too much rain or too much cold air, or at the wrong time of the day, could certainly cause some pretty good chill to kind of come over your body.
Certainly timing. If it's later in the afternoon, dinner time or later, and it starts raining, I personally definitely want to get that rain jacket out as fast as possible, because with a night setting, and if you guys aren't familiar with the swings and temperatures here in Colorado and the Sawatch Mountains, it'll go from 70 to 40 really quickly once the sun drops below the mountain. So if you don't have your jacket out and you get wet, you risk being wet and cold. So I think most people are okay being wet, and they're okay being cold. But being wet and cold is a really terrible recipe for a long night ahead. And
if you're wet and cold and you get over the head wall, about mile 55, 60, that could be you got a lot of ground to make up at that point as far as like getting your body back on track. I could definitely see that being a big problem. It can be really windy up there too. Especially for the people who are arriving there in the middle of the morning. You can go from having no wind to suddenly get above Hunt Lake into that head wall and just getting blasted with.
And it's especially that far into the race. Once you start getting cold, it's hard to come back from that. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be uncomfortable for a little bit once you're cold and maybe there's a little shivers coming in and you're wet. It is definitely a challenge. And as I mentioned before, a lot of these ultras, it's all about mitigating challenges, and everywhere that you can shave off risk of a challenge, do it. And so I go into those situations, even if I don't think it's going to rain long, I will tend to grab the jacket. I will get it out, and just I would rather be warm and dry than cold and wet. And I think a lot of people are similar to me. There's some athletes that just run through the night being cold and wet. I'm certainly not one of them.
I've always heard kind of like an old soul trick is that if you get cold, you need to eat more fat.
Was that Luke J coming through St. Elmo too, I believe?
Ah.
I think Luke had a family member in the chat too. Max J. It's got to be a Luke J, especially commenting. Max, give us a shout out. Who are you? So we are awaiting, I would guess, some of our female competitors. So as we kind of take a little break to look some people up, good opportunity to shout out Osprey making some packs.
Oh yeah.
That a lot of these runners are running. They're a nice Colorado company from the southwest corner of the state. My very first backpacking backpack that I still have to this day. I've had it for almost 20 years, and it's still holding strong as an Osprey pack. And they didn't really do trail running back then, but now they certainly do. It's they make some incredibly long-lasting gear, and in this industry, I would rather pay what it takes to get a piece of equipment that's going to last me 20 plus years, and Osprey is quality and long lasting. So shout out to those guys.
My wife hiked the Appalachian Trail back in 2015 and 16 or 2016, and she had a 50-liter Osprey pack that we still have. That thing is a tank. They make really high quality products. So yeah, if you want something that's durable, going to get you an excellent price per mile, something that's going to last as long as you can out in the wilderness and out on trail, definitely look at Osprey products. They're awesome.
So price per mile, I think, is an interesting perspective for running shoes, shirts, gear, and as a owner of a running store, I think you might be one of the most qualified people to talk about it. So I think a lot of people go in and they see shoes now of, oh my gosh, it's $200+. But shoes, they're not made like they were 20 years ago. So talk to us a little bit about what you just said, price per mile, maybe a better perspective.
Well, one way to look at a product is like, if you say to yourself, well, if I pay $150 for a product and if I get 600 miles out of that shoe, you're getting like 25 cents a mile. Obviously, mileage, for a lot of us, because none of us are rich, is pretty important. So the better price per mile you can get out of a shoe, generally speaking, that's a better gauge of like whether or not you should buy it, because certainly you could buy like a $50 shoe and it get you 100 miles and you're paying 50 cents per mile for that product. So one way we look at shoes is obviously we look at the fit, we look at the function of the shoe, which is extremely important. So sometimes fit and function can override the price per mile that someone is looking for. But I always tell people, if you want something that's, sometimes you're getting something that's more expensive and it's for an everyday trainer, it's important to look at the price per mile to maybe justify paying that $200 or $250 for that shoe.
Trish dropped this, and I like this: buy once, cry once. I think that's a good way of putting like buying like quality stuff.
Thank you, Trish.
It's like you might pay a few extra dollars for something, but it'll last you a really long time.
I think we're going to have to put that on a shirt, Trish.
I love that.
We're going to have to probably give her some promotional fee for that or something.
Shout out Trish.
Trish,
Trish, where are you coming to us from? Give us a little shout out from home. This is the fun part where we're kind of in between some of the leaders coming through aid stations, and we have a little bit of flexibility to have some fun with the live stream and really kind of make it about the community. So if you're in the chat and you got some questions, and I know Andrew asked this a little bit ago, or you want to shout somebody out, I saw a shout out. Where was that? Rick Homan, bib 138, from Carol Homan. Carol, give us the relation.
Terre Haute, Indiana.
Okay, Terre Haute. Wow.
That's not far from like the Indiana 100.
There you go.
May have run that, maybe.
Yeah, we love Trish. We were handpicked by Caleb to run it back this year as a duo. Apparently,
I feel kind of very humble to be asked to handpick, but also kind of nervous.
I know,
about that.
Pressure.
I feel like, can I live up to that? To whatever that was. Like, I'm not sure if I can. It'd be kind of hard to do so.
Yeah, last year we came in super naive and just two hairy dudes talking into a mic, and this year maybe there's like an actual expectation. So hopefully we're not living up to it. And
we have a female runner here drinking straight out of a 2-liter of Coca-Cola.
Classic move.
I approve that. That's they got a good crew there. I can't see the bib there though, but
42. Yeah, I can't tell either. All right, so we have some more shout outs as we're running through here. We have Becca Orig, bib number 30. Shout out to Becca. She's got some fans in here. Steph, bib number 193. She is a YouTuber, Mountain High Life. So don't do it now. Obviously, we want your full attention for our live stream, but maybe open up another tab and save Mountain High Life. Of course, Amelia Boone getting the shout outs. Rachel Bambrick. Where else? We had somebody else.
We got one bib 116, Harry Hyde. He's I know that guy. He's been in the shop before. He's a real good runner. Kind of short story about Harry, if anybody wants to know. He was selected by the Curl Jewel 100 board to be kind of like a sacrificial lamb. He had never run 100
that
before.
Race is so hard.
And he finished it in about 40 hours. I don't think he had a lot of fun. But
I don't think most people do.
It wasn't, but it was one of those races where maybe he thought, like, about 24 hours after, he thought, I can do this again. But Harry's a great guy. Works out at Garmin.
Okay.
So if you ever got any suggestions about the next new Garmin watch, let him know.
That's the guy. Okay.
Yeah, that's the guy.
It's
Call
nice,
him.
Nice to know a guy. So
Yeah, now you all know.
So Cruel Jewel, another. So the High Lonesome 100 is a hard rock qualifier. Which, for anybody not aware, if you want to continue to be on the lifelong quest of getting into the Hard Rock 100, every 2 years you have to do a qualifier. So High Lonesome is one. Cruel Jewel, the aforementioned race, is also that. It is put on by, I'm going to mispronounce this, and I'm going to tell you their because I don't want to come off as brash here. Is it the DeLonge Ultra Marathon Association, but they call themselves Dumbass Events. So that's the abbreviation of DeLonge Ultra Marathon Association, and their logo is a donkey.
Yeah, they. This I think this race, Cruel Jewel, I think has been a hard rock qualifier for approximately maybe 15 years.
Yeah, and it has a pointless out and back that the only purpose is to add enough vert to be just a little bit more vert than hard rock.
Yes.
I've done Cruel Jewel. It is as hard as it is. I don't know. Pick a word. It is a tough course.
We could maybe we could recommend to Caleb and Kelsey. Maybe I mean, there's a number of areas on this course we could do that.
To skip pointless out and backs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, I think every course should have one of those.
I disagree. That's about where my race at Cruel Jewel went quickly south. All right. Shout out Jennifer Taylor, bib number 43. It's our first 100-miler. We have a lot of first-time 100-milers in this field.
Yep. So kind of an interesting little tidbit. The 100-mile, the first-time 100-milers have a relatively high finishing rate.
Yeah.
And, I think maybe part of it is just like, how much, that inexperienced combined with maybe some of the anxiety and excitement, really helps them, I think, put in, great training and great planning. Whereas a lot of the people that then run a second time have a higher rate of DNFing, which is kind of interesting.
It is very interesting.
I don't know what the sort of psychological background is on that or why that happens, but yeah, there's a lot of data to show that the people that finish or try the second time to run High Lonesome have a significantly higher chance of DNFing. I think it might be about a quarter. It's
so interesting. Yeah, we went through some of these stats about a week or two ago, and that was definitely, man, this gal is just, I guess I'm looking at a feed, but the Coca-Cola gal got some shout-outs in the feed. People,
I don't even think it was, it didn't even look like it was pre-opened or flattened. She
just raw dogging a 2-liter of Coca-Cola.
She just, that is a well-trained athlete there. With a good stomach. Because if I do that, I'm about a mile out on the course, and my stomach's going to have problems.
Yeah. All right, we have another first-timer getting a shout-out. Grace Bombers, her first 100-mile at age 26.
Oh, wow.
One of our younger competitors. That's pretty cool to see.
Speaking of kind of competitor age, like, for instance, in the top 10, the men, I think everybody's roughly like 35 years or older, except for Kel Newby. Mm-hmm. Which is kind of interesting. And then in the female, there's only 2 women. I think there might be, 2 women currently that are just under 30. So, a lot of people, talk about some sports being a, young person's game. Obviously, ultra running at this level is something that, you need to have the experience, or usually want the experience in order to succeed.
It's such a different. You see young guys coming out, young gals coming out of college and jumping right to the long distances and having all that speed and fitness and doing well, and then maybe people that didn't run in college, they get into the sport a little bit later. It takes them years to build up to 100 miles, and it's such a cool, inclusive sport because there's no one way to approach getting to 100 miles. Mm-hmm. There are people. I was looking at the start list for this race I'm doing next weekend. There's 5 or 6 people in the field that have no ultra sign-up history. And the race directors are like, yeah, we all did silly stuff and made stupid decisions, and we're not here to tell you not to, because every time you do something, somebody tells you not to do it. So if you think you can do it, do it. It's pretty wild.
So Sam Avery just let us know that the lady who was drinking the Coca-Cola was Natalie Bond.
All right.
Bib number 28.
Shout out Natalie.
She ran the 2005 Canyons 100K in 17th place. That is
okay. That's super competitive.
That's
race.
a very good race. That's an extremely competitive time. So yeah, it's she is from Missoula, Montana.
That's becoming quite the ultra running mecca up there. There's quite a few pretty accomplished athletes training out of Montana.
Definitely something in the Coca-Cola there, I guess. Sorry, dad jokes. I can't help it now. Missoula. What a wonderful place. Have you ever run up there or had any experience?
I have not. It's one of the few states I've never run in.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful area. I think isn't Crazy Mountain out there?
Yep,
that's right.
Yeah, it's there's a few. I'm forgetting names of who's coming from that area, but there's a couple of hammers. I believe that even some top 10 at states this past weekend that were from Montana.
Mm-hmm.
Or last month, excuse me.
Yeah, we got quite a few people in the from Montana out on the course right now. We got Todd Bachman from Missoula, obviously Natalie as well. We got Rachel Limke.
Jeff Mogavaro. That's it. Thank you, William. That's who I was trying to think of. I was like, I knew there was somebody in the top 10 at states that was hailing from that area.
Calvin says, what are the main watches you see athletes wearing in these races? Phoenix, Enduro. I mean, you see a lot of those. Obviously Coros as well. You do see some Sunto as well.
Yep, Adam Peterman's the other one. Of course.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, chat.
Peter God.
Yeah, and then I want to take a moment and just shout out Adam Peterman while we have a minute between athletes coming in. From a guy that was competing to win, has won Western States, refusing to quit.
Yeah.
And finishing in, 22:50 or somewhere like that, basically walking it in for the last 40 miles.
Yep.
One of the most impressive things I've seen in a long time. I was actually the athlete that I paced, my best buddy Shad. I ran the last 40 miles with him, and we were on the track as Adam Peterman came in. And everybody was crying at that performance. I think it's such an inspiring thing, and truly, like everybody listening to the chat, it's what this sport is all about. It's not. Like, I don't care who you are, how fast you want to finish. It's just getting to the freaking finish. Like whatever it takes, it does not matter. Nobody cares how fast you are. Your pace is the least interesting thing about you. Yep. And what you have gone through to get there is way more interesting, and it defines who you are.
Oh, sure. And it's that was really, really awesome to watch him. Obviously, you don't want to see somebody blow up. I don't want anybody to blow up, but to watch him, in a sense, have so much, respect for the race personally and wanting to finish it is, I think, a really valuable lesson for anybody watching running. Yeah. And, it really, it reminded me of, back in about almost 10 years ago when Sage Canday and Jim Walmsley went out. And, Sage blew up about mile 70, and he also walked it in. They were both under course record pace. He explodes, and here these guys just hiking it in for 30+ miles. It's really, I think, is inspiring, because if you're under the cutoff and you're thinking to yourself, man, I'm not having the day I want, you can still walk it in. You're not under that cutoff, so keep going.
Yeah, it's just so inspiring. Let's say it looks like we're back on screen here with Jeff and
Jeff and Ryan.
Ryan here. It's just going to work, obviously, in a pretty exposed area.
Wow.
It is 2 o'clock here in the mountains, even though we do have some overcast, some clouds coming in. This is still hot. This is still full sun. You're above tree line, and these guys are. I would at this point be very comfortable to say that they're just working together. They're just running together. They've probably shared just a handful of words, but they are more comfortable having each other right there.
So kind of a cool little factoid, I guess, about this area they're running on the Continental Divide. They're going to go past an area called the Alpine Tunnel. And the Alpine Tunnel was a narrow gauge railroad that went through the Continental Divide. And it was, I believe it's actually the first tunnel constructed across the Continental Divide in Colorado.
Wow.
And while it was under operation, it was actually the highest railroad tunnel in North America at roughly 11,500 feet. So yeah, they're kind of, in some sense, running on the over history, kind of at this point, which is pretty cool.
Thanks for the history lesson, Andrew.
Yeah, you don't
not just a pretty face.
Yeah, I know. Well, you don't see it on this side, but you can actually access it on the other side, and actually see the old ghost town and stuff like that. It's actually worth if you have want to do a long run from maybe the Hancock town site or something, it'd be a beautiful about 20-ish mile run to go see.
So a lot of these roads, and especially where some of these aid stations are, you'll see primarily usage being like UTV, Jeep, 4x4 traffic. So a lot of these sites really are very rarely visited other than by people like four-wheel driving. So if you ever come to Colorado and don't want to run, maybe you rent a Jeep and you get to see some of these beautiful spots and some of these beautiful places. Very, very rich mining culture in this area. You'll have, I mean, obviously we're really close to Leadville, which I think is probably a pretty famous mining community. But this area just as much. You'll see remains of mines and old mining roads and old forest roads is a lot of what this race is made up of.
Yeah, and obviously, the town of Salida, Leadville, Buena Vista, the three towns in the Arkansas River Valley, were all settled, over 100 years ago, for the development of mines that include gold, granite, molybdenum, a number of different, resources as well. But yeah, a lot of these old, trail here that you see these guys running, were maybe trail that were built from or developed from, old mining trails. It's kind of well. I mean, obviously, Hard Rock has a ton of those as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The Bear Creek Recreation Trail, has a number of mines on that.
So here's Maya Ramsey.
Oh yeah.
Here on screen, about 50K into her day here at the High Lonesome 100. You're obviously seeing a lot of activity picking up here at Cottonwood. And Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time their crews can see them. So you are seeing crews for the first time here at 50K into the race. So maybe a little extra time to make sure that anything that went wrong, you can maybe triage it a little bit. You can make sure that you overcome it. And realistically, a lot of these athletes, they're here to have a good time, have a finish, and make sure you're leaving with everything you need. There's 0 points, even if you were trying to win the race. There's 0 point of rushing out of these aid stations.
Yeah, and it does. I can't tell if it's the camera, but it does look significantly darker in the last hour.
I agree with that.
Out there, so. I do think some of these runners are going to probably start running into some precipitation going over Lost Pass right now. There have been reports of some sprinkling, but we might see a downpour at some point pretty soon.
And this is 8 hours in. So as I said before, maybe time that your body's natural clock might want some more food if you're a runner that takes bigger meals potentially. So this might be an opportunity to have a a sandwich or a couple bites anyways, because it's nice, especially a lot of athletes in these higher alpine races are doing a lot of liquid calories.
Yep.
Which is a strategy, fuels like Maurten, who's an incredible sponsor. There's Maurten here at every single aid station at High Lonesome 100. But it might be a good time to take in some solid calories.
Yeah.
To decouple your calories from your liquid a little bit and make sure that you have something in your gut.
Sure.
But it also, we're at elevation, so it's a really a mixed bag, and everybody hopefully at this point has a pretty good understanding of how their stomach's holding up, how they're able to take calories. They've already been up over 13,000 feet, and hopefully things are staying down for the most part.
Are there any foods that when you're in a run or in a race that kind of reliably might be a good pick me up? Like something like when you talk about these meals, or like not a meal, but like a larger volume of food that you can kind of reliably take and say, I feel better for eating that. I feel like kind of got me going.
So two answers to that realistically. It's do I need an emotional pick me up?
Okay.
Because if I need just an emotional pick-me-up, it might be a slice of pizza.
Okay.
Or some gummy bears or something. Or do I just think maybe I'm behind on fuel and I need to catch up? And then it's usually like the Coca-Cola, something that's like pretty dense but easy to get down, and that you get a little bit of caffeine. And I'm somebody that I will cut caffeine a couple weeks in advance of a race.
Okay.
And the research on that is mixed. It's kind of one of those that basically says if you want to cut caffeine, do it. There's not a ton of research that says it's a hugely impactful thing. I personally think it helps me, because then when I do start chugging something with caffeine in it, I'm getting that kick. Versus basically I drink so much coffee on a daily basis. It's basically just bringing me back to baseline. And I don't want to do that. So emotionally, pizza, if I'm having a bad race, like there's just something like youthful and fun about just having a slice of pizza. And if I'm having a great race, but I know I need something, Coca-Cola, just a nice, and to go back to our gal that was just chugging from the 2 liter, I'm full carbonation.
Okay.
I appreciate maybe the abrasiveness of the bubbles on the throat. It's kind of a palate refresher. It kind of scrapes maybe some of that sugar and crap that you've been holding, and obviously Coke is sugar, but the bubbles just feel different, and it kind of lets you refresh a little bit with a little bit of burn.
Well, speaking of somebody that might feel different than they did about 8 hours ago, it looks like we have Scott Trayer.
Scott, so for people just tuning in, Scott is rocking the double waistband look. So as we get a really close look here, he's got the Raid Research belt on top that he keeps his bottle in and calories and other stuff. And then underneath that is a naked belt. And then the Janji half tights that he's got more stuff. So he did a really cool YouTube video, not YouTube, Instagram video, kind of walking through his system and how he can get all of the required gear for this race into those two belts, which I think is pretty rad.
Yeah, I mean, you had mentioned, kind of when you wear a vest, sometimes some people might not have the same ability to fulfill lung capacity.
Yep.
Due to the tightness of a vest. I've also seen from like talking to runners and helping them that if you don't quite get the right fit on the belt, you can have some other problems.
Yeah.
You can certainly, if you start to have a little bit of digestive issues, having that extra pressure on the abdomen can, cause some issues as well.
Yeah, so, I tend to. It tends to be on my bladder quite a bit, so I definitely feel that. The Raid Research belt is nice because it's pretty adjustable, so you can, where Scott is wearing it, it's kind of more mid-torso.
Yeah. So
you can get it up a little bit and wear it on the lumbar spine where that bottle is, so it fits a little bit different than a traditional belt, which will be maybe a little bit lower across the hips. So I mentioned before, Scott has all of his mandatory gear between those two belts. So just to run through what that actually is, he has to have a whistle, he has to have an emergency bivvy, he has to have the ability to carry 1.5 liters of water. You don't have to fill it, but just you have to have the ability. So for Scott, I think he's sometimes maybe he'll just have an empty water bottle on him. I think he has 3 water bottles that are 500 milliliters each. You have to have an emergency light source. His is the minimum 10 lumens, just a little tiny little pen light, basically. Not going to do much, but maybe trigger somebody to see you if something happens. He has a waterproof jacket, and he has a collapsible cup. And then coming up, the section from Cottonwood to Monarch. There's our first dog sighting. Was this dog on last year's tier? It is now our duty to get that dog's name. We will report back, but I love that Scott took the moment to pet the dog. I believe that is good luck in every sense of the word. He is going to have superpowers leaving this aid station because of the dog pet.
We'll bless Scott with this. I'm positive.
Yeah.
And we'll need to know maybe if see if Ryan Sullivan, Ryan Smith, or Jeff pet the dog.
Yeah, we'll keep the dog tracking alive to see net finish and spots gained after you pet a dog.
I think it's good correlation there between petting the dog and gaining time.
All right, I'm gonna finish up. Oh, here we go. See, this is why I love the Mountain Outpost team. Like, we talk dogs, we get excited about this, and they give the people what they want, and the people being you and me, Andrew.
Yes.
And the chat, I think they love it. See, hell yeah. Bring on the dogs. Rainbow Dogs wins the day. Dog. It's people love the dogs. So we're here for it.
Someone at Crushing Trails and Drinking Ales is currently wearing a drink beer and pet dog shirt.
That is great. Look at this dog. Matching the aid station vibe of the rainbow unicorns. I just, 10 out of 10, no notes.
Yeah.
Look at those ears.
That dog is in its element. It has.
The only data that I have on the dogs of High Lonesome is what the chat does when we show a dog. And the chat lights up. So, based on that, I think we're onto something here.
I think we're good. I think this is good evidence here. So, Paul says he'd watch a 16-hour dog cam.
Yeah, I think it would be just the dogs of Hilo. I haven't gotten any dogs DM to me quite yet, but I'm still looking at Run with Dawn Instagram or Andrew is 7,000 Feet Running Company. Send us your dogs. We'll give them a shout out. We've got some time to fill sometimes, and never a bad thing to talk about dogs.
So here we have a third place male, Ryan Smith, former winner of High Lonesome. He is coming up to the about the crest of this 1,500 foot climb. Coming out of Tin Cup, and he'll descend another 1,000 feet back to Hancock. But he's looking real strong here. He's running well.
Another one of our savvy 40-year-olds.
Yeah.
And that dog's name is Trout.
Trout. Thanks for hanging out with us today, Trout.
I love the internet so much. We asked for a dog's name, and we got the dog's name. Thank you.
Yes, Carrie says podium level dog. I think we definitely agree with that. I mean, there are still some dogs left to come on this live stream, so we're not guaranteeing a podium for Trout, but the spot is definitely available if Trout is willing to put in the work.
It's a strong entrance into the dogs of Hilo competition. All right. We got a little distracted, but I'm going to go back. I'm dedicated to finishing this list of required gear. Just because I think it's amazing that Scott is fitting all of this into those 2 belts. I'm not going to drop this. So over the divide, so this is from the Cottonwood aid station now to Monarch. He has to have pants, some kind of pants. Mm-hmm. So those can be leggings, they can be tights, they can be running pants, it doesn't matter. Just some kind of pants. He needs 2 light sources now. So he has his little 10 lumen little buddy that he started with, and he added another one. He has to have some kind of a beanie or a buff or some kind of head protection to keep his head warm, and an extra long sleeve. So I believe Scott had a long sleeve t-shirt packed, and I think he packed all of his stuff into like Ziploc bags, packed in there, which is, I think, pretty cool.
And don't forget, you have to have a Corsair card. And if people aren't familiar with what a Corsair card is,
go get one.
Yeah, definitely get
one. In
short. But what it does is that, so most of the search and rescue people that may come and help you, they're using their own equipment that they've personally bought. And what the Corsair card helps to do is that if you're, if, like, let's say they give you a jacket, and they don't get it back, or maybe, they use equipment and it breaks, saving your life. Those Corsair cards allow those life-saving individuals to help you, help them to be able to get that equipment back without having to pay for it. So it supports all search and rescue throughout the state of Colorado. So it's important to have that.
And it's super affordable. It's $20 for 5 years.
Yep.
So if you're somebody that recreates, that even just wants to come to Colorado to do some stuff off the beaten path, just drop the $20. I think it's something like $5 for 1 year, and I'll drop the link in the chat if people are interested. I'm just such a believer. I've done the wilderness first responder training, and like, I just such a believer in doing what you can to be safe when you're out in the mountains, whether that's taking all the precautions, but things still happen. Yep. And this is one of those. It's not insurance. Don't just get this confused with insurance. This is just helping the people that are volunteering their time to save you if something goes wrong.
And one other note too is that it's not just the runners that are required to carry this gear. If you are pacing on the divide, or you're pacing, below the divide, you have to have the required gear as well, for your safety as a pacer. It looks like, we look on the right here, or on the left, excuse me, it definitely looks like it's starting to rain in Cottonwood right now. I'm seeing some rain jackets get put on. And
we should clarify the Corsair is Colorado Search and Rescue, so that is a Colorado specific thing. A couple of people were asking if that is only Colorado, so yes, that is a Colorado specific card. I would guess that a lot of other states have some kind of something similar, but that's something to know. We did just get a weather update.
Oh,
so it is currently raining at Cottonwood, and there is audible thunder at Laws Pass. So the drone is now out of the air for safety reasons. So it's about right. It's going on 2:30. Definitely, it makes sense that the storms are rolling in right about now. But just something to know. If you have a runner that's coming up and over the Laws Pass, unfortunately we've had to land the drone just due to safety. But everybody in this race should know what to do. And as we talk about weather, we have Cale Newby is 5th place male, our youngster and our Bemidji resident, coming in 5th place overall.
I think Luke J was ahead of him at St. Elmo.
That's a good call out. Yeah. So we'll be curious to see where Luke comes in. I would guess pretty quickly
and
behind.
See if he pets the dog. Oh.
Yeah. Still opportunity. You're right. Well, he owes Trout one pet at some point.
Oh yeah, you can see it's getting pretty windy over there.
Yeah.
That 10 in the back as well.
Yeah, so here is Cottonwood. Yeah. It is certainly it is an afternoon in the mountains, we'll say that the weather is coming down. And again, this is the first spot they can see their crews, so hopefully the crews have come prepared with some kind of weather. It looks like we have one athlete getting crewed underneath their crewmate's poncho.
Yeah.
That is certainly a strategy to keep them dry. quite love that. It's just staying dry.
Yeah. And you kind of see different philosophies. Some runners just do not mind getting wet. Like, they don't get cold. They just seem to, or they do get cold, but they don't mind it. Others, are kind of like, I want to stay as dry and hot as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely be putting on rain gear
yeah.
here. Like, there's no point of risking getting wet at this point or cold. Take the 40 seconds and grab your rain jacket, put it on.
And, typically, as we kind of go higher up, up Lost Pass, it might be a little bit of hail up there as well. There could definitely be quite a bit of turbulent weather up there for sure.
Lots of people shouting out the Corsair card. Definitely get out there and get your card if you're in Colorado. But 8th Station Molly B, really important thing to shout out. Just shout out our search and rescue people. We have a lot of them here volunteering for the race. Our firefighters, any first responders out there. The fact that you guys exist allows a lot of people to do stuff and feel safe doing it. So if that's you, you're out there as a first responder or anything in that field, or you dedicate your time to search and rescue, just letting me be the mouthpiece of our entire sport. Thank you.
No, and thank you. And thank you for everybody that supports Search and Rescue Colorado and Search and Rescue in any state. It's an essential service. Usually, in some cases, these are just volunteers that are out there saving people. They're on call at any time. And so if you know somebody who works for Search and Rescue, definitely give them a big shout out. Say thanks to them.
Buy them a cold soda.
Yeah.
Give them a thank you.
A beer, anything you want.
I learned recently, and excuse my ignorance if other people knew this, and I just didn't, but firefighters pay for all of their own food out of their own pocket when they're on shift and at the station. So also, if you have some food and you have some stuff, go buy those guys bags of chips or something, or some groceries. Give them a shout out and
send them some pizzas.
Yeah, do something. It helps all of us know that the people that are going to save us when we're at our most vulnerable are there.
I just want to point out the juxtaposition here between like 5 miles.
Either side of the path.
Yeah,
here.
So we see on the right side here St. Elmo, which is basically 5 miles away on the other side of Lost Pass. To the south, and then to the north, 5 miles away, we have Cottonwood, and it looks like a completely different planet.
Yeah, these are consecutive aid stations that you see in this course.
So this is quite the juxtaposition here, which is and honestly is what mountain running is about, which is quick changes in the environment that you have to contend with. Don, have you ever had any experience with lightning personally? Like ever? Been in a situation where lightning was occurring, or
thankfully mostly no.
Yeah.
The closest I've come was at 2016 Bighorn 100, and it was in the vicinity, but luckily I was going downhill and I was able to get out of the field. I don't remember quite where I was on course at the time, but I remember I was aware of it, but I wasn't afraid of it, which says a lot.
I remember like 10 years ago I was going up Yale, and people talk about feeling kind of your hair start to stand up. At that point, I had a really long beard. I could actually feel my the beard was actually kind of moving up, and I quickly got as low as I could to the ground. It scared the crap out of me, and when it went away, I quickly went downhill. And it looked like basically blue skies. It was wild. It was one of the craziest one of the scariest experiences I've ever had personally.
And when that happens, you kind of have two options. You can make a decision on the fly. Can I get somewhere safely? Or if you can start, like, maybe rocks are buzzing, your hair is standing up. If my hair is standing up, that's a big problem because don't have hair. So the best thing you can do is crouch down, get as low, cover your ears, because you don't want the clap of lightning to maybe blow out your eardrums. Crouch down and get up on the balls of your toes. So you want to get as small as possible, but also minimize the amount of ground that you're touching. And there's some saying like get your heels together. So if the lightning does come up through the ground through you, it'll hopefully exit through your heels, through your opposite foot. So there's definitely some mountain education if you are interested in doing one of these races. Like just spend 20 minutes and watch a YouTube video on mountain safety and lightning. It is one of the most dangerous things that you will encounter. I would rather encounter bears, moose, mountain lions than lightning.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree with you that 100% because, there's nothing like a couple million volts going through you.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate reality of what we do, especially this time of the day. I'm super aware of my race next weekend. Probably right around this time, I'm going to be on a plateau with nothing around me at 12,000 feet for quite a while during this race. And I am very aware of the likelihood of needing to think through lightning in that scenario.
So just in case people are wondering, like, well, what happens if let's say there's in the rare case where they have to really shut down the race temporarily due to lightning, the High Lonesome they have a special allowance for severe weather. So if the race organizers decide to halt the race temporarily, lightning included, they will extend they will extend cutoffs during the duration of the time the race was held for that particular section. So that happened back in 2022,
right?
I believe, right at the end of the race, they extended it by about an hour. So, they take the situation extremely seriously. They don't want people they don't want to put people's lives in danger. They want to, they'll try to take care of people if necessary. So.
Yeah, it's not worth it to risk anybody in these situations, and the fact that there is that weather policy and they've already had to enact it, it just shows you how many layers of things that you have to think through to be a race director in the mountains. You just have to prepare for everything, even if there's only a remote chance that it becomes an issue.
So Alex Merriman says, my girlfriend Camille Davis was changing under the poncho.
Oh, Camille Hamel Davis,
number 88.
Shout out to her, Alex. Cool for you to be in the chat supporting your partner. Are you in town? Are you pacing later?
Looks like Camille has done a bunch of a number of races as well. She's out of Littleton, Colorado. She's done the Telluride mountain races, Never Summer 100K, where she's always been top 10. It's pretty impressive. She has done the Mount Morrison 24-hour race. It says here that she has, it looks like, if I'm reading this right, she has the fastest known time in 24 hours of Mount Morrison. I'm going to click on that to see what the FKT site says. So that's pretty cool. Little tidbit here.
That's pretty. Anybody that can go after FKTs, I think, is super impressive.
So she did, in 24 hours, she did 12 laps at Mount Morrison. So impressive.
Mount Morrison's a gnarly climb. That's like 2 miles and 2,000 feet.
And it's not like you're getting 12 laps of it's like you're doing like 12 laps of Chavano or something like that with beautiful views. She's
Morrison is.
That's
I train on Morrison.
That's some guts right there. That's awesome.
That one's close by to me, so I feel. Shout out to Camille Hamel Davis.
Yeah. Congrats to her.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work, Camille. Stay dry.
Looks like Eric in the chat picked up his 5-year Corsair card based on
Eric,
our little chat
you.
here. So
we appreciate that.
I think that's pretty cool. And that hopefully we're spreading the word. It's such a cool thing. The race that I'm doing next weekend also has the Corsair card requirement for runners and pacers. So it should become, I think, the norm for anybody doing mountain sports, just to put that $20 investment back into your search and rescue. And hopefully you'll never need it, and you'll set your little reminder on your iCalendar for 5 years from today and just get it again.
But the thing is, usually you probably won't need it, but someone will, and that support helps them to stay healthy and survive and take care of the search and rescue guys. So, we in Chaffee County, we actually have so many. We have such a large area, and as well as all this mountain range, that we actually have Chaffee County Search and Rescue North, and we have Chaffee County Search and Rescue South. Chaffee County Search and Rescue South helps take care of people all the way down to Westcliff, all the way down to Alamosa. They're a big part of the health and wellness of this area, for sure.
Yeah, and again, mostly volunteers, all volunteers, from doctors to wilderness first responders and everything in between are part of that course, or are part of that crew. So again, looking at our split screen, these are 2 consecutive aid stations that runners will go through, one on one side of Laws Pass, one on the other. You can clearly see the differences, and this is just life in the mountains. This is totally life in the mountains. Having lived in Fairplay up until recently for the last 5 years, we would be sunny as can be, and Breckenridge would be getting just hammered in snow. So not super uncommon to have completely different weather on 2 different sides of the pass, but runners will be leaving the rain and hiking up. There is some thunder in the vicinity of Laws Pass, which is why we've grounded the drones up there and making their way down to where current St. Elmo.
This is a little update on the course record. Kind of watch that we have going on right now. Both Jeff Colt and Ryan Sullivan are currently roughly 5 minutes below Jimmy Elam's course record pace.
Love it.
Going out of Tin Cup. So we'll see. That was about the same time as it was when they came into St. Elmo 2, and roughly the same time that they were below when they came into Cottonwood. So
nice.
There hasn't been a big change in, I guess, pace, but we'll see what happens when they get into Hancock.
Yeah, and we should be seeing the women's leader, Rachel Entrikin, coming into Tin Cup probably in the next 10 minutes, I would guess. Would be my maybe a little bit longer than that, maybe 15 minutes. But she is also on course record watch, so we can probably pull some math from St. Elmo, but we'll definitely get an update on her at Tin Cup, because I think the last check at Cottonwood, she was 20 minutes up on course record pace, so she was cruising. That being said, the course record pace that we pull from has the fastest splits to every aid station, which is important because McKendree Hickory last year didn't go under course record pace until this section. So she picked up course record pace. She started going faster after Cottonwood and started going under course record. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what that strategy looks like as far as Rachel is concerned.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, the difference, because Jimmy Elam basically has the fastest splits nearly on nearly every segment of this race, and he has a course record. So it's definitely a different philosophy as far as pacing goes. She had very, as I remember, she had very little fade in the second 50 of this race last year.
Which strong. We were kind of saying like, oh, she's pushing it. I wonder if there's going to be a fade, and like we all followed her through the night, and then she just kept the hammer down.
I think it was like maybe a fade of like 1.1 or like 1.05. It was very little. It was an impressive race by her. I see some more cam of the Tin Cup aid station.
Yeah, in Tin Cup, they always rock the rainbow unicorn theme. This is, you'll see at some point on this shot, hopefully.
Luke J?
This is Luke J. It looks like he is going through some stuff. Again, we can only make guesses based on what we see, but he was previously just kind of running in fifth, not too far behind Scott Trayer. So somewhere along this section, he was passed by Kale, and now is running in sixth place. So doesn't look like there's any visible damage. That's the first thing I look for, is maybe there was a hard fall somewhere in there,
Yeah.
but maybe some cramping, maybe a rolled ankle. You guys are seeing exactly what we are, so we're just guessing here what might have been. Clearly something has happened.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's safe to assume. It's physical, emotional, like we don't know.
Well, Luke is a extremely experienced, ultra runner. He's finished High Lonesome. He's won High Lonesome. He's done extremely well at Hard Rock. So, he's definitely somebody that understands his body extremely well. He knows how to put the pedal to the metal. He knows how to lay off. He knows how to recover. He knows how to do all the things that
Yep.
he needs to do to get himself out of a hole.
And he has 60 miles
Yeah.
ahead of
Yeah.
him.
Mhm.
So look at that. Like,
Look at that.
clearly
Yeah.
something's not the best, as good as it could be, but he's still in and out, just a few minutes.
Yeah.
He's a veteran, like you said, and if a guy that knows his course that well, he knows racing that well, hard rock finisher, high-low winner, can be going through some stuff. That means everybody in this field can be going through some stuff.
I mean, he's talking to the unicorn right now, which is obviously going to benefit him tremendously.
Yeah, there's some magic coming for sure.
Advice from the unicorn.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's out.
And there he goes. Like
I think that's. I think everybody can learn something from this aid station.
Yeah.
So, what we just saw was somebody here to be competitive. That's won this race before. Come in, something's wrong. He still didn't waste any time.
Nope.
He got what he needed. He sat down for 38 seconds or
Yeah,
so.
not long at all.
Got back up and got out. So. That is what I think the lesson can be learned, that even when you're not having
Rachel?
a day, so
That's
this
Rachel right
is
here,
Rachel. So this is our. So we
Yeah.
can now do some math. We're at 8:41. So we're going to do some math on a CR pace.
There we go.
Into Tin Cup, and so the record pace here was 8:59 by McHenry. So she's still,
wow.
she's 17 minutes under course record pace. So she is flying. And there was no doubt she would run a race like this. She is
Oh, sure.
one of the most talented female ultra runners, one of the most talented ultra runners of any gender or anybody on this planet. She knows how to run these races. So 0% surprised that she is just doing her thing, crushing it, rocking the fun shirt. Looks like the Precision Fuel and Hydration themed shirt. She's got some glitter going on. We talked about the quiver earlier, so that's a good look at the pole quiver that she's been running. Obviously, she hasn't needed poles for quite a while, so she's got those stashed away.
Yeah, the simplicity and ease of being able to store those poles with that quiver is actually, it's really nice. If you're somebody, though, that maybe doesn't like sound, like the clanging of the poles, it might not be your best thing to, get if you're kind of into that sort of pureness of your feet hitting the ground.
Yeah, it's not quiet, and it's right behind your ears.
Yeah.
But there, some of the quivers have a pull tie, like a bungee that you can pull that reduces that some. But for the most part, those are definitely loud.
Appearance-wise, she looks really relaxed. She does look like she maybe has put in a little work, obviously, but she looks very or anxious, at least outwardly.
Yeah. There she goes.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm thinking she's running the race she wants here. Like I did talk to her both on camera and off camera last weekend, and she talked a little bit about the race, and I think this is where she wants to be, running her race, having fun. Let's see if there'll be a dog pet in her future.
there
She's
she
out.
goes. Thanking the
veteran.
volunteers. She's saying hi.
Trout must be taking a nap.
That's one thing that's just kind of cool about ultra running. People, it doesn't matter if you're in first or last. I feel like everybody thanks the volunteers. Everybody appreciates them being out there.
Yeah.
It's kind of, all part of the sport.
It is kind of one of the, I guess, the golden rules of being an aid station, is having fun, but mostly is treating every single runner the same.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, days that when I got into the sport, I was very back of the pack, and I've been, lucky enough to work myself up to the front of the pack, and I can tell you that my aid station experience has changed zero. Like, people do not care where you come in. They're there to make sure that you finish the race that you set out to finish. And I think that's just so amazing. And for the most part, the elites aren't using the aid station anyways. They're coming in. They might get a recap or fill a bottle. Or if there's crew, they definitely won't be using it. But, not everybody is lucky enough to have people travel across the country to be with them. Or, even some of the elites have people paid to be with you. So they rely on those aid station volunteers, and aid station volunteers are the true heroes of these races for a lot of runners, because they will not let you quit. You might use some words. They're like, this is not my day, and they're like, heck no, they'll have none of that. They want to take care of you, and then they will just be supportive and mean enough to get you out.
Yeah, that's kind of how it always is. It's just it's not that they don't want you to not enjoy yourself, but they also understand that, a lot of times your body and your mind is telling you you should quit, and your mind is telling you that there's no reason to continue. But, I think we've all seen people who have dropped out of a race and within 15, 20 minutes, maybe an hour, regretted it.
Yeah.
And they regretted it for a number of reasons. And I think that, a lot of these aid station captains and volunteers have been there, and they see that, and they've experienced that themselves. And they say, if you keep going, and that's the thing. The harder it is, the harder the finish is, usually the more satisfying it is.
Oh, 100%.
That's, at least for me.
Well, and that's like, I have a hat that says sub whatever. It's by a brand, Say Sky. And and a shirt that matches it basically says is like doesn't matter. It's about the journey and about what you experience and what you overcome. And if Andrew, if you and I ran the same race and we met up for a glass of laws after the race, we might talk about our finishing time for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And then spend the next 5 hours drinking whiskey and talking about the stories, the pep talk that we got from a unicorn, the fall that we took. That's the stuff that is truly interesting in this sport. And these finishing times, yes, it's cool and it's neat, and I like racing for wins, but it doesn't define anybody.
Yeah. So Theo in the chat asked, when it rains, is it really localized? And yes and no. I mean, sometimes in this area of Colorado, you can get widespread rain, which is relatively less likely. But due to the geography of the mountain, due to the jet stream, due to the different temperatures on one side of a pass compared to the other, you can get very localized rain. Salida itself and parts of Buena Vista are kind of in a precipitation shadow, so you get a lot of rain up on the mountains and precipitation, and you might not get any down there. So, the way the mountains are kind of structured, and the geography and the winds and the heat and the cold, all of.
Yeah. As we're chit-chatting, we have Kareth in and out of Tin Cup.
Look at that.
So our second place female, just a few minutes behind, still also on course record pace, behind Rachel in and out of Tin Cup.
Kareth was very quick out of that. She had come in to St. Elmo about 3 minutes behind Rachel, and it looks like she hasn't really given up any time at this point. So this is really, I think this is really playing out to be a wonderful race today, as far as these course records go. And back to the unicorn. Kind of one thing that, when you were talking about Luke, and he obviously looked like he wasn't doing very well at that point. I'm not in Luke's head here, but he kind of looked as if he just kind of acknowledged the state he was in.
Yeah.
And then kind of just let it go. Like
Yep.
he didn't like bury himself within that sort of like maybe pain cave or the problems he was having. He looked like somebody that just had sort of accepted the way he felt and decided, I'm just going to let this go, and probably is going to continue that process till he gets to Hancock.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you can dwell on something and it becomes a much bigger problem, or you can try to move on, and it's tough. Because human nature is, if something's bothering you, again, we have no idea what's going on with Luke, what happened. So this is just a pure hypothetical scenario. Let's say you're having some knee pain. It's really hard not to think about your knee pain. Like if I told you, hey, Andrew, whatever you do not think about a purple elephant. It's like, what are you going to think about? You're going to think about a purple elephant. And ultra running, one of the muscles that you need to work out is that mental muscle, and finding these strategies that allow you to externalize or to focus elsewhere. Honestly, just to think about anything else. And it's good for real issues, and it's good for just those long stretches where like you can start dwelling and start thinking, and thinking not always the best in our sport.
No, definitely. I mean, there are certainly moments of time like where you can be out for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, and it feels like it passed by in seconds.
Yep.
You don't even remember, and then you can literally have it feel like an eternity.
Ages.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
If you really want time to slow down, do 24 hours on a track and come back to me.
It's like Carol Homan wanted to shout out to Rick, bib number 138. Rick qualified running the Sawatch the Wasatch 100 in 2024. Wow. So go Rick. Keep up the good work. Carol is out there supporting you. Oh, here's a good question. The artist bench says, once you know you can run 30 plus miles, how hard is it to start going 50 plus miles?
I mean, do you want my ultra running brain or do you want my coaching brain? Because they might be a bit different. It's tough. It's so individual. It's things like, how did you feel running 30 miles? If you were wrecked and it took you like a lot of time to come back from it, maybe a little bit longer. If that's during your build to something else, like go for it. Like the best I can say is know your body, and the longer you spend running these distances, the more you're going to know your body. And honestly, if you don't know, work with a coach that works with you individually and helps you get to those points for you personally, and don't just look at some piece of paper that says run further.
I personally think that if you run 30 miles and then think you can go farther, just do it. Don't think about it at all. Just tell your family members you want to do it so they don't let you drop.
Yep. All right, we're gonna quickly jump out, give your host a chance to run to the bathroom quickly, and be back in 45 seconds or so.
Bye. Oh, good for golden bird. That'd be fun. That's good.
All right, guys, welcome back. It looks like we got Scott Traer here heading up to the towards the Hancock aid station, kind of coming up over about 12,000 feet. It's about an 8-mile section between Tin Cup and Hancock, where they kind of go up above 12,000 feet on the Continental Divide Trail. He's looking great. Keeps moving along. We've mentioned this before. Scott is applying the 2-belt system as opposed to wearing a vest. So if you're kind of wondering what's going on along his waist, he has 2 different vests or 2 different belts with his required gear here.
Pioneering the double belt, if you will. And there's a. If you pop on his Instagram, Run Fasta, the Boston accent, he had a pretty good video, I think, yesterday that kind of explained how he was keeping all of his stuff. All right, so we are going to actually cut to Claire and let her take it over from here. What are you seeing down there?
Yeah, so we are currently at Hancock waiting for M1 and M2 to come in, Jeff and Ryan, to see who gets here first. We're hanging with the Pacer check-in and gear check gang, along with the drop bags, as we have a couple Pacers checked in already. I believe Jim's Pacer is back there ready to go. Got all his required gear. It's also currently raining, with some thunder happening, so it should be really interesting for the runners, especially when they get up a bit higher. But the energy is pretty high. Got a lot of alien gear going on. I believe it's into this alien theme, complete with mini aliens for runners to take this place to choose. And apparently that's pretty popular last year.
Love that. Do you see any weather in the area? A lot of our other aid stations are reporting weather. It's becoming a factor.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I don't see any blue sky pretty much. It's all clouds, pretty gray. We've definitely been hearing thunder for a bit now. So I think there is some weather potentially rolling through.
Yeah, you see anything interesting from the runners right now?
Nothing really crazy from the runners yet. I mean, we haven't had any real runners come through. We've had a couple Pacers. We have Jeff's Pacer, one of Parrot's Pacers, here and checked in. So we're really just all kind of watching the trail. That's really waiting for that coming through. I believe it should be any minute. Predictions were. So.
Love that. Do you know who the Pacers are leaving with? And I apologize if you said that already. We didn't catch it.
Like the runners? Or the Pacers?
Yeah, who's pacing?
I don't know who's facing Jeff. We have Parrot's Pacer over here. She wants to come take. Not getting a choice.
Yeah, bring him on.
Yeah. So, hi. We have Parrot's here. I heard you guys met at this race. We did. We were volunteering with films at Hancock, actually, like 3 years ago, maybe now. And have stayed in touch. And she's a kick-ass runner, so I'm really excited to be here facing her. Yeah. I've run this race before myself, so I'm familiar with the course, and I hope I can keep up. So she's crushing it out there. Don't get dropped, or let her drop you. It's a good mental boost, right? Yeah, yeah. I've always had that kind of debate with people about whether it would be good or bad to drop your Pacer. I think it would help me feel better.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, she's a fast descenter, so she's probably going to drop me. We talked about this before. She's probably going to go ahead and drop me on the descent. And then I'm going to help her on the ascent. Yeah. Nice. So good to have a plan. Yeah, yeah. Awesome. So, yeah. Yeah, excited to be here. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Thanks.
Claire, I see the kind of puffy jackets, the tights. Is it getting kind of cool out there right now with the rain and the weather?
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little cool. I had to put my boots on already. We've got a couple people still in shorts, but everyone's in jackets, puppies. The layers are coming out for sure. It's also getting a bit windy, so that'll be part of it.
So something to note, the course record pace into Hancock is 9:06 elapsed, and we're at 9:01 at this very moment. And they've been running 5 minutes or so ahead, so you're exactly right. As long as we kept that pacing, we should see them absolutely any minute.
Yeah. I think someone said no one's been here earlier than 3 before, and it is, I think, 3:01. Yeah, it's definitely raining quite a bit harder now. I don't know if you guys can see or hear that, but it's definitely, everyone's kind of crowding under tents now.
We can't see it there per se, but we just get a large thunderbolt here at the studio. So there's definitely storms hanging in the area, and there's another one as we speak. And Claire won't be able to see this, but on our split screen we have Jason Murphy,
I think we have a
7th
runner.
place male.
I just saw a runner coming in,
All right.
so we might have M1 coming in.
We'll let you just kind of take it over, give us what you seeing. Oh yeah, there's Ryan.
Yeah, so it looks like I just saw someone else coming down, so I feel like that might be Jeff coming behind
That's
him.
Ryan Solon. So he's 4 minutes faster than Corker
You'll do it on the way out.
and Jeff Colt.
Yeah, M1 and M2 still pretty close together. I believe they left in Cup at the same time, so clearly still pretty close
They've
together.
just flip-flopped.
Yeah. We'll see
Yeah,
what
Jeff
happens
left.
when they.
Jeff left just a second, quarter of a second, basically together, and looks like he's been passed just by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, he does have a lot of crew people over there. They will have to come back and do their gear check here to get the ticket before they're allowed to head out again. So we'll see them. Yeah, I think all of his crew is underneath their very large tent as we continue to get slightly dusted off and on by the rain.
Be curious to see if any of the runners leave with a rain jacket or have it accessible. I know a lot of them are just packed away.
Sealed jacket with them when they leave.
They have to
So
have it.
that-
I'd be curious to see if it's out or still packed away.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite rainy enough for it to be out yet, but it wouldn't be a terrible idea, especially to have it really accessible.
Claire, would you be able to describe how this age season is set up? It's kind of unclear from the camera.
Mm-hmm. So we are kind of at the gear check and aid station area. This is the cruise down there. So there's quite a large tent. I don't know if you guys can see in the distance. It's Jeff's crew. And then I believe Brennan is a bit further down. So all the crews have to keep going down there to split up all their area away from the aid station area.
So they kind of do an album back to get to the crew.
Yeah, they go down to their cruise, and then in order to leave, they have to stop by the gear check, then give their ticket to the people at the main aid station. Make their merry way off.
Nice.
Cool. Thank you.
And this is the relative halfway point of the course, which is important to shout out, which is why they can now have a pacer, and we'll get some help going out for the next 50 miles.
Yeah, anybody under the age of 65 would be where you'd pick up somebody here as a pacer. Again, the rule is, I think, if you're 65 or older, you can have a pacer from the start to finish.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think most of the pacers we've talked to so far are from here to Monarch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pace is about 18 miles.
Okay.
It goes over what's called the head wall, which is one of the most steepest areas of the entire race.
Give us an idea of what that actually means. You've said the head wall a few
Yeah.
times. It's obviously a local landmark. So give me an idea what that is.
When you get to Lost Wonder Hut, you drop down a little bit for maybe like a mile and a half, and then kind of get back onto the CDT, where you proceed up to kind of a larger kind of reservoir lake called Boss Lake. And then in about a mile and a half, you get up to a place called Hunt Lake, and then you have this very steep, they call it the head wall because it's blocked from wind. But you have this very steep area that gets you on top of the Continental Divide.
I think we have a runner leaving the aid station.
Nice. It should be.
I think that's Jeff.
Got the third place
Also,
female, Eddie
Ryan
Bracy, leaving
together.
a tin cup right now. She looks
Yeah.
good, very quick in and out.
Getting the love from the unicorn.
Yeah, so we got Ryan and Jeff together coming
Leaving
up
together
with gear
again.
check.
Oh, we have a whole party crew here.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Both
and
with
their pacer.
Yeah.
One pacer running back, I guess forgot something.
And is this the gear check here?
Yes,
Yep.
yes, this is the gear check.
So for people watching, it's not just the runner that has to have the gear. All the pacers have to have this required gear. It's a list of about 8 items on the Continental Divide until Monarch.
Yeah, and this is.
The pacers
not
already
just
did theirs,
procedural.
so they're just
This
kind of
is-
waiting.
They make sure you have everything.
Yeah.
There are races out there that you have it, yeah, great, go. This race, as you see, they are pretty adamant you have everything, and if you don't have it, you cannot continue on.
And that people say, well, like the Murchie bivy, that's really important out here because if you get hurt and you're not mobile, and you're not wearing a lot of clothing, that Murchie bivy will easily save your life.
Yep.
You can have temperatures up here on the divide that they're going towards that range anywhere between, below freezing right now all the way up to, 90 degrees in the middle of the day. So, the weather here can vary quite a bit and it can change quickly.
Looks like F4 at Tin Cup. Rachel Lemke.
Another great Montana runner doing well out here. I think she's from Bozeman. Oh, wow. It's getting windy up there at Tin Cup as well.
It's coming.
Yeah.
It's making its way. For everybody watching the live stream, you get to see the weather kind of coming in
Yeah.
in real time through these aid stations. And there she goes.
And we're really like this, top. The first 10 runners, first 15 runners to really come through here have not spent very much time here at Tin Cup. We're seeing an average of like less than 2 minutes probably coming in and out of here.
That's super impressive.
Yeah.
It's you're over 40 miles now. The weather's coming in, and these athletes just come in and out.
And if you guys kind of are looking at this picture here, kind of straight back down through the valley, like this goes all the way across St. Elmo, basically back to the start-finish line. But you can see those kind of dark clouds that are currently encompassing the Cottonwood aid station. Kind of off to your left in the left-hand corner up there. So, this weather is going to make stuff quite interesting today.
As it usually does.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
I think most people sign up for high alpine, high mountain adventures expecting a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
And being prepared for it. And the mountains are delivering.
Well, looks like we're back at Cottonwood again.
and it looks
Oh, look at that.
beautiful.
It's beautiful now. It's like,
Back to
like 10 minutes later.
Yeah, we're getting the jackets coming off. Yeah, you have your crews coming out from underneath their cover.
So in terms of cutoffs, we're about less than 50 minutes from the cutoff at St. Elmo 1. And we're about 2 hours and 50 minutes from the cutoff here at Cottonwood.
Looks like we've had all of our runners come through St. Elmo 1 that I can see on the tracking. So there's a couple that are still in the aid station. We have Chris Nagy and Greg Lawson are still in aid. Greg has been there for quite a while, an hour now. So we'll try to get an update on him. And Chris just came in about 10 minutes ago. So that's a little update. Looks like every single runner that started this race has gotten to at least St. Elmo 1. Crowd favorite,
Wow.
Callie Vinson. People were asking about her. She came and went about 20 minutes ago, give or take, and is out safely well before cutoff there.
This is amazing. I mean, all 225 runners have gotten to St. Elmo. That's
Pretty unheard of.
I don't believe that's ever happened. I think this
No.
is a first, because sometimes you see some people drop at Antero or we've actually seen people in the past drop at Raspberry.
For something happens.
Yeah,
and
unfortunate reasons. Yeah, so this is a rarity here.
Pretty amazing. So we'll do our best to both follow the front of the race, and then also try to keep people updated and call out some of the people that are in other parts of their journey.
Mm-hmm. So compared to 3 years ago, watching, you see a lot more, conversation now with the mid-packers, a lot more time being spent at the aid station. Again, this particular aid station is the first time any crew can access the runners.
Oh, we got Trout.
Trout the dog.
Yes, as the whole studio is
Look at
triumphant over the return of Trout. I almost said my dog's name is Sprout, and I almost dropped. So shout out to Sprout back at home. My other dog, Bean.
You got two
Bean.
dogs?
Yeah, we have two dogs.
Yeah,
we got a Bean
nice.
and a Sprout.
I got one dog. Tundra.
That's a good dog name too. Trout's a good dog name. As we get into the wee hours, we hope to continue the Dogs of Hilo conversation. I'm not going to let it drop. I don't think Andrew
I'm not.
will.
No, I'm.
It's a matter of will the team overnight pick up the torch.
So we got another runner coming into Tin Cup right now.
This is always an interesting mindset. Aid station being the last aid station before you can have a pacer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay, like that the crew is coming, the crew is close, but it's still 9 miles. That's just under 9 miles. It's still a chunk of time. So even though you're probably starting to think about crew and having a pacer, you can't just rush through. And get your directions out by the unicorn and off on their way to the halfway point.
I think that was Daniel Crespo from Leadville.
Probably knows something or two about high alpine running.
Yeah, he might know a couple different things about succeeding at above 10,000 feet.
We're expecting the next runner in to Tin Cup. Shout out to Sam Delgado. He should be any minute into Tin Cup. Probably the next person we see. Sam, just a really great dude.
Yeah.
Works out of BP Run Co. in Denver. Love to see him out here. I think this is his first 100-mile race. So doing pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, he's also a good baker.
Fun fact.
So, if you need some bread, call up Sam. Might be able to help you.
Look at this.
You
High
got
fives.
shoes and bread. What more do you want?
See, what's he wearing on the feet?
I think that's Sam right there.
He's got the Say
there he
Sky,
is.
arm warmers, a rabbit hat, and I'm
Look at him.
guessing Mount to Coast shoes is just a guess, but I hard to see. Yeah, look at him.
Look at that. He's always, every time I've met Sam, he's always had he's always been real nice.
Yeah.
Good energy. Just always seems really happy. He just seems like somebody who really appreciates his ability just to be out there and run. He just really loves the sport.
He's my impression of him too is also very curious. I think a lot of people are afraid to ask questions, and he's been somebody that I've gotten to know really well this year, and he's not afraid to ask questions, even if a question that you're like, oh, this is kind of a silly question, but he just fires them away, which I think is amazing. This is a sport that we want people to learn and grow, and look at how much fun it looks like he's having.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it won't always be rainbows and unicorns for him, but for now, through 40 miles, it looks like he's having a really good day.
I mean, he's doing great for his first 100. Looks like he's having fun, probably learning a lot. I mean,
that's the best you can ask for.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how you you talked about him asking a lot of questions. I think that's something that, I don't really understand, sometimes why people are apprehensive to ask questions, because so many people are just really willing and happy to give information to help you succeed in this particular sport. I really don't think there's dumb questions as far as ultra running goes, because asking so many questions can be the difference between having a good race or a bad race. It can be the difference between being healthy or unhealthy. It's and it's also a sport where all of us are learning something every day. As
100%.
As we get older and our training progresses, etc. It's something that, look at me doing squats now, and
it's
getting all this muscles to get back in order.
It's a lot of N of 1 research to get good at ultra, because what works for Sam on screen or me or Andrew might not work for anybody else. I do some weird things that I would never tell somebody else to do, but I figured it out through a lot of N of 1 research, that just trial and error. And so that's why you see some of these mid 40-year-olds, Jeff Browning, 53, whatever he is now, able to be competitive because they've figured it out over years and years of just tinkering, and they're not making those little mistakes, and they're able to get the most out of their body because they know.
Space Asteroid asked a good question. Do people ever sleep at these hundreds? And the answer is yes. Maybe not for very long. Although I know a story about a guy that blew up pretty bad at Leadville, and he was quite under the cutoff at the fish hatchery, and he requested that his crew get him buttermilk, and he slept for 3 hours until his crew brought him a half gallon of buttermilk.
It sounds awful.
He got up and finished.
Holy moly.
Yeah. But people, if you count sleeping for 15, 30 minutes, I would say quite a few people sleep at 100. But it's also hard to sleep if you're not used to that.
Yeah. All right, we got Aid Station Fireball in the chat now. Think of your random questions that you might want to ask about ultra running history, and fire them off to Liam. He might be able to help us out. Yeah, it looks like the weather is passing a lot of our runners now, which even if you expect rain, you don't want it to linger.
No.
Nobody wants to be running the last 20 hours of their race in rain. So it's nice to kind of get it out of the way and be like, yep, there's the rain, and now it's on.
Yeah.
Yeah, these drone shots, gosh. Who doesn't want to be running there right now?
I want that job. How do I get that job? Do you think?
The drone pilot job?
Yeah. Can they?
I think you might know somebody that could probably put in a good word for you.
Can they train me to do that?
I don't know. I have a ton of respect. A lot of drone pilots have FAA licenses. I clearly don't know, so somebody in the chat please correct me. But I believe there's a considerable amount of training to get a commercial drone pilot license that involves some of the stuff on the actual pilot tests for planes. So it's not just something that you can, go buy your DJI and pop it up in the air. I think there's a little bit more training involved than that.
I see Sam's boss Phil is in the chat now. How you doing, Phil?
Yeah, I got a text from Phil a bit ago. He's such an interesting character in our space, and what I think is pretty cool is you run a running shop, Phil runs a running shop. Like, you guys are supportive of each other. It's similar to our sport where we'll support each other. And,
oh yeah, for sure.
We're gonna hopefully the rising tide lifts all ships, and that everybody's better because you are supporting the running community, and that is the kind of the pinnacle of what each of you are doing for your shops.
So in the Skycam here, we're kind of looking at the sort of ridge line that the runners have to go up and over before they get to Hancock, coming from Tin Cup. We're looking eastbound back down towards kind of Mount Princeton, Hot Springs, and St. Elmo, basically in a sense where the runners started about 8 hours ago, or 9 hours ago, excuse me. So you can kind of get an idea how beautiful this area is. It's just beautiful area, all on the Continental Divide. You can't beat it. It's really nice. It's pretty cool. There's a that's Hancock Lake out there.
Yeah, and it's
yeah, that's it. Yeah,
it's both beautiful and kind of tough to see some of those trees.
Mm-hmm.
There's some damage there. I know last year we had Mercedes on, who is a forestry scientist, and Mercedes, if you're listening, I'm sorry for your messing up your title, but she was able to kind of walk us through what we're actually seeing in some of those damages, and I am nowhere close to being like that, but it's just sad to see there is a lot of death due to whether it be beetle or some kind of a foreign bug that is killing some of these trees, and you definitely see them in the shot, and seeing the aerials just kind of makes your heart break a little bit.
Yeah, and
there Mercedes is in the chat, so maybe Mercedes, give us
hi, Mercedes.
A little bit of, I don't know, tree knowledge. Drop some knowledge on us, please.
Yeah, and they're not like trees, obviously, in the East Coast, that can grow real quick. I mean, these pine trees can take over, 70, 80 years to get to this height. Quite a long time. Oh, we got Rachel on here on the left, the first place female.
We have Jeff Pelletier jumping in the chat too, another Ultra Running YouTube legend. Shout out to Jeff joining. Another tab to open. Don't leave our chat and our feed, please. But maybe if you guys don't know some of Jeff's work, open up another tab and just bookmark his page. It's pretty cool stuff.
So it looks like I think this is Rachel and maybe Luke J.
Yeah, that's exactly who this is.
Together.
So hopefully, and again, Luke J. Going through something that we don't know what is, don't want to speculate, but kind of good actually probably for him to have her if he's able to cling on a little bit. Looks like he can definitely see her moving, trying to move with her a little bit. I think this is a good play for him. It's a good way to get over if you're kind of struggling. Just cling to somebody a little bit. They're both super friendly, kind people, and I'm sure there's some just nice banter back and forth and some chit chatting. So hopefully he can hang with her a little bit and bring his day back.
Yeah, seeing somebody who's doing well, or at least feeling better than yourself, can certainly provide you with a good boost of happiness and adrenaline for sure.
I just got my first dog picture into my DMs, by the way. I'm not upset
Nice.
about. Shout out Chris Andrews for sending me a picture of Roscoe.
Oh, Roscoe.
Man, I met Roscoe at Western States actually.
Oh,
Pretty fun stuff.
good old Roscoe. Again, we're seeing more runners coming into Tin Cup right now. And it looks like we're seeing a couple runners coming back down into Hancock on the left here in the sky cam.
Just threw it in the chat too, but give us. It's always good to hear who is in our chat, who you're cheering for, and honestly, where are you coming from too, because that matters, and the support system matters. So, give us an idea of where our reach is.
So once you get into Hancock, you basically follow a kind of like an ATV road up to the Hancock Lakes, and then once you get to Hancock Lake, then you kind of enter back onto the Continental Divide Trail, coming up and over Chalk Creek Pass, and so that will be sort of the second to last big climb that we'll have. And then coming out of Lost Wonder Hut, the runners will again do about a 2,000-foot climb up to about 12,000 feet, where they will then be pretty close to Monarch Pass. And then from there, you get a little bit more rolling terrain.
Yeah, and that's the spot that if you still have legs, you're about to have a fun day.
Yeah.
It's really about keeping legs until Monarch, and then it becomes a super runnable course. Yeah, there's still climbs, but the course is pretty fast from that point.
Yeah. You'd have one section called Satan's Slip and Slide coming out of Monarch, which is a really steep section of downhill on the Fooses Creek Powerline Road. That's definitely been something that a lot of runners have cursed in the past because of how slick and how just kind of treacherous that can be if your brain isn't quite there.
Got another shout out for a first time 100 miler, Jessa number 203. That's Santa Clarita, California in the chat. Wichita, Kansas, Birmingham, Alabama, Grand Junction, Flagstaff, Grand Junction. We have somebody from Nicaragua.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's so amazing. This world. It's already a sport that feels small, and then you join a chat like this, and you see people. Like it just makes our little beautiful ultra running community both feel big and small. That we can all be connected through, letting myself and Andrew jibber jabber about ultra running for a few hours.
Well, I mean, we all share the same joy, which is just enjoying trail and being on dirt, and it's, basically anywhere you can, all 6 continents except for Antarctica, you can basically, run on dirt somewhere. So it's pretty cool.
Jesse Hayes on the right here, coming into Rainbows and Unicorns. Of course, ultra legend himself. I was able to meet him when he was crewing Jeff Browning on the Colorado Trail FKT. Jeff Browning unfortunately dropped out of the High Lonesome 100 about a week ago, still fighting some stuff from Western States.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We do have Claire, I think, standing by at Hancock. Claire, what are you seeing? All right, we might not have her quite yet. She's on standby for us, and we'll pull over to her as soon as we get a chance.
We can definitely tell it's a little bit warmer now.
Yeah, the jackets have come off.
Yeah, the
jackets
jackets are gone.
For Claire, Pacers crew still look a little chilly.
So if you look over in the sky cam, you can kind of see, it's pretty steep from, like on this road. It doesn't, from the sky cam and the drone, it looks relatively flat, but it is not. You kind of see Ryan Smith and those guys kind of power hiking up here. So, yeah, even though it's a dirt ATV road, this is not a. It is a pretty hard climb back up here to the Chalk Lake, and it flattens out a bit, and then they'll cross back over the divide there.
We also have a Munich resident
Oh,
jumping in. Love to see that.
Guten Tag.
Yeah, jawohl. München. Is this who we seen on the live?
Ryan Smith.
This is Ryan Smith.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going around a puddle.
Yeah,
Thrown
Ryan.
off because there's 3 of them.
Got Kareth Arnold here, currently in second place, heading up and over the high point between Tin Cup and Hancock. She's looking real good. Looks like there's been a little bit of separation between her and Rachel, but not a ton. But she is running real well right now.
I think we have 4 or 5 people from Germany now chiming in the chat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, pretty neat. All right. Yeah, we can hear you, Claire.
Awesome. So I'm here at Hancock with Becca and Max, who are part of Luke's crew, just hanging out. So, what do you guys feel about that?
We're excited. This is a great day. Great weather day. We just had some rain through.
But now it's sunny and
And now
warm.
it's some kilometers, and now we're doing this green thing. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, so Luke was slated to get into Hard Rock, but we thought he was handed a first on the wait list. Morning of, he did not get in. But
Heartbreaking.
he had a moment where felt that was good. And then we just had fun. And then Tuesday of this week, we got a call saying, hey, there's a spot that we can open, and Luke got in. And here we are. And he's currently, I think, busting out 7. Just hanging with Rachel for a little bit.
Hopefully here in about an hour.
Yeah, yeah, that's great. And Max is our crew chief, Drip King. We're gonna keep it a buck. Max is the Drip King. Like he's, so Max keeps Luke looking good. And
That's so important. You have to look good.
Yes, I think so. And so when Luke comes in, just look at his drip, everybody, because it's gonna be on point.
It's going to be the most well-dressed crew out there.
And
Yeah.
I'm the hype, along with Laura. We're the hype crew. We'll keep them energized.
Do you guys all have specific like hype, fashion?
Yes.
Is anyone on like pacing? Any of that stuff?
We consider that 100.
like you.
It's no.
So you're not going to go.
Yeah, Luke's going to first time ever.
That's
Last,
cool.
that was a decision.
Yeah.
No pacer, and yeah. So
Well, he did this race 2 years ago. In
and
yeah.
top 3, I think, in both of those.
Yeah.
But he's done the very 100 points.
Hard Rock last year.
Last year.
Yeah.
Bryce Canyon. So I think this is his 11th,
He's really good, Leadville.
but that's good. Your job as the drip king.
Thing.
So yes, he does. He's really good at it. He's no, so there was Hard last year test where he did about. He was the one that was the one.
So how does this? My friend did the something this year. I was like, that's ascending. I like descending. That was very.
We'll do it sometime. I think. Throw it out there. Was it funny?
I mean, sometimes it's kind of
Yeah, exactly.
falling with a purpose.
It was good. Massive fun. Huge. was saying that. Yeah. So Max ran in the last bit of headrun. He was not
But
here.
you are. So who's the best son? Clearly, the one who's here.
I bet he's watching
I
right
hope
now. That's so cool. And I did it. That's important. Youngest son. Yeah, that's really proud. And he's becoming so
Yeah. I mean, if he's running with Rachel, and she's so upbeat, so positive. It's gonna be.
Oh, for sure. And you know, dang. Cow. Oh, yeah.
In a good way.
Right. Oh, runners. Be out there running. Love it. Ooh. Oh, this one. We got 3 colors. Hillary, shout out to Captain. Yeah. Yeah.
I really just. I think
Yeah. Beautiful. Here, and we got
I love that. I thought that was fun.
there's one little building
Yeah.
that is precariously planted.
Yeah.
That we're curious about. Just coming to. Is it,
Yeah. Oh yeah. And
Dry.
it's
Yes.
so it is.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's beautiful. This is a great big station. Not high. We got all the lots of views.
A really scenic body.
We love the porta thank you for the porta potties. And we know we learned yesterday how to poop outside.
I was like, how did you know how?
I could see how
Stop it, yeah. Are you talking like digging
the hole. And so we got like the pre-race meeting was on point. Like, yes, the pathways. I mean, those are way to go. They're inspirational. I mean, it makes you want to well and take care of land.
Leave no trace.
Yes, the youth land. Now,
It's very pretty. I would like.
yes, we need this. Yeah. Good time. You're welcome.
Fun.
Hey, Claire. Can I ask Becca a question real quick?
Yeah, we have a question.
I want to know what's harder, running the High Lonesome 100 or the Tenderfoot Hill Climb?
I don't know what's harder running a high hill climb.
Funny. I'm so curious.
Was it swim one?
Oh, yes. You know, this is a good question.
Oh, I lost him. I was asking Becca. The Tenderfoot Hill Climb is a non-routed course in Salida, Colorado, where you run up this stupid steep S mountain and then back down in the shortest distance. But Becca and Luke were one of the first couples to finish first. I think in 2021, the first time a couple had done that. But I was curious to hear Becca's opinion on that non-routed scree course.
Yeah, it's kind of, if you're familiar with the Mount Marathon in Alaska on 4th of July, that's probably the most famous version of that. It's a very similar, like, there's no route, you just go hammer.
Yeah, you hammer with the high potential of flipping over onto your face.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think most participants wear gloves.
Yep.
Because there's a handover head climbing and just barreling around.
It's like we got another runner coming up, coming towards Hancock right now. It looks like the weather's significantly improved now. I think we're kind of out of the clear now.
Yeah, they look like they're moving really well too.
Yeah,
It's a good stride.
Yeah, I mean, and that is not the flattest area on the
it's-
course. You know, they're moving real good.
That's a good clip for that pitch.
I think it's pretty much confirmed that everybody that pet Trout, the dog at Tin Cup, is running well in this section.
Yeah.
It's pretty much confirmed there.
Looks happy.
Look at that. And they're probably, pretty excited to pick up. I mean, some of these guys men and women are pretty excited to pick up a pacer at this point. So, there's something to be said about seeing people that you love, getting to them a little bit quicker.
All right, I want to go back to the chat for just something because this is really flipping cool. Jeffrey Colt's 93-year-old grandmother is in the chat.
Oh.
Hi. I think I'm going to guess her name is Edna. Edna, so cool that you're here. Your grandson is killing it out there. He's crushing it. He's running really, really well. Super, super cool that you're in here supporting him from Vermont.
It's very nice to meet you, Edna. Thanks for coming out today.
Getting more people coming through.
What do we got here? All these happy people.
Yeah.
They're about hitting the downhill, about to come straight down into Hancock.
Yeah, and here's a reminder. We can't see numbers on everybody, and we certainly don't have everybody's faces or outfit memorized. So if you see somebody that we can't identify, that you know exactly who is, let us know. I'm doing my best to follow the chat, and we'll appropriately give these folks some shout-outs.
So we're
gonna cut over. Andrew is the local expert, so he's gonna take the reins here for a second. We're actually gonna give everybody in the chat a full 3D course flyover. This is from our friend Steven with Trail Flow. He created this for us, so we're gonna queue that up and just take this opportunity for Andrew to kind of walk through the whole course here.
So yeah, you can kind of see the course starts, kind of near the Colorado Trail. They jump up on it, go to the saddle of Mount Princeton, come back down the Intero Road. They kind of run down along the Chalk Creek. You can kind of see this is going up and over Poplar Gulch Trail, and then doing that out and back we talked about a lot. Now they're going to come up to Tin Cup, where they turn left onto southbound on the Continental Divide Trail and come right into the Hancock 8 station. We got the Lost Wonder. Continue on the Continental Divide. Right there was the head wall that I've mentioned a couple times, a pretty steep area. Going over Monarch Ski Resort, now Monarch Pass. And once you get to Fooses Creek, it's basically right back down on the Colorado Trail, on the Collegiate East, as they call it, back to the start-finish.
Yeah, it gives you a really good perspective of the kind of the lollipop loop that the runners are seeing. And it should give you a pretty good idea that, you're going around a pretty big mountain range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think the average elevation of this race is roughly, about 10,000 feet. I believe I'd have to confirm that, but, you stay up high for a long time. Looks like we're getting a little bit more rain up at Tin Cup again. A little bit more rain coming in. We got our favorite unicorn. I don't know if anybody knows who is in that outfit. Or maybe that's just a real unicorn.
Last year we got the name, and it was something mythical, and forever it'll just be that person. So the average elevation of this course is 10,600 feet.
Okay.
Just because I believe in accuracy. You weren't far off, but let's just give the people what they want, and that's accuracy. The high point, over 13,000 feet. 13,100 to be exact, with a low point of 8,200 feet. Most of this course is on dirt. I think it's 4% actually has some kind of pavement, and that is basically the first 2 miles and the last 2 miles.
Yep.
Everything else is dirt. So you're not, and it's not all single track. There's quite a bit of double track and Jeep roads, but it's mostly dirt.
Yeah. And that last 2 miles goes up Curse Hill,
Yeah.
which if you guys are watching tomorrow, you'll be able to kind of see what we're talking about. We have a nice view of it just outside our window here in the studio. It is a steep 1 mile of a climb on pavement.
Looks like Ryan
It's
Smith here coming through. If I recognize the hat and shirt. And it's something pretty cool. I don't know if anybody has said it yet, but our studio is right at the base of the Mount Princeton hot springs, which is not like very close. It's very close to the start finish line. We are actually going to be moving tomorrow for the last few hours of the race to the finish line, and Andrew and I will be broadcasting golden hour plus the few hours before from the finish line, so you'll get all the vibes, all the feels. I'm sure you'll see a couple of grown men cry a little bit because there 100% is crying Altra Running. And it's a way for us to be right on the action and really get the emotions of the importance of that. And it's something like, Andrew, you might know this number better than I do right now. I think it's something like 30% or more of the race finishes in those last 2 or 3 hours here every year.
It's a pretty, I don't know the exact percentage, but it's definitely at least a quarter of the people finish in that sort of last 2 hours or last 3. It's just kind of how the race accordions. You see people start fast that finish in that time. You see people that are kind of pacing correctly finish in that time. But it's a very, very, very special moment. I think I would even say is in all of Altra Running, it's the golden hour at High Lonesome is probably one of the most wonderful and beautiful and supportive moments in Altra Running. It's if you don't have a little bit of a tear in your eye, I'd be very surprised. It's one of the main reasons I love being a part of this race is
100%.
Just being a part of that particular moment.
And you desperately want everybody to finish.
Mm-hmm.
It is, the whole crowd is cheering for you, and it's equal parts triumph.
Mm-hmm.
The last few, and equal parts absolute utter heartbreak seeing maybe it's a minute, maybe it's 5 minutes, but there's somebody that's going to be within hearing distance of the finish line that unfortunately does not make that final cutoff.
There was a lady in 2023 who was near, she was basically like 17 seconds from finishing. It was wild. Like everyone was screaming and cheering. When they asked her, they had her come up to the podium and talk about, because they gave her official bottle and stuff like that. And they asked her, do you have any advice or anything? She goes, well, don't sit on that rock for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That was her comment. She actually, I think, came back to the race the next year.
Yeah, and it's tough. And most races will give you your medal. Or some kind of finisher because you finished the course.
Yeah.
But officially on records, it's a DNF.
Yep.
And that's heartbreaking. You ran the course, you finished the course, but it's the unfortunate reality that we can't just be out here for days and days and days, that there are limits to the safety of keeping volunteers out and things like that. So there has to be some kind of a hard line, and I do not envy the job of anybody that has to be the person that tells them, like, I'm sorry, your day is done.
Got Addie Bracey over here on the left, coming into Hancock. She's looking real strong.
Yeah, she looks great. I think.
And then we got the drone looking over here at Hancock Lake.
Yep.
Looking towards I think Chalk Creek Pass.
I think this was Ryan that we saw somewhere in this feed. So he's just ahead of the drone, I would guess now. But the good news on these shots are, if you don't hear a weather update from us, but you see the drone in the sky, that you can take that as a weather update. Yep. If you do not see drones up at an aid station, you can assume that there is weather in the area, or there will be very shortly. But if the drones are up, that is the sign you need that the weather is looking pretty good.
And the drone is now looking back down towards Hancock, towards St. Elmo.
Good perspective,
this drainage goes straight towards St. Elmo.
So the runners are running into us. So that looks like that's the Hancock aid station there at the end. And the runners will be, kind of leaving that what looks like a little loop or cul-de-sac on this double track.
Yeah, that's kind of the parking area for the four-wheel drive vehicles. And then I think the aid station is actually further below that. Yeah, down the hill.
And that's that aid station where we saw it just a bit ago, but they get full gear check there.
Yep.
You want to make sure that they have their required gear for the pass and for the Continental Divide, and that's extra long sleeve. They have to have pants. They have to have an extra light, and this is all stuff for safety. And every single runner, they have to have all of this to make sure that they're safe. It's fair for everybody. Most people have them in their vests and bags. You have Scott Trayer out here with the double belts and no vest on. It doesn't matter how you carry it, is the point of that. You just have to have it. They don't care how you have it carried. You can handhold all of it, but you have to have everything, and they will check, and they will not out on the course.
We should see the aid station just past these trees, kind of straight ahead. Kind of give you an idea of the steepness of this road coming up to the lake.
Gosh, every time you see these drone shots, I'm just...
Oh, my God. I
cannot wait to do this race.
Yeah, I feel pretty fortunate and lucky to have this in my backyard.
Yep.
It's pretty wild. I mean, I'm originally from Kentucky, and to live in a place this beautiful is definitely a dream come true for me.
Yeah. Yeah, just an absolute beautiful landscape.
And for those who are, maybe, hey, I don't run or hike, but interested in coming out to a place like the Hancock town site, you don't need a high lifted vehicle or 4x4 or anything like that. You can get there in a Civic if you wanted to. So if you want to come out and just take a couple mile hike out on the Continental Divide, it's a real easy way to enjoy nature and be able to see it. So you can access this with just a regular vehicle.
Yeah, there are a lot of spots on the course that you can't do that. And if you want to try, maybe take a rental car. But a lot of the stuff that we are seeing in the Hancock aid station is just, bring your Prius out there. It might be a little bumpy on the way out, but it's you don't need a high clearance vehicle, which is amazing because there's a lot of places in this country in the state that if you want to get back there, you have to have a Jeep or a lifted truck or something that can get you to those remote areas. But some of these spots here in the Arkansas River Valley are pretty accessible.
Oh, yeah.
So our friend, the unicorn, just loving life. We got a cowbell situation. We got some jump spins. And it's raining there, guys. Like, this isn't, there's all the reason in the world for that unicorn to maybe, I don't know, where does the unicorn sleep? A cave, a den? I
think in a magical fairyland of just...
Yeah, they
happiness.
They could go take their ferry nap and check out. But this is full support for the athletes out there.
And just like kind of straight ahead, past south of the lake is Chalk Creek Pass that they go over. Pretty much the second to last big climb that they'll have.
All right, Hannes. Jumping in again, shout out to Hannes for he had a rough go at Hard Rock and has had a surgery as a result. It's not my story to tell, so check in with Hannes if you want to know more. But one of the greatest guys in our sport, jumping in with John and Jennifer. Denise are the aid station captains at Tin Cup, and they rock the unicorns every year. So there's our information that I think people have been looking for. So Hannes, thanks for that. Thanks for just being a part of this chat and continuing to support other athletes, while you go through a little bit of adversity in the sport.
Yeah. Look at that. The unicorn is just all about high fives, all about that cowbell, getting good energy to people that are coming into Tin Cup. This is John and Jennifer do a great job, because this is a non-crewed aid station. They do a great job helping runners get through and helping move them past, onto Hancock.
Yeah.
We got another runner moving pretty well into Hancock right now.
Yeah, you love to see this. This is definitely what I see from this is if you're running up, even though this is not a huge hill or a pass or very rocky even, if you're running this well coming into the halfway point, you've got a good chance to have a good race ahead of you. A lot of the harder miles are behind them. I mean, don't get me wrong; they're definitely harder miles to come and some big climbs to come, but they definitely want to be looking good at this point.
I believe that was Dan Crespo from Leadville.
All right.
Who just came over. So a lot of these runners are picking up their pace for their first time, Don. Like when you are, in a race and you have the opportunity to pick up a pacer, do you already have a sort of plan ahead, or do you kind of just say, like, hey, we're going to talk about this when we get there and join, or, what kind of conversations are some of these runners having with their pacers once they get together?
So I have a general rule, like what happens while pacing stays while pacing, both as a runner and a pacer. Like
sure.
It's a safe space. It's a completely safe space. And because you become pretty vulnerable as a runner, and I wouldn't say I expect that from my pacer, but I really appreciate it from my pacer that you share some things that you're like, oh my gosh, I haven't told somebody about that in years. Something like a high school girlfriend or this stupid thing you did in college. And you're like, whoa, like where did that come from?
Sure.
And it's just really nice to have those conversations where, I don't know, I'm a big believer in just let your brain go where it wants to go while running. And sometimes having another person to just hear you out, and it could also be like stupid and benign. And we talk about our first cars. It's like that's interesting. Like, oh, you had a Chevy Nova, and I had a Chevelle, and it's like, oh wow, like we had junk Chevys for first cars, like whatever that looks like. But it's just the biggest thing is getting a vibe for your runner, and I'm saying this from a pacer standpoint, is like how much do they want you to talk, and are they responding well to you talking? Mm-hmm. There are times, and this for me, I generally have the same pacer for just about everything, and so he knows me really well and will know when I need a pep talk or when I just need kind of heads down time, and it's just, I think there's something to be said about knowing the person you're running with. And then I'm going to contradict everything I just said. There's also something great about somebody you don't know at all.
Okay. Because
then you're just meeting a new person. Just imagine like going to a restaurant, sitting in the bar, and all of a sudden there's a stranger next to you and you just strike up a conversation. But you already know you have running in common.
Yeah.
And so you can, like, who knows? Like, I don't know who this person is. So I've had people jump in and pace me that I barely knew. Mm-hmm. And it turned into like some of the greatest miles, and a couple of people specifically in Cocodona that I knew almost nothing about, and like it got me through 20 plus miles every time with a couple different people, because it was all like authentic conversations. It wasn't, I know everything about you, so we're just gonna shut up and run for a while.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, that is the kind of great thing about running, is that, we have, we all have that in common. And, when you start with that sort of, foundation of commonality, it's pretty cool,
Yeah, absolutely. It's easy talking to somebody when you already have something in common with them right off the bat. And this is, anybody out there listening, like, if you're at a group run or go to a group run, like, meet people, say hi. We're all runners. I don't care how fast. I said this before, I'll say it again. Your pace is your least interesting thing about you. So go meet some people, and we all have running in common, and it's a small community. It's a big community, but it's a small group, if
Yeah.
you will, like, however I want to say that. But we all have that in common, and we should all be here to support each other and chat. And whether you're a first-time pacer, long-time racer, you just want to jump in to support somebody, be a part and do things, and it's amazing. A lot of us get into the sport first through pacing, maybe, or that was my introduction. My friend Ed, I was doing Leadman, and I jumped in and paced him, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And I haven't looked back since. So I think there's something to be said about finding any little small way to jump in and be a part of this community, and you'll find out quickly how welcoming it is. And be a pacer, be a crew person, and just help, and somebody will return that quickly to you.
Oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if you run 1 mile or millions. We have so much more in common with each other than what we know. And it's that's what's great about the sport. If you're running uphill with somebody, you can both have empathy for each other suffering through that horrible climb.
Yeah, you know what they've been through.
Yep.
And I think that's why you saw earlier a lot of those runners coming up and down Laws Pass is sharing greetings and sharing a little bit of love, because especially the runners coming down for the second time, the runners coming up the first time, they know what's ahead of that runner. Like, hey, keep it up. That's not an easy pass to climb, and you get to do it twice. So you see a lot of that camaraderie and a lot of that love getting shared.
Sure. A lot of people in the chat now sharing their first time pacing someone, their experience. A couple people have mentioned their first car.
I love it. This is the essence of what I love so much about these live streams and hosting them, is that we can just start yapping at each other about something, and then people just join in, and we feel like, even though it's me and Andrew here chit chatting, it's definitely all of us that are keeping this thing going, because talking to a mic with people running on a screen for 6 hours is not as easy as I would have ever guessed. So definitely appreciate that we have been corrected on Jeff's aunt.
Thank you.
From Jeff's
Thank
aunt. Jeff's 93-year-old grandmother is named Betty, not Edna. Her account is Dame Edna, which is Jeff's aunt Brenna's account. I think I got that all figured out. Did you?
And Betty, we appreciate you being out here and supporting Jeff and
I just
being
think that's
part
so
of the
cool.
community. Yeah, I think that's awesome. And Aunt Betty, thank you for sharing the account with her as well.
It's a team sport. This sport is definitely a team sport. It's a family sport. I think my mom was going to try to log on to the live stream today. She is very loosely familiar with the sport, but she's interested.
Well, when you talk about how it can be hard to talk for 6 hours, it's not hard when you have such a wonderful, excited group of people in the chat, and people that are just excited, to be watching this. I mean, it's we're 4 hours into this, and it doesn't feel like that at all. It's kind of like you said about running. Sometimes you get in that flow state, and you're like, oh my gosh, 4 hours wait a
went
minute,
by.
4 hours won't make it. I mean, I feel like I could do this all night if I don't know. I don't think anybody would want to listen to me for all night, but
I definitely turn into a pumpkin at night.
It'd be like, oh no,
Jumping back, looks like we have our top 3
God, look at
still showing through Hancock. 4 is in, so I'm guessing that Scott Trayer is in Hancock right now.
Good job, Scott.
He's been there for a little bit of time, so unless we're just waiting for the timing to update, he's been there for about 6 minutes now.
So we're seeing a little bit of separation between the top 3 and the rest of the men's field at this point.
So Lost Wonder Hut is going to be kind of our next check-in. It looks like Sam Delgado here on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up. He looks great, too.
He looks good. I can already tell that guy's smiling.
His boss, so Phil from BP Run Co., when I said Sam's a great dude, I'm going to put Phil on blast. He's like, well, I don't know if I'd say great. I'd say pretty good. Gotta love a boss-employee relationship where they can kind of banter even through live stream.
Look at that smile there. Look at, I mean, how...
dude is happy as can be.
Look at that good smile there. So Lost Wonder Hut's, obviously that's a non-accessible crew aid station.
Yep.
You can't pick up a pacer there, nothing like that. But it's a really nice aid station.
We're going to be on the lookout for Nutmeg there, I believe. The dog from last
Nutmeg,
year.
Yes.
And the CR pace there on the guy's side is 10.5 hours that we're looking for.
We're looking at Chalk Creek Pass right now on the Skycam.
So give us a kind of where runners are coming in relation to what we're looking at here.
So the runners are going to kind of come up kind of down towards the right, up and over, and then they're going to drop directly back down into Lost Wonder Hut. So that's kind of the basic direction there. They're kind of, at this point, they've kind of crisscrossed back and forth over the Continental Divide.
Yep.
So when they get back on, so they're going to get back onto the, they'll still be on the eastern slope of the divide because both of these water drainages go into the Arkansas River.
Nice.
But yeah, this is like I mentioned this before. It's like the second to last kind of big climb before they go up to Boss Lake and Hunt Lake over Monarch Pass.
Have you ever fished up here? Would you fish up here?
Yeah.
Looks like an awesome
they
spot.
stocked this lake. Most of these lakes as well. Boss Lake on the other side they stock. Great fishing up there. Yeah, it's a beautiful area to wake up in the morning and kind of see the sunrise kind of up and over the mountains here. It's incredible. Wow, look at Tin Cup.
Yeah, the storms are definitely rolling through.
So as the bird flies, like Hancock and Tin Cup are probably like maybe 6 miles away from each other in a completely different environment right now as far as the precipitation goes.
So we've had some turnover in the chat. So quick little introductions back in the booth because you guys can't see our faces, but you can definitely hear our voices. So my name's Don Reichelt, second year here in the studio talking about High Lonesome 100. And this is just one of the coolest things that I get the opportunity to do. And I'm a big dog lover, so you'll hear us talking about dogs, and I will openly request dog DMs if you want to shoot me a message to Outrun with Don. Give us something to talk about. We're on standby for the famous dog Nutmeg. We have not seen Nutmeg yet, but Nutmeg was at, we think, Lost Wonder Hut last year.
I think based on what the runners are doing, we're probably going to see if Nutmeg is there in the next 30 minutes at Lost Wonder Hut. My name is Andrew Walker. I own a 7,000 feet running company in Salida. It's really a dream come true for me to be able to be on this live stream and be a part of the High Lonesome 100. That race started the same year that I actually opened up my shop, so it's I feel like in some ways we're kind of like children or brothers or
cool.
siblings in a different way within the running community. So I've been very lucky and fortunate to be a part of the High Lonesome 100 for the last 8 years. It's I could have never dreamed to be part of something like this. It's a dream come true for me, and I feel very fortunate and lucky to be here. Yeah,
and Caleb and Kelsey have truly built something amazing. We didn't start with a lottery, and the demand quickly showed itself that a lottery was needed, and now there's wait lists, there's trail requirements. This is actually the first year that this is a larger than 50% female field due to a few drops leading up to race day, and the men's wait list hadn't done their trail work requirement, so we let more women in. So kind of exciting. That's fairly rare in this sport to have a larger than 50% split in ultra running. We do have another dog on screen, which we will work diligently to find its name, and that is my commitment to everybody in the chat, is that we will use every resource that we have to find the names of dogs that show up at these aid stations.
I believe this is Cottonwood. that we're looking at right now. No, that's Lost Wonder. I'm sorry.
That mileage is wrong. Yep. So if this is Lost Wonder Hut, that is not 43.7 miles.
Nope. Apologies for that.
Looks like we got, is this another athlete coming in? Cruising
Yeah.
up the Alpine Tunnel.
So we got Shirley Honschmidt watching from Scotland.
That's so cool.
So it's about, like 11 o'clock there? I think.
I've got to Google that. Yeah, 11:11.
11, yeah.
Lucky time.
Look at that.
Yeah.
What's the dog Itra rating?
That is funny.
That's
Probably, I'm going to guess high.
yeah, pretty high. I mean, top 5% at least. Oh, the dog at Lost Wonder Hut is Spike.
That
According
is
to
it,
this,
yes.
Spike.
Thank you.
Thank you, whoever said that. We appreciate it.
It's been a year, so
Yeah, Spike.
our brain cells have diminished since then.
Yeah.
Tyler Fenton hanging out at the start-finish tent. If you yell real loud, we might be able to hear you.
I remember, 8 years ago, if you were hanging out at the start finish, there was no cell service out there.
That sounds right for this area.
You wouldn't even be able to, make a phone call.
I was quite panicked getting to the studio because I got back here without turning my GPS on, and I quickly realized that was a big mistake. So it is always amazing how quickly you lose service in these areas. All right, so Spike is the Jesse's dog, who's the comms director at Lost Wonder Hut.
Ah, okay.
So thank you, loyal stranger, for the details there. And again, so we're looking at if this is Lost Wonder Hut, it's 55.7 miles, and where we should be seeing our leaders come through. I would guess maybe in the next 12 minutes.
Oh, look at those nice views.
If you ever hear us just going completely quiet, we are also just taking in the course, because as much as we have both run these mountains, there's still a sense of wonder and awe for me every time I see this, and I'm like, oh my God.
I mean, I do this just so I can stare at the mountains for 6 hours without getting in trouble.
Yeah, it's just what a privilege that we get to do this, Andrew. Like, this is something that I don't take lightly. The privilege of running, of that it's a choice for us, that we get to wake up and choose to do this, and every one of these athletes, this is definitely something we want to do and choose to do, and I respect that there are people running from things they have to run from, and I don't take the privilege of just being able to run lightly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are very lucky to be able to participate in the sport and enjoy it. It's a So for those of you who are maybe, don't live in Colorado or, live out of state, obviously, there's a number of different ways to get into this race. Obviously you have to qualify, but volunteering is also important. I mean, you know, a lot of times when you volunteer for races, you know, it's you can come out here. It's a beautiful area. So you yourself can volunteer at the race. You know, if your family comes with you, there's a number of wonderful activities to do out here. I mean, they can hike, mountain bike, they can go kayaking, they can go rafting, they can hang out at the hot springs. You know, it's really a kind of place where, you know, if you're thinking, gosh, I'm going to spend 12 hours volunteering, your family certainly won't be disappointed coming out with you, because they'll be able to have a lot of fun doing what they do. And certainly volunteering will help, you know, improve your odds of getting into the race. So,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, if you all are trying to find a, you know, fun trip to do in kind of mid to late July, I definitely recommend coming out to Chaffee County and experiencing, you know, what everything has to do with this race.
Yeah, and if you can't come out to this race, find another local race
Yeah.
to volunteer at.
For sure.
And start. And every single participant that you're seeing on these screens has done at least 8 hours of verified trail work. And so that is a requirement to get into this race, is that you have to have signed off on time with a trail crew improving trails. It doesn't have to be on the race trails. It can be back in your home, back in your community. It's just, you have to give back to the trails through work, and 8 hours is that minimum.
So I'm going to go look at the kind of the open split time of Jimmy Elam when he came into Lost Wonder Hut.
Yeah, I think we're on notice here in the next 10 minutes or so.
So he came in at 4:30.
Yeah. Oh, so
So we're about
less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's because they've been right around 5 minutes faster than course record pace so far through most aid stations. So if we're looking at 10:17 and we have about 13 minutes to course record pacing, I would expect, within the next 8 minutes, we should see some activity. We got a frisbee dog on screen. I could sit and watch this for 8 minutes while we wait for these guys to come through.
It's like Kel Newby about 10 minutes ago came into the Hancock aid station.
Nice. He's crushing it.
Yeah, he's doing. I mean, this is his first 100, right?
23-year-old from Bemidji, Minnesota. And the other side of the field, we are waiting on Rachel Entrikin, who has decided like 3 or 4 years ago she never wants to lose a race again, and is continuing to live up to that. She, I think at last check, was about 20 minutes faster than course record pace. So the next check for her that we'll be able to grab would be at Hancock, and we would look for her in about half an hour, less than half an hour, about 20 minutes actually. Actually, if she's still up, no, I'm doing terrible math on the fly. If she's still about 20 minutes up, she should be in the next 5 to 10 minutes. That's what I stand by.
So I'm taking a look at
Bemidji,
Minnesota.
It's
and
cool. Paul Bunyan stuff.
Yeah, but the only elevation gain in this area is going to be like a parking garage. So that's pretty impressive. That, I mean, it is flat as a say.
Good canoeing.
Yeah, it looks beautiful though. You got the Paul Bunyan statue.
Two dogs on one screen. This is just the best.
If anybody out there has any questions about the race that you're just excited to know about, or maybe want to know, send them into the chat.
I think we actually might have Claire.
Yeah.
Back in Hancock now.
Oh.
Sounds like we're working through some things, and we'll get back to her as soon as we can. But for now, we're kind of waiting for the leaders to come into their respective aid stations. We're looking for the lead men, who have been Ryan Sullivan and Jeff Colt, kind of ping-ponging back and forth, but pretty much together every single step of the way so far. I think the biggest gap was maybe 10 yards that we've seen them apart so far in the entire race. And then Rachel coming into Hancock. Both parties would be under course record pace or faster than course record pace. So McKendry Hickory and Jimmy Elam are both, I would say, officially on notice.
Yep.
This is when it's becoming a real thing, and lots can happen, obviously, and there's still a lot of course left, but both sides are running absolutely incredibly. And I think we all knew, and we discussed this last week, that this field is the deepest it's ever been. The first year they've had dedicated pro and elite spots that were given to elite athletes. So the depth of the field is quite incredible. And, when you have a multiple top 10 finishers in the top 4 of any race, top 10 finishers of Western States in the top 4 of any race, I think that shows you the depth. And so you have Jeff Colt and Scott Trayer running, in the top 4 here. So it'll be incredible to see. And then on the women's side, Rachel Entrekin, who, I think going back to like 2020, she's been second once and has won literally everything else. And
that's incredible.
She is unbelievable. She's got one of the happiest dispositions of everybody in this field, and I am just so excited that a team will be here to call in the finishes of both the men's and the women's fields. Last year, due to just first time stream and some limitations we had to cut the stream, and unfortunately didn't have commentary overnight when McKendry set her course record, and that is not the case anymore. We will have everybody calling the race through the night. Yeah, and I think we are ready now to officially check back in with Claire at Hancock.
Yeah, so far we've had a couple more guys come through. We had Scott Trayer come through. And now Luke and Rachel literally just got here together. So we have M6 and F1 who are just walking through right now. Looking good, looking like they've been hanging out and chatting. So you can see them going right through. Kale, who is M5, also just left. Looks super pumped. His crew has matching shirts with him. Him and his pacer are both in the same button-up, and they just left. Looking pumped to tackle this climb in the sunlight. So, yeah. Exciting things
That's good
happening.
stuff. How does Luke J look? The last time we saw him at Tin Cup, he was maybe going through it a little bit and looked kind of rough. But it looks like he got caught by Rachel and maybe just stuck with her. So give us a take of how he looks.
They came in together, so I'm guessing they just teamed up for that last section. I didn't see him at Tin Cup, but he looked pretty peppy here. I think maybe knowing that his wife and son were going to be here was also probably helpful, but they were smiling when they came through, so I feel like that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's amazing news. What about Rachel? So officially 20 minutes faster than course record pace into Hancock. Give us a take on how does she look, how is her disposition, and what are your thoughts on her?
I mean, she looked just like she's looked at every race I've seen her, happy. I think she was cracking jokes with people as she walked through, in great spirits. Kind of looked like the Rachel I've seen at Cocodona, just everywhere. Just always really happy and positive. Looks like she's having a great time. So fingers crossed she can keep that.
And we have lost our feed from Hancock, so we'll circle back to Claire when we have maybe some of the F2, F3 come through. But for now, we'll jump back to our lovely Alpine tunnel climb here on the camera.
Looks like we have a couple questions here that people have posted in the chat. Somebody asked, are there any bobcats? And yes.
Certainly are.
Yes, there are.
They're completely harmless, and I'd just say, hey, kitty, kitty, and move on with my life.
Yep. There are definitely quite a few out there.
Cougars and mountain lions, different story, but bobcats,
yeah.
I wouldn't say, I'm sure that's some weird scenario of illness that they might become dangerous, but I've never even considered fear. Now we got Trout back on screen.
Good
For
job,
everybody that hasn't been in the chat, this is Trout, the leading candidate for Dog of the Year here at High Lonesome 100. This is a very unofficial category that Andrew and I have made up 2 years in a row now, but I think one of the most important trophies to be handed out this weekend.
Another question is, what female has the most high-low finishes?
It's got to be Silke.
Yeah,
right?
Silke, for sure. Second most, not 100% sure who that would be. I'm sure we can find out, though.
Yeah, some of the historic questions, we don't have quick access to some data that you guys might have, so feel free to jump on Ultra Sign Up and give us an assist if you have an opportunity and are curious on some of this stuff. Oh, yeah, here we go. Both
look at that.
M1 and 2. So this is Jeff Colt on the screen. Hopefully his 93-year-old grandmother is still hanging out with us.
This drone shot is probably one of the best.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all great, don't get me wrong, but just when you kind of look back up over Chalk Creek Pass looking northbound, it's pretty incredible, especially as the sun sets. You're going to be in for some incredible views in about 4 hours.
So the interesting to hear is this is Jeff Colt and Pacer. So we're used to seeing Jeff and Ryan run in together at every single aid station.
Mm-hmm.
And so my curiosity goes to is maybe there was a move made here because they've been pretty much, and I said before, they've maybe 10 yards apart at most the entire race. So we don't have the greatest shot of depth here to see if there's a gap now, but this would be, I think, noteworthy that we're not immediately seeing them right next to each other. They both do have pacers, so I would look like maybe just he could be 10 yards behind. We're just not getting a crystal clear shot behind him, but it is interesting to see that Jeff has moved a little bit ahead, it looks like, of Ryan.
Yeah, this,
Oh, here actually. So it looks like actually Ryan came through without us seeing him. So Ryan is actually the one. So take everything I just said
right there
and reverse it. It looks like Ryan is now moved up on Jeff. Apologies for the bad information there. Again, we're commenting on the same footage that you guys are seeing, so we don't always have the best. But it looks like you'll see Jeff come up around and jump onto that single track, and in just a moment here behind Ryan.
Oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, this is so cool. Coming into this is 55.7.
Yeah.
Here.
So this big scree field here is, I think, a Mount Antora. It's a 13er. It kind of drops right off of this. That's a lot of people like to cross country or go do a little ski-mo up to the top of that in the winter.
That's rad. I will never ski-mo, but mad respect for anybody that does.
For sure.
All right, so if I know my course right, this is Jeff in second, and he's going to come up around onto the single track.
No, I think.
Or am I behind again?
Yeah, so Jeff's in first.
Okay.
Ryan and those guys. Yeah, Ryan and those guys are hitting.
They're going to drop to the road.
Double track. Yeah, now.
Okay,
there we go. Yeah.
I reverse my reverse.
Yeah. They're so close though. It's not.
How many Uno reverses does one commentator get per session?
Don, I'd give you at least 100.
Okay, I've now got 98 more Uno reverses to play with.
Listen.
So the graphics are correct. Jeff Colt first. Ryan Sullivan.
Yeah, so they'll do this little out and back. They kind of run up this road to Lost Wonder Hut. When they get out of it, they'll run back down the road for like a couple hundred yards and then right back onto the single track.
Kevin Hadfield with the bullet point. It just says, anybody mention that Ryan is a practicing physician on top of his big training volume? Well, we have now.
Did not know
Thank
that.
you, Kevin, for that nugget. I did not know that. That's amazing, actually. I have mad respect.
I think isn't Rachel Intricate like a PhD?
There are like a surprising proportion of elite, like ultra distance runners that are PhDs. If you look at the history of the Barkley marathons, it's something like 70% of finishers are PhDs. It's wild.
That's incredible. That's
Chris thinks Rachel is a PT doctor. Yeah,
Oh,
so
PT.
she DPT.
okay.
Yeah. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
So any second, we should see. Just waiting. Any second now, we should see some action here on screen. And again, the men's fastest ever splits into Lost Wonder Hut are, it looks like we're behind now officially course record time from Jimmy Elam. He was 10.5 hours. So that's noteworthy.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit tougher of a section this year than anticipated. So we'll get an official clock. Looks like there he is. Nope. Yep.
You're going to see Ryan coming in pretty soon.
Yeah. So it looks like the year that 2023 Jimmy Elam splits. He was in and out of Lost Wonder Hut, 4:30 in, 4:32 out. So, yeah, definitely we've now gone just a touch slower than course record pace in, but still right on it. Like this is still a thing.
He's still in, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yep. So he's looks like they're taking their time fueling up a little bit.
So last year, Luke J was commentating at this aid station. Do you think he'll take the time to give us any
Jump on the mic?
Yeah, jump on the mic real quick.
He'd be a real team player if he did.
I mean,
yeah, so that's Jeff in that yellow shirt, white pack, kind of middle left screen, I believe, getting fueled up. So we'll get him out of here.
here comes Ryan.
Yep, and this is good data, right, for racing, because the racing is about to commence. So being in the aid station at the same time gives you a data point. Yeah, there's Ryan. So Ryan Sullivan coming in M2. Looks like some respect to the competitors. That was Jeff stepping out to the right, giving the fist bump to Ryan. I think that's
Nice.
These guys are going to come out racing, right? And they still have the time to give each other a little fist bump. God, I just love that about the sport.
So you see Ryan here, kind of.
Yeah, taking a minute.
Yeah. We're starting to see kind of a progressive increase in the amount of time they've started spinning at these aid stations.
Yeah.
The first 6, they were in there maybe like a minute max.
Yeah.
They're at Hancock for about 5 minutes, and he was roughly at Jeff was roughly at Lost Wonder for about 4.
Yep. So yeah, he's definitely no rush. He knows exactly where Jeff is in front of him, and there was no rush at all. So he can kind of take his time. Looks like they got some soup or chili or something on the pot behind him. Yeah, that was a good shot on the drone of the Lost Wonder Hut here. And again, that mileage is wrong here on the banner. So this is 55.7, not 43.7. So they are a decent amount past halfway. You can see the drop bags there under the tent on the right. So a lot of this is an uncrewed aid station, so you cannot be crewed here. You can have, obviously, your pacer that ran in with you can continue with you. So you can get help, technically kind of crewed, but nobody can drive into this aid station. It'll be interesting. So 2024, last year's race, saw 5 of the 10 fastest times in race history for men and 4 of the 10 fastest times in history for women. It'll be interesting to see if we can one-up that this year, because I would say the men are definitely on that pace, and the women are right there with it as well. So it's just a fun little data point to see if we can get, reset the top 10 list here at the High Lonesome 100. Yeah, Ryan taking a fair amount of time here, but he doesn't look panicked. He looks super calm. And again, we're just reading body language on the screen, so who knows what's actually going on the ground. But I see no sense in panic. I see no sense in rushing, and I see no damage, if you will. I think his health meter looks decent. I think this is the spot last year where we started seeing Jeff Browning have some issues.
We did, yeah.
He started, I think it was a stomach issue for him that started rearing its ugly head, and he started really slowing down. So maybe, I don't know the history of the elite field of this race, of where the carnage starts to happen, but maybe this is it. Maybe we're starting to see a little bit of weakness creep in. I think in the front of the pack.
Mark Hammond, we saw that creep in. Jason Murphy, Mango Mike as well.
Yeah, I think did Hammond went from like 3rd or 4th to I think he was 10th or 11th at the finish at the end, maybe even worse than that.
Yeah,
I don't have the exact final finish from him, but yeah, he definitely was running strong, and then here he
was in Mark was in 3rd place all the way into Foose's Creek.
Yep.
And then after Foose's Creek, basically the rest of the Colorado Trail for that last 25 miles, he faded all the way to 12th.
Yeah,
which is still an incredible performance.
Unbelievable.
But he definitely paid dividends.
Yep.
For what happened early on in that race.
Yep, 100%.
And then Alex Nichols, I think, came in.
Also,
I think he was.
Yeah, and Alex was supposed to race again this year up until just a few days ago. Was it a rib injury that knocked him out? So always unfortunate. Like, people are training. We have, every summer, ultra racing is sacred, and it's just really disappointing. And you feel for anybody that trains so hard and they get a week or two before a race and they have some kind of an injury. And his was a fall, I believe, that caused him some rib damage and had to make the decision to drop. So you always feel for anybody, whether it's an injury during the race or shortly there before or anywhere in the training cycle. Like you for the race, you intend to do it, and if something makes it so that can't happen, it's quite sad.
So we should see Ryan Smith in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep, former champion of this race, former I think 2-time course record holder. He said it twice, so he knows this race better than just about anybody. And then his partner Silke is the all-time highest finisher rate for the women. So you want to talk about a power couple at this race. And Ryan he won Leadville at 40. He knows what he's doing, and being within a few minutes of the lead is probably pretty comforting for him right now.
Yeah, I think he's definitely placed himself in a good position to, he understands what it feels like to run that last 25 miles on this course. So he's definitely going to be able to. He's definitely somebody that can claw back a lot of time in the last 30 miles of this race.
Oh, 100%. So I'm going to try to get a little bit of an update on the back of the pack. So we were through St. Elmo. We'd said previously that everybody that had started the race had gotten through St. Elmo 1, which is 25.1. That cutoff was at 3:30 p.m. So the next cutoff that we are kind of on watch for is going to be the 6 p.m. cutoff at Cottonwood. And that is 31.3 miles into the race. So that's 50K. We do have some drops. I'm not saying there's been no drops, but everybody at least made it to St. Elmo. So I don't know, Andrew, if you have the drops that we can just kind of give some people some updates.
Yeah. So we have 3 drops at St. Elmo at this particular moment. So 3 people out of the 225 who started.
It's pretty amazing.
Have dropped. Meredith Murky, Jade Donosky, and Chris Nagy have dropped at this point. And like he said, we have about roughly about 80 minutes left to leave Cottonwood.
All right, let's see if we can get an idea about how many people roughly we're talking about here. There's about 20 left that have not made it to Cottonwood.
Okay.
Which I think that's incredible.
Yeah.
To have 3 drops at this point, that first 25 miles is not easy.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and so we have about 20 people that we're still looking for. Fan favorite Callie Vinson is one of them.
Got a couple people from Salida, Colorado in that group.
The locals. We have Mary Kitzig from BV.
Mm-hmm.
Something I want to call out.
Yep.
In the chat area, you might have heard us call it Buena Vista.
Yes.
And I'm sure there are some people that are cringing when you hear a couple of white dudes say Buena Vista. Do you want to give us a little color on that?
Well, so that, obviously when I moved here, I thought that seems like a rather strange way to pronounce it. I was kind of like, wow, that's interesting. I spoke to somebody that, kind of is like an amateur local historian. And what they told me was, I asked them, I said, well, why do they call it Salida and not like Salida?
Mm-hmm.
So what they said to me, and I don't know if this is true, but what they said was that when they were trying to get young men to move here to work in the mines, if you gave it a more masculine sounding name, they were more likely to move here.
Okay.
And that's what he said. So instead of like Salida, they said Salida. And again, this was like in 1860s.
Yep.
So that was his historical theory on why it was pronounced that way.
Yeah, I can't tell you that I love saying Buena Vista. When I moved to this area and I was corrected by locals when I said Buena Vista, and they said, no, it's Buena. And that's why you'll just hear me say BV. That is a much more comfortable way of just not really, I don't know, not annoying anybody, myself included.
I have no preference on how to pronounce it. As long as you enjoy being here, that's
maybe
that's
that's a better perspective.
That's what I go with. I'm always like, well, if you know where you're at and you're safe, I like it.
There you go. I like that. That's beautiful perspective. Thank you.
We're in the great metropolitan of Nathrop at the moment.
Nathrop. Yeah.
If anybody wants to know.
Yeah, very specific to the start-finish line. And the team cabin is in Alpine, Colorado, just even further up the road. Is that that's Ryan officially now into Lost Wonder.
Oh,
Hut.
wow.
Ryan Smith at mile 55.7. Having a quick little seat. And of course, Ryan, easy to spot with his green Rocky Mountain Runners shirt. Of course, him and his wife Silka were founders of that group. So you'll see them both proudly wearing those shirts.
He's looking like he's making up a little bit of time right now.
He's just a savvy veteran.
Yeah.
He knows this.
You know what to expect. You know, to kind of know with a lot of familiarity the next couple climbs coming up. A little tidbit here: when Ryan Smith had set the course record a couple years ago, I asked him, "Did you run Curse Hill?" And he said yes, which is really impressive. You know, for anybody to run that hill at the end of this race, that's that's a man with a lot of power.
Yeah, that's always the dream, to have some gas left in the tank to look good the last few miles. I can't say it's always come to reality, but it is the dream. Kind of a nice split screen on Ryan. Now going to the straight. Andrew, what does the course look like now? We're leaving Lost Wonder Hut. Give me an idea of what they're running through.
So they're going to maybe ascend about 500 feet, kind of on this double track road for maybe about a mile, maybe a little less than 500 feet. But they're going to go back onto the Continental Divide Trail, and they're going to proceed directly up to Boss Lake. And then from that point, they're going to ascend back to about 12,000 feet, or just above 12,000 feet, you know, to up and over what's called the head wall, which is one of the sections of the course where you get to this small lake called Hunt Lake, and it's basically like a couple switchbacks, basically straight up onto the divide. Once back onto the divide on the Continental Divide Trail, that next about mile or so is pretty rocky. A lot of baby head rocks. They're going to enter to an aid station when they get essentially to Monarch ski area that they're going to kind of traverse over, called Purgatory, where they have some of the best aid station food of the entire race.
Love that.
Yeah, they get those guys. They know how to do it up there. So, you know, for those people they're kind of rewarded in a sense for the last big climb of the race by getting some really good high quality chef cuisine.
I love it when aid stations go above and beyond,
Mm-hmm.
and I know there's a few races that are just known for that, and specifically some aid stations that the aid station captains just knock it out of the park. I always look forward to coming in and finding, you know, I rarely take the aid station food, but I love the opportunity that it could be there. And
Yeah.
it's just fun to know that if I wanted to, you know, so the Telluride aid station has brisket. They'll carve
Nice.
you up some fresh brisket in Hard Rock. Like, I don't think I would want that, but it's really cool that it's there.
Yeah. I don't know if I want that either, but you know, I think one of the things about Purgatory is that, you know, if you're running in the middle of the night, this very kind of hearty soul food is can be really you know, uplifting for a lot of these athletes, you know, especially mid packers and people a little bit further back. And you know, once they get past Purgatory, it's just you know, another 30 minutes or less or more roughly to Monarch aid station and Monarch
Yep.
Pass, where they can get another pacer.
Yep.
And at that point, they have a long, relatively long ascent down the Fooses Creek Power Line Road, coming back into the Colorado Trail.
All right, we talked a little bit about aid station food, so I'm going to throw this over to the chat. Like, favorite aid station food that you guys have experienced? Carrie, throughout that Foos has pretty good food. Anybody have a favorite item that they've come across? This is one of the questions that we actually asked of our runners in the pre-race document or survey. So we have some of our participants that we have answers from this, but if you're here chatting with us, what do you guys like to eat? Don't give Trish brisket. Watermelon dipped in pickle juice. How do we do that? In different facial expressions from the studio.
You know, I think it's I would try it. I definitely would try it for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if I think the kind of subtle sweetness of watermelon combined with the kind of acidity of the pickle juice could be pretty good.
Yeah.
It could also
meats.
wake you up kind of nice.
Kevin, I think you and I were at Eldon together, and I had some Pete's Meats a couple years ago.
Well, we got our potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes classic.
Yeah,
Big
love
salted
potatoes. Yeah.
I'll do salted watermelon or salted avocado. Those are kind of my go-tos. Pretty much if you can put salt on it and it hangs out without falling right off, probably pretty good.
Someone says meatloaf.
We talked about Cruel Jewel a little bit. I had a shot of whiskey at like mile 100 at Cruel Jewel at the aid station because I was having a rough go. That was pretty wonderful.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
More love for the salted watermelon. That's clutch too because you can get a little bit of fluids in you and salt.
I've really had some great experiences with watermelon at aid stations.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what time of the year, honestly. Chex Mix, pierogies.
Pierogies, legit.
Got a little pierogies. Can't go wrong with that. Miso soup. That's
Heath
a good
Bell with
option.
the pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie is a pretty good one too.
Yeah.
I rocked a piece of pumpkin pie at Run Rabbit last year.
Huh.
And it can't say it sat great, but it tasted good.
Were you like, was it offered at the aid station?
Yeah.
Or was this okay?
Oh,
so
yeah.
It wasn't like in your drop bag or
Oh, no.
your
Yeah, it
crew
was-
didn't show up with like pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
I like that. That sounds kind of good. Miso with mushy potato soup.
Okay.
That sounds nice. Soy sauce tacos. I could do that.
Quesadilla. Yeah, Trish, quesadilla is the classic.
Yeah.
Just a good cheese quesadilla. But to be fair, I could eat a cheese quesadilla anywhere, just about any time, and it would probably be pretty darn good. I just love pulling from the crowd and drawing upon. I think for the most part, most people that are watching a live stream like this have some experience at an aid station, and it's just cool to kind of crowdsource. Kevin's waiting to pace tonight. Kevin, if I remember right, you had taken like an 8 or 9 hour nap and just came absolutely flying by me at Eldon that year.
Oh, looks like we got Rachel back on the screen right now. She is coming up towards Hancock Lake.
Yeah, there we go. So Hancock Lake is pretty much the halfway point of this race. Like it's
Yeah.
almost exactly at mile 50. Yep, sure enough, just as I say that, pops up on the screen, Hancock Lake, 50.0. This is where it jumps onto that double track. Up to where Andrew and I both want to go fishing here in a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe.
let's go.
Fishing is one of
Yeah.
those sports that I think I'll get into when I stop running so much. It seems interesting, but
You could do a flyathlon or something like that.
Yeah.
You could do.
Famous the
I don't.
the I Run Far dude. I'm totally blanking. I think he did a 100-miler where he had to catch a fish every 10 miles or something like that.
Was it that Byron?
I don't know. My memory isn't great.
They have it's kind of, if you don't know how to fish well, they have people at the streams or lake that help guide you into and talk to you about how to
Byron.
accurately cast.
That's pretty rad. Yep, so just following Rachel Entrikin here. So Rachel still 20 minutes faster than course record pace here through halfway, looking incredible, doing what she does best. She has not lost a race in the last 3 years, and I think in the last 5 years she's been the closest she's come to not winning was second place.
Yeah.
One time. It's a pretty remarkable just string of achievements. I think in this world where we have unbelievable power from the women's fields, here's an absolute powerhouse that is kind of under the radar, it seems like. I don't know. Obviously, with Cocodona wins, she's has built a name for her, but I don't understand why she is not talked about on the same level as somebody like a Courtney or a Katie Scheid. And maybe it's because she hasn't run that tier of race yet. And I say yet because I am fascinated. And Dale, if you're out there listening, let's maybe consider Rachel for a Dale's pick at Hard Rock next year. So we have two. We have two
Yes.
that we're collectively pulling for. We have Hannes Gehring, who tragically dropped out of Hard Rock last week with a spider bite at mile 75, and Rachel. Those are our two.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we need to get some crowdsource to Dale to get him into the race next year.
So Kareth Arnold is still about 10 minutes behind.
So she's under course record pace
Yeah,
too.
she is also under course record
Yeah.
pace, which would then put Addie right around course record pace at this point.
Man.
Incredible.
We are definitely here for the women's race. This is going to be epic. We've had the pleasure of calling two absolute incredible women's races in a row here.
Yeah.
So with McKendry last year, it seems like every aid station last year she was like a little bit faster than course record paced every time. It was just like, oh yeah, she's like clockwork. She never hit what I would call a down or a lull. It's just like every aid station is like, oh, now she's 2 more minutes faster than course record pace than she was before. And so you and I gotta call a lot of that. And now we're back watching this masterclass that Rachel Entrikin is putting on in front of us right now.
Yeah, I feel pretty privileged to be able to watch this.
Same.
Yeah, it's it's pretty awesome.
So
you can kind of from the drone perspective, it looks almost flat, but this is kind of like a real kind of grueling little uphill before you get to the real steep section of Chalk Creek Pass. So that's why you're kind of seeing some of the runners run a bit, hike, run, hike, because this kind of the grade of this uphill here. It's definitely especially right now being exposed to the sun, this could be pretty hot at the moment.
yeah, especially those bushes are just kind of like head height, and they tend to trap heat and moisture, and you might just get this like humid pocket right there. Yeah, it'll be fun if I keep saying it, so if you haven't heard it, but I'll say it again. We will have live coverage through the entirety of this race. Last year we took breaks overnight because we just didn't have the staff to be able to support it. But we're growing this, and we're trying to do just a little better every year. And we will have the coverage through the night to be able to call a hopeful course record from the women and a potential course record from the men still. Definitely still on as a possibility.
Justin Bartram says, I stumbled across this race scrolling YouTube. Welcome.
Heck yeah.
You have stumbled upon a great place to be, Justin.
Yeah, good to see you, Justin.
Yeah.
The third place female out of Hancock. Get confirmation there. I believe that should be Addie.
Mm-hmm.
My split timing is not updating, but I'm getting text messages from the field that say as much. So we're going to assume that's Addie in and out of Hancock.
Yep. We got Addie in and out.
There it goes. Yep. So she's out just before 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. I think I got that right. Top 3 males in and out of Lost Wonder. We're looking probably for a Scott Trayer sighting into Lost Wonder Hut. Probably in 20 minutes based on some of the splits we've been seeing before. So a little bit of time gap between the men's field, between those top 3. But if we learned anything last year, it's that Scott, Kale, Luke, even, like, those guys are every bit of it still in contention for a podium at this race.
Oh, look at this wonderful drone shot.
Gosh. I love Colorado so much. So while we have a minute here with some of these big drone shots, a couple of shout outs, just thank the brands that are able to make this possible for us, to all make some of the best shoes in the industry. 0 drop up to 4 millimeter drop now, I believe. Andrew, you probably know better than me. You sell them at your shop, and
they make great products. And they're wonderful supporters of High Lonesome. It's ever since they got involved with the race, they've been actively supporting it in any way possible, and helping out High Lonesome and the goals that they want to achieve. So. Thank you so much to Altra for taking care of this wonderful race in our community. It means a lot.
Yeah, and they are pretty much solely responsible in ensuring that this live stream is a thing. So if you guys are seeing this stream, just say a little thank you to Altra, because they're pretty paramount in making sure that this is happening, and we're very vocal in growing this coverage. And so Andrew here just talked about Altra. Shout out to 7,000 Feet Running Company. This is the Skycam we're seeing here, sponsored by your running store.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I feel pretty I feel extremely proud and fortunate that to have the logo of the shop on the Skycam. It is a dream come true, and something that means a lot to me as the shop owner. I never imagined something like this would happen, and here I am. It's pretty cool. I really appreciate everybody watching, and Mount Outpost and High Lonesome for helping my shop become what it is today. It's a dream come true for me. Every day I wake up and think about what I'm doing.
Yeah, and so we are here in studio. I know we haven't taken the cams in studio, just because why would you want to look at our faces when you can look at these incredible shots? So we're probably good thing for Andrew and I. We don't have to worry. I did cut my hair for this. I want you to know. But like Silver Cliff Lodge here is where we are broadcasting from. They've been unbelievably gracious to allow us to use Silver Cliff Ranch. Excuse me, I said lodge. It's the Silver Cliff Ranch. We're using their space, and they've allowed us to use this space to broadcast from. Just a couple of minutes. Oh, there we are. Hey, look. You can say hi to us finally. I'm Don Reichelt. Good to
Hi.
see you.
We're not bots.
Yeah, we're real people.
Yep.
Just stumbling through this the best we can, and hoping. Yeah. See, we're buddies. We had a chance to do this last year as well, and it's such I think an honor to get to be a little bit of a mouthpiece for the sport, and one I don't take lightly. And I hope for everybody in the chat, I hope we're doing this race even just an ounce of justice, because it's so incredible, and what the team has built here. I'm not sure the words that we've used can appropriately express how cool this race is.
V-Dub says, my eyes.
I won't take that personally.
We're not that bad.
Current course record holders, good question. That's Jimmy Elam from 2023. And his finish time was 19:42. And the women's course record is just from last year. McKendry Hickory ran 22:19. So those are the times that we are officially on watch for. I think McKendry's time is definitely on the hot seat, and a couple minutes behind at the Lost Wonder Hut, but not enough that it's off the table. It's just they're a couple minutes behind. Every race is a little bit different. So you had Rachel about 20 minutes better than course record pace. You had, Kareth behind her 10 minutes better on course record pace, and then Addie Bracey right on course record pace. So we've said it, we'll say again, we are definitely here for the women's race. This is going to go down over these next 50 miles with these women. They're all within striking distance, all within 20 minutes. And then the men are all within, I think, 14 minutes coming out of Lost Wonder Hut. 13 minutes within Lost Wonder Hut. So I'm jazzed. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep much tonight. I might just go park my truck at the finish line as long as I can. I'm actually crewing the rest of the night, so I'll have the live stream up. I'm leaving the broadcast booth here tonight, and I'm going to jump in on Callie Vinson's crew, and I'm going to crew her through the night. Nice. And then do what I can to get her to the finish before Andrew and I join the broadcast again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, and we're going to call the final few finishers in live from the finish.
Yeah, the golden hour at High Lonesome is a wonderful, wonderful experience. So I definitely recommend you all taking some time, 2 or 3 hours out of your day to watch it. It's an incredible experience, and you're definitely going to see some runners that probably you'll see the drama of runners barely crossing the line, and maybe the drama of some runners that barely miss it. And it's but everyone cheers everyone on from the first person all the way to the last. It's really cool.
And there's a good chance Andrew and I will both be crying.
Yep.
Especially
100%.
if so I know Callie Vinson's a fan favorite. I'm really excited to be able to go out and spend some time with her on course and help her get to the finish. But her expected finish time was right before cutoff. She is anticipating being a golden hour finisher. So even more emotionally so, potentially, to be able to crew somebody and then be there announcing her finish. I'm going to be a wreck, Andrew.
Hey, listen, we're going to be there together. You don't have to experience this by yourself. I'm here for you.
This is what it's all about.
We're here for each other, It's going to be an awesome
It's just going to be two
experience.
babbling idiots crying at the finish line.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. I love it. I feel very privileged and fortunate to be able to be somebody who is there and be able to talk about what's going on. And it's really and honestly, just having the live stream there. So I've been able to see this for 6 races now. That golden hour at High Lonesome, and to be able to see it broadcasted to the entire world is pretty awesome. I think it rightfully so gives High Lonesome the credit it deserves.
Yeah, and we broadcasted from the studio last year for that golden hour, and it was special, but I don't think it really transferred the emotions of that hour as well as us being right there. I frankly don't know what to expect. I'm just like goose because every golden hour I've ever been to has been memorable and incredible. And I'm coming off of, I was at Western States Golden Hour just a few weeks ago.
Yep.
I was at Hard Rock Golden Hour last weekend, and now I get to be at the High Lonesome Golden Hour. So you want to talk about an absolute year's worth of inspiration for me taking into my race next weekend. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, we had a local who finished in the Golden Hour, Mike Lamont from Salida. He had Hard Rock. He dislocated his shoulder.
Oof.
And 2 weeks before Hard Rock, and decided, I'm still gonna run this. And he finished with I think about 30 minutes to go. That was pretty cool to watch. It's the Golden Hour is easily the best. Some of the best moments in all the sports for sure.
Yeah, it's worth. Put it on your TV. It'll be 4 p.m. here in Colorado, or excuse me, the Golden Hour starts at 6 p.m. here in Colorado, and it ends at 7 p.m. We'll be on the mic until about 7:15, with our hopes of maybe grabbing a finisher or two, and just hearing from them. Obviously, we want to be respectful and not just shove a microphone in somebody's face that just finished, but hearing the stories, because that's a lot of hours of stories, and I can't wait to hear some of them.
So again, big shout out to Mount Outpost providing this beautiful, beautiful drone coverage of looking down from Hancock Lake towards St. Elmo. The awesomeness of this area. It's really, really appreciate you guys and all the hard work that you guys are putting in here. It's pretty awesome.
There are some questions about crewing tonight, and we are not the experts at that. A lot of the crew locations are metered or require parking passes. I just put a link in the chat for Monarch, Blanks, and Raspberry to crewing. I would say if you are crewing tonight and have any questions, just double check the crew area on the website, and all of your answers are there. A lot of the spots, I know I'm going to be heading out to Hancock later tonight, and I have to wait at the start finish for them to release us, and I also have to have a parking pass to get out there. So just double check. I would hate for you to show up without a parking pass and expect one thing and then be turned away and something happen to your runner because of it. So just do some due diligence, read the website. There is a whole crewing section on the website. Just double check that.
And we're getting some shots now from the drone of the south side of Chalk Creek Pass, going towards Lost Wonder Hut. We should see Scott Trayer, fourth place male, coming in pretty soon.
Yeah, I think we're kind of roughly guessing about 11:20 into the race, so 7 minutes or so. Yeah, shout out to our drone pilots too. We cannot thank them enough. I think if it was just static cams and Andrew and I's face, I think this broadcast would have much fewer viewers. But the fact that we're able to give these really unseen before views of this course is what I'm guessing most people are hanging around for. I don't think it's you or me.
Yeah, we have over 1,000 people watching this right now, which is pretty amazing. That we have that many people watching this awesome race.
So for those kind of new to the live stream, I just gonna run through some of the basics of the race. If somebody's new and maybe found this on YouTube and aren't super familiar with what the heck you're looking at, other than beautiful scenery and people running through the woods looking for snacks. So this is a 100-mile foot race through the Sawatch Mountains. It starts and ends here in BV, Colorado. I'll chuckle and say that if you were on our channel. It's a loop. It's a lollipop, so they do a little out and back and then a big loop. So the average elevation of this 10,420 feet. That's a hair over 3,000 meters for over the rest of the world. The high point of this course, 13,100 feet, which they hit relatively early on in the day. So every runner has come down from that point, when the low point is 8,200 feet. They're going to go through a total elevation gain, so just the climbing, of 23,300 feet. So this is not an easy course. It's going to challenge people, even if you're really experienced. So again, for the rest of the world, that's 7,100 meters of climbing that the runners will face, and you can see on the screen, these are not a cupcake cakewalk mountains to go up and down. Let's see, the cutoff, 37 hours.
Yes.
So final cutoff is going to be tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Colorado time, which is Mountain Daylight time, if I got my my savings time correctly. 96% of this course is dirt. And so you're going to have 66% of it single track, 27% mining roads, 3% gravel, and then just really the first and last couple miles are paved. So those first 2 miles, the last 2 miles, go up and around the hot springs here in Princeton, or the Mount Princeton hot springs, and going to have that climb up into the finish to the field where they get their lovely bottle of High Lonesome 100 whiskey, and Caleb, the lovely race director, will be there to greet every single finisher with a hug.
You got that right. 100%.
So hopefully that catches anybody up that might be newer to the stream, that are kind of thinking to themselves, wow, what exactly is going on here?
So right now, about 2.5-3 hours ago, we had some pretty good cloud cover in the race, and now it's kind of blue skies again. This is straight from the High Lonesome Runner Guide. It says basically temperatures will usually decrease about by 3 to 6 degrees per 1,000 feet gained. However, if it's sunny out, as it is now, the air temperature feels 2 to 4 degrees warmer per 1,000 feet gained.
Yep.
And then additionally, if it's sunny out, your body loses water faster, and your heart rate will also be higher. So, some of these runners that maybe, were doing well, potentially at this point in time could be maybe experiencing a little bit more dehydration. Yep. Could be having a little bit higher heart rate. Some of them might even be thinking, man, I'm going to be excited when the sun finally goes down. Even the lead guys, they're still going to be exposed to quite a bit of sun as they go back up onto the divide. So there's still a good, roughly 2.5 hours of good solid sun hitting these runners.
Yeah, absolutely. And you will get pretty instant reprieve from the heat once the sun passes the mountains, but then it gets pretty cold pretty quick. And so if anybody's familiar running in Colorado, you kind of have minutes once the sun pops under the under the mountains or behind the mountains to grab that jacket, because it'll go from 70 to 40 in 30 minutes. It's wild.
Yeah, you don't get really much time to kind of enjoy the cool air, because it can put a chill to the bone if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, especially some of these areas around moving water or the lakes. You tend to have a little bit more humidity in the air, which adds to the cold.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the mid-packers and backup packers who are coming into Boss Lake are going to experience a lot of that chill coming off that lake.
And so for the rest of the world, the highs, at least in town, were around 26.5 degrees Celsius most of the day. So got a little warm, and probably a little warmer than that in some of the spots that we didn't have a thermometer. And overnight temps are going to be approaching 4 degrees Celsius. And
Nice.
so that should give you maybe a little idea of the temperature swing that these athletes are going to face. There's our buddy Sam.
Oh, there's Sam
Coming through.
Delgado.
Yeah, you can recognize those bright yellow Say Sky shorts. I recognize him at least. I don't know if anybody else does.
Listen, Sam's going to be famous after this, I think.
Sam should be famous. Let's make Sam famous.
Yeah, that's our goal.
Anybody in the Denver area that needs running shoes or anything, go say hi to Sam at BP Run Co. sometime. He's a good dude.
Carol Homan says, Purgatory sounds scary in the race. It does sound scary, but it's probably one of the nicest places that you could encounter when you finally get to that particular area of the course.
Yeah.
The food there is premium. I mean, if it was a restaurant, you would, it'd be like TripAdvisor 5-star. It's delicious.
Yeah. Anything at that far into a race, generally pretty good, as long as it's hot for me. I've eaten some, what I would, in retrospect, say was pretty bad food that probably tasted pretty good in the moment.
Yeah.
We need a trout check, maybe. We haven't seen trout in a little bit.
Or Spike.
Or Spike.
Spike's good.
Half the people that are in this live stream right now probably have no idea what we're talking about. We're talking about dogs. The dogs of High Lonesome. We have an unofficial ranking of the dogs we've seen so far. And they're all number one. Every single one of them.
We got Scott Traer coming down the Scree Field.
There he goes.
Probably about half mile or less.
Yeah,
to,
so it's 4 or 5
to the aid
minutes
station.
from the aid. So a couple minutes behind where we were kind of trying to guess him to be, but that's within that range of the error, range of error, margin of error.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I'm struggling with my words at the end of the shift.
Not a lot of rocks where he's running.
Just smooth sailing.
Yeah. Just buffed out single track.
Yeah.
What Scott's on right now.
He's probably looking for a croissant
Yeah.
with butter. Of course, Scott, I don't know if famous is the right word, but yeah, I'll say famously did Desert Solstice 2 years ago now, 2 Desert Solstice ago, having a half a croissant every 30 minutes. That was his fueling strategy, and he ran like 162 miles in 24 hours.
I feel like that's a reasonable fueling strategy. I think that...
Yeah. Specifically Costco.
Costco. Okay, yeah.
Croissants. And you got to say it like that or he'll correct you.
I didn't know. I don't even know if I can say it like that. I didn't know Costco had those.
They have a giant package
They
of croissants. I'm just going to keep going until somebody in the chat tells me to stop. No, but that was his fueling strategy. And then he also has a joke about, the trails being butter. In his, of course, thick Boston accent. And so, a croissant with butter.
It's hard to tell on the right here. I think that might be Addy Bracy.
No, I think that's Ryan in the orange shirt. It's so hard to tell from this view. Addy's got blue shorts on. No, you're right. That's a female.
Yeah, I think that's her pacer. We shall see.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to get the first look at Scott as he's about to hit this Lost Wonder aid station. Greeted by Spike, several other dogs, I think.
Jenna Linsko is the name in the clubhouse for who this runner on the right could be. I'm just gonna pat myself on the back. There's somebody from France that is complimenting my pronunciation of croissant.
Jenna, who we just saw on the live stream around Hancock Lake, has a really nice resume. She was fourth at Black Canyon 100K in 2024. She won the Blue Sky Marathon up in near Fort Collins. Sixth at the Gorge Waterfall East 25 miler this year.
That's not a joke. That's another local race.
Yeah.
Here in BV or outside of BV that, that's a proving ground.
Yeah.
That's no joke.
That race for years has been usually is the first weekend in May. And it's kind of like a litmus test to see where your fitness has been. Some of the biggest runners in all of ultra running, like the Hall of Fame ultra runners, have run that race.
Yep.
It's definitely a race that, if you're trying to figure out where you stand before the big 100 season, it's a good way to figure it out.
It's a funny story about Collegiate Peaks 50. There's a 25 miler and a 50 that goes windshield washer styled. So you go one direction on the loop to start, and then you turn around and go the other way. And it was my second ever ultra, and I didn't know what the heck I was doing. And so I was running, this was May of 2015, and I'm running, and about mile 27, I got passed by a young woman wearing what I consider to be basketball shorts. And I was like, what is this? And I was running pretty well. Like I was, 6th or 7th at the time. And I was like, what? Like, who is this girl that looks like she got lost on the way to the YMCA? And I think you know where I'm going with this story.
Yeah.
That of course was Courtney DeWalter, and she of course destroyed me, and from there she's never looked back.
That's awesome.
I was just so
I love
confused.
it.
Nobody. I was new to the sport.
Yeah.
She was still relatively new. She was not at all Courtney DeWalter then.
No.
She was good, but she was still new to the sport. And so we were like, what is the basketball shorts? Like, what are we doing here? And yeah, sure enough, Courtney DeWalter. So that's one of my Courtney DeWalter stories.
It's like we got a Scott Trayer here, just entered into Lost Wonder.
Yep. Yeah, right about 11 and a half hours, just under 11 and a half hours into the race here.
I mean, it looks pretty good. Doesn't I'm sure you all have probably heard this by now, but if you're just joining us, Scott Trayer is utilizing the dual belt system. He has 2 belts to carry all of his required gear,
which is super impressive. Scott's somebody that doesn't like the vest and figured out how to make it work. So he's got the Raid Research belt on top with a lot of stuff and water, so they're required to have the ability to carry up to 1.5 liters of water at all times. And then underneath that is the naked belt, and then he's also got the Janji half tights that he's got some more stuff stuffed in. So good for him for figuring out what works.
Yeah.
I've experimented with a few different belt systems. I will never be able to carry that much stuff on my waist.
Yeah, so for those of you who have never liked the vest, here's your opportunity.
Yeah, try it. It's definitely the first we've seen of it. And Scott's definitely one of one in this industry as far as Scott does what Scott wants. Hence the croissant diet at Desert Solstice 24 hour. and coming up with the new the bunk beds of the belt world.
I guess
more room for activities.
I guess the real question here is how many croissants can he carry in his belt system?
That is an interesting question. The
I-
24-hour format allows you to just be handed off one every
Yeah.
couple laps, right? So I'm not sure.
I think the over-under is about 10. That's what I'm going with.
10 might be a lot. We're trying. We're having some fun here. I unfortunately will not talk like a pirate, but I appreciate the constant effort from Michael Zappa here to make it happen.
Yeah.
I respect the hustle. Shout out to Avery Collins.
I'll do
Jump
one.
into the chat.
I'll do one. How did the pirate describe running High Lonesome?
Oh gosh, are we going there?
It was hard.
There we go. All right. Try to guess which one of us is a dad. I'll give you one guess.
I haven't even been a dad for a year, and I'm already talking like this. It's it doesn't take long.
We got a dog shout out. Always here for a dog shout out. Mike Sullivan, running from Denver, bib number 165. His dog Theo says hi. Can we get a make and model on Theo? What kind of dog is Theo? And of course, say hi back. My laptop has a big sticker on it that says "Tell your dog I said hi." So Theo, hello.
We're looking back at the Hancock gear check.
Yep. So everybody that's leaving Hancock is going to pretty diligently have their gear checked. They have to unload their pack and show that they have all of their required items. So they need to have multiple sources of light. They need to have a minimum of 1.5 liters of water, a whistle. They need to have extra layers, so a long sleeve, a jacket, and pants, and an emergency Vivi. I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting from that list, but they are checking all of these things. We got a really good view of this when Ryan Sullivan and Jeff Colt went through. Your two, at the time, running together up front. They were there for, 2 minutes as the volunteers thoroughly went through their gear. So this isn't just a, you should probably have it situation. This is a, you shall not pass if you don't have these items with you. So much respect to the aid station for really holding every single athlete accountable to what they say is required. So we should be, I'm guessing, we're going to get splits coming into purgatory sometime soon. Let me check on the men where they're going to be as far as Jimmy Elam's 2023 course records pace. Again, up until now, they've been kind of hovering right around it. Last check, they were both Jeff and Sullivan were about 2 or 3 minutes behind, so slower than course record pace. So we're looking for the next check to be in about an hour. So we got plenty of time for them to do some things into the Purgatory aid. And Jimmy Elam's 2023 split between Lost Wonder Hut and Purgatory was 2 hours and 5 minutes. So 12:35 on the clock. We're at 11:34 officially on the clock. So right about an hour. So we've got plenty of time to kill, and we only have 4 athletes now through Lost Wonder Hut. I'll let everybody take advantage of this beautiful drone shot as I pull up the same stats on our women's field. Last check, Rachel Entrikin was 20 minutes faster than McHenry Hickory's 2024 course record split. We're next looking for her to come into Lost Wonder Hut, and that course record split was 12 hours and 21 minutes. And being that she was about 20 minutes up, we would expect her in almost exactly 25 minutes is where we're next going to be looking for Rachel. And then the field behind her is all also within striking distance of that course record. So Rachel is on notice because Kareth Arnold was only about 10 minutes behind her at last check. Let me get the exact number on that. I'm dealing with a lot of screens. Actually, exactly 10 minutes behind her. And then, so 10 minutes up on course record pace as well. And then behind her, I believe we actually had Rachel Lemke in F3 that was right with Addie Bracey. They were both in and out at 4:58. So right at McHenry Hickory's time out. So we have 4 women now officially on notice for McHenry Hickory's 2024 course record.
That's wild.
What a race these women are showing us. I am freaking
amazing.
stoked. This is so cool. We've got Hug Watch here at Hancock Aid. Not sure who this is. One of our female athletes heading out, looks like with their pacer. Gotta love the hugs.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody cares you're sweaty and nasty. Like, it's just love from everybody.
It just feels good to get a hug, you know?
It does, always. Jenna Bensko. Shout out to her. On the way out.
Great work.
Yeah. 6th place female. And so the court, we're looking at Hancock right now, and the cutoff at Hancock isn't until 1:30 a.m. So plenty of time. This is where actually I'm gonna, after we're off the mic here in just a little bit, I'm gonna eat some dinner, pick up Steph Flippin. Some of you might know Steph, and we're gonna go out and hang out at Hancock and wait for Callie Vinson and crew her.
Nice.
And then meet, kind of bounce back around and then meet her back at Monarch Pass in the morning.
You get a full night and day ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm getting the full experience. This is just too cool to miss any little bit of it. I said in the chat earlier, I woke up, I watched the start and the stream, and I chit-chatted with the guys in the studio. I went for a run. I came back. I did some personal work on an event that I'm planning for the brand that I work for, a running event, and then I got to come to the studio and talk, and then I get to go crew all night. So I'm definitely living my dream of just being as much involved at this sport as I possibly can in one day.
That's awesome. All right. We got some more runners headed up to Hancock Lake. So you can start, y'all can kind of see the shadows are starting to kind of creep up on the mountains southbound towards Chalk Creek Pass. And so, for people familiar with the mountains, though, when you kind of get in the shadows, the temperature can drop like degrees pretty quick.
Yep. So yeah, if anybody's looking for a specific athlete in the chat, we're going to do our best to keep people updated. But the fastest way to get that information, the live tracking is actually pinned to the top of the chat. So feel free to just pull that up, and that's the same information that we would look at to give you something. So keep that up, hit refresh every once in a while, and have literally exactly what we get. If we get any information that is different than that or hear something, we'll share it. But that's exactly where we're pulling things from.
So the sunset tonight is about right around 8:27.
Okay.
To kind of give you an idea. So once you go over Chalk Creek Pass, you're going to be kind of in the shadow now for until you get back over the head wall into Purgatory. So a lot of these runners who might be hot, might be having trouble getting food down or hydration, will certainly welcome this cool.
It's generally a different race. A lot of people run a little bit differently with the headlamp. Some included run a little bit more tentatively when the headlamps come out. So it's definitely a different part of the race that could change how we're looking at the top of the race for sure.
And right now the meteorology is suggesting that it's not going to be too windy tonight.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
so that should also
that's
be...
my least favorite element.
Yeah. Looks like, I mean, there will be, probably some gusts, but it doesn't look like it's going to be anything that is going to be a problem for people to deal with.
So Salida local, we haven't given him much love in a little bit. Jason Murphy, guy has raced just about everything pretty well.
Yeah.
He's chugging along in ninth male, 11th overall. So just wanted to kind of give him a little bit of love, just coming from basically the backyard of this race. Definitely, I'll call him the first place local.
Yep.
There's some other local-ish. Obviously, Rachel Entrikin from Conifer, Luke J. just down the road from me in Littleton. Lots of Colorado. I think, gosh, if you look 12, oh man, even further than that, like 20 deep. I think there's only 2 athletes not from Colorado. 3 athletes. So you have a Kale Newby, just crushing it in 5th place. A 23-year-old from Bemidji, Minnesota. Lots of water and mosquitoes. Not a lot of vert.
Nope.
Of course, Scott Trayer from Scottsdale, now at Prescott. He moved to Prescott a bit ago. But Scott's been out here for a month or so, acclimatizing to the elevation. I think he actually was the official timer of the beer mile in Salida recently. Were you guys a part of that?
Yeah, he was. I think he was given he was the official timer, but the person that was going to tell him who was running just left. So Scott had to make up names on the fly. So he did great.
That sounds very beer mile like.
Yeah, it was kind of it wasn't well done, the beer mile. Just to be honest, it was rough.
I just did my first ever beer mile was the Western States beer mile. That was, I'll call it an experience, Andrew. It was an experience.
It hurts.
Shout out to the Death March running company folks. They've done some pretty cool custom stuff for this race. They have a custom Death March running X High Lonesome 100 shirt that is pretty rad in the store, the High Lonesome store. They also are giving every volunteer a Death March High Lonesome ice bandana as well. So shout out to those guys. I think I saw one of them here just a moment ago walk through this shot. So they're floating around. They're pretty recognizable because they're all wearing some bright, I don't know, High Lonesome X Death March shirts.
Yeah, if you guys want to support an up-and-coming apparel brand, they're real nice guys. Definitely reach out to them. Real nice people.
Yep, they do.
100% on that.
Just really cool original designs for the lifestyle in the sport, which is pretty rad. So yeah, they hosted the beer mile at Western States along with Free Trail. It was a collaborative
Nice.
event, and so I've got my Death March Running Company and Free Trail hat proudly in my truck that I went running with actually this morning. I think we might be lining up
I think Kale.
an interview at Hancock.
Oh.
Good. All right, well, Claire, can you hear us down there at Hancock? We got some bright, fun
Hi.
shirts.
Yeah, we're
Who
here
do
with
we
a
got?
member of Gabe Dorn's crew, famously of Golden Endurance. Wow, windstorm. Yeah, so can you please tell me about this shirt that you guys all have?
Yeah, sure. So, I asked Gabe if he wanted crew T-shirts, and he said, "I'll only, well, probably not, because I just want a shirt that says Golden Endurance on it, and I have like 100 of those, so I don't really need them." So I said, "All right, game on, buddy." So I made him a pattern with his face on it. Sammy accidentally took home a marmot from Jones Pass the other week. A marmot climbed up into their truck, and then they discovered the marmot in the garage, and it pooped everywhere. And
they kept it,
and they kept it for like about 2 days because Parks and Wildlife just said they like peanut butter, deal with it, try to trap it. So yeah, that was the lore of the shirt.
That's incredible. Okay, how's
I
Korea
don't
been
even
so
know what
far?
to
What's
say
your
about
favorite aid station
that.
been?
That's
It's
incredible.
been so
yeah.
much fun. So we hung out at Cottonwood for a while, and just like vibes are just like immaculate there. Everyone's just having a great time. It's a party. Runners are like so fresh, and I mean, I love crew, and you just get to like hang out in like great places with good people, and
And you don't have to run 100 miles.
exactly, yeah, exactly.
So are the aid stations themed?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So based on there was I saw that Tin Cup was the unicorn. This is aliens. I don't quite know the others. I think Monarch will be Christmas.
I have heard that.
Yeah. That's word on the street. Yeah.
That's fun. That's fun. Is Gabe picking up a pacer here?
Yes, he's
Okay.
picking up Mark, and Mark's gonna take him to Monarch. So
Hell yeah. They finally got good weather now.
yeah, I think the rain came at like, from what I heard from people, the rain came at such a good time just because like it was kind of hot and stuffy at Cottonwood, and like people just like came in pretty hot, like they were asking for ice cream and cold water and stuff. So just being able to cool off naturally was just such a treat for them.
Now they have nice sun-ish.
Oh yeah.
Sun's kind of going away, but it's
Yeah.
not raining. Okay. Yeah. Go Gabe.
Thanks, guys. That was fun. I have a lot of questions that I haven't quite figured out yet about this marmot, and
Wait.
I
We've
just
got-
don't even know what to say.
I'm gonna drop a bag.
Yeah.
We still have like 45 minutes. What? Oh, we're still on. Okay, cool. I'll just grab it.
Yeah, I think we just had F6 leaving. I believe was bib 14, Erica, exactly, and then I think Jenna had just come in after her, so she is currently getting crewed. Yeah, we had F3
Okay.
and 4 came through. Rachel and Addie. They kind of left together. Addie got out a hair before Rachel. She managed to get through the gear check a bit quicker.
Nice.
And then we had Cecilia heading out earlier. She was on the hug cam, leaving with her pacer, Annie Hughes. So it seems like she's probably in good hands for the rest of this race with someone like Annie as her pacer.
Yeah,
I
and
feel like she's gonna have a great
Cecilia's
time.
from Leadville, so obviously knows Annie and guess pretty well from that, and has an advantage, I would say, for running at altitude late through the night.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
For sure. Yeah. I think we have another runner leaving now with their pacer. It's finally starting to pick up. a bit more. We're getting people in a bit more consistently. Before it was kind of, had long stretches, and now I feel like we kind of always have at least a couple runners in aid, which is nice. Got a lot more energy going on.
Nice activity.
Yeah.
Tell us about this Fallout Boy T-shirt that you're rocking. I gotta ask.
It's vintage. It's from 2007. It was my first concert ever. So still rock it quite often.
So fun fact, Andrew and I talked earlier about things you talk about with your pacer and your athlete out in the middle of nowhere. And one of the things I always ask or talk about is first concerts. So thank you for sharing with the world that Fallout Boy was your first concert.
Well, so I say it's my first. I think technically my first concert may have been a They Might Be Giants concert when I was like yay old with my parents. They have like a children's album. So I don't know if that really counts. This is like spiritually my first concert.
We'll allow it. We're the authority on that for sure.
That's kind of you.
Yeah, we allow this 100%.
Thanks, Claire.
Yeah, no problem.
I would say for those of you looking to be a crew leader, definitely take Leah's shirt advice to heart.
Yeah.
Yes,
so.
I'm so jealous. I'm gonna have to ask her where she got those, because I think everyone I crew a pace from now on is gonna be getting a customized button up like that. So
that's money. Yeah. If you can personalize thing and make it special, and a lot of times just maybe don't pull it out right away.
Yeah.
Have it to be like a secret midway through the race, and all of a sudden
they need
everybody's
a
wearing
boost.
your face. I think it's great.
Yeah. I was jealous of Four's matching button-ups with his crew, but yeah, the ones the personalized with the face are just an extra level.
Get some more athletes coming in and out.
Yep. It's fun to see them all like be running out, ready to hit the road, and then they realize they have to stop for gear check, and they gotta lose all that momentum really quick, take a minute, and then head out again.
How are the temperatures doing? It's looking like a bit of a mix. I see puffy jackets. You're rocking the T-shirt. How are we feeling out there?
Yeah, it's definitely getting cooler. The sun kind of dipped below the hills, so I am getting a little chilly with the wind. Have been eyeing my Melly with longing eyes, but it will. Thank you.
Yes.
It has started cooling off a bit, but luckily, because it's still so clear, it hasn't started raining again at all. It's actually really nice, especially if you're running right now, I think.
Was that David with the clutch melee toss?
It was.
Shout out.
It's very
to
kind of him.
David behind the camera.
He's good at his job.
Claire, how is the energy at the aid station right now?
Oh, it's so good. I mean, the volunteers are super peppy. We've got a ton of crew people here now, and they all seem to be in pretty good moods. Runners also still mostly in good mood, which is pretty impressive for like halfway through the race. It's great. I think maybe once the sun goes down, maybe that'll change. I don't know, though. They have a bunch of lights and everything, so I think that's going to be really fun at night, too.
Are they going to bring out UFOs? I see the alien out there.
Well, so you say that. They actually kind of started already. There are some blown up aliens. There's also a child on a bike going back and forth with a little like wrapped stuffed animal like E.T. And he's just going back and forth. Like, that's his only duty at this aid station. It did take me several passes to realize what he was doing, that it was supposed to be E.T. But that's been incredible, like commitment to the bit from this aid station.
I like that.
I love it. I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good.
Can you imagine kind of hallucinating around mile 50 and then seeing a kid
right
on an ET bike?
Well, and apparently he has food that he gives out if you stop him and ask too. So there's that.
Of course he does.
I haven't done that yet.
I
That
hope
is the
for
rumor I heard.
authenticity that it's Reese's Pieces.
I really hope it. I would be really kind of disappointed if it wasn't. Loses all the magic.
I love it.
Andrew, what are we looking at on the right of our split screen here?
It appears to be Chalk Creek Pass. I'm sorry, that's the head wall.
So we have our first place male coming in view at the top of the head wall.
With Mount Baldy on the left.
So cool. What's the climb like to get up and down from there?
I think it's about 2,000 feet from the bottom, right where you cross the bridge, going up to Boss Lake. It's kind of in a step pattern. You kind of gain 500-600 feet steps, but it's once you get to this point, it's pretty rocky, pretty steep. I'm not sure if you can point down and see the lake, Hunt Lake down there. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, beautiful.
Shout out to the camera crew that hiked up here, first of all.
Yeah.
Like, let's not overlook that. We have the fittest camera crew, I think, in anywhere. That's the trek up there with camera equipment and a Starlink and whatever else we need to broadcast. So we just a visual representation of how high this is that obviously we're the middle of July. It's been 80s, and there's still quite a bit of snow in this shot.
Yeah, this particular area faces kind of northeast, so it
Yep.
gets blocked out from a lot of the sun.
Doesn't get that full sunlight. Is this going to be M2, I'm guessing, in our distance?
Wow.
Nope, still M1. We're trying to play charades with our cameraman and doing our best here. So this is just shy of 100K into the race. Gosh. Just
So from the top here, they're about 3 miles from Purgatory,
Okay.
or roughly maybe 2. And Boss Lake is kind of down to the left.
And that's a pretty screaming downhill into Purgatory
Yeah.
at this point too, right? What's the terrain like? Is it rocky? It is downhill, but I don't know how rocky that is there.
The first, when you get to the top of the head wall, the first like maybe half mile or so is pretty rocky, and then it kind of comes to be kind of pretty good trail at that point. It's not extremely rocky.
Okay.
I mean, it's definitely, and then once you get up on a Monarch, it's kind of buffed out pretty well.
Yep. I'm guessing that I missed who that was. Just real quick. Here we go. Awesome. Looks like Ryan Sullivan. Yep, coming up the head wall here. This is your second place male, just a couple of minutes behind Jeff Colt, rocking in first overall. And again, at last check, the top 3 men were 13 minutes from 1 to 3. So this is definitely a bigger, slower climb, and it'll be interesting to see if it's fractured that distance between the top three at all, or if they're kind of both hanging, or they're all hanging on.
Yeah, shout out to the cameraman for providing the perfect perspective.
Yeah, this is pretty remarkable that we're able to do this from the middle of nowhere. Like, we can see city things and don't have cell service in this cabin.
Yeah.
Like, I can see Mount Princeton hot springs from here, and, you know, big resorts and lodges, and there's no cell service, and yet we're able to broadcast from the top of a mountain even further in the middle of nowhere. Pretty neat. Yeah, this what Jamil and his team have built, I think, is pretty remarkable. Oh yeah, here and before I jibber jabber, let's highlight Rachel Entrikin, and try to get a split on her. A new split, see if she's further made up any distance.
It's like Kale Newbie has made it to Lost Wonder Hut as well.
Okay. So here she is.
It looks like she's smiling in great spirits.
As she always is. Looks like she's got maybe a pacer. I don't know. There's some fun shirts there. No, that's a pacer for Kale. That's Kale there in the funky shirt with his pacer, and then Rachel coming in solo. So she has now left behind Luke J.
Yeah.
So we'll see, how much time she would have put into Luke. But what we can do officially is give an update on those course record splits. So McKendry split 12:21:47. So we are pretty consistently 20 minutes faster than course record pace for Rachel. So she continues to put on a master class of just being thrilled to be here, happy, and an absolute savage runner, crushing this course. We have seen literally no signs of weakness from her, which, coming from the Queen of Cocodona, two-time champion there, I don't think, even if she was having it rough, I don't think you'd see much weakness coming out of her.
Yeah, this it took her roughly just at 12 hours to get to this point. That's a top 20 fastest time getting to Lost Wonder Hut from the start.
Overall, men's and women's
yeah,
inclusive.
men's and women's overall. That's extremely fast.
And in an 8th year of a race, that's saying a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So this next time split is it'll be the longest time split left in the race. The lost look for her to be arriving into purgatory in about just under 2.5 hours. So the course record split was 2 hours and 27 minutes between Lost Wonder Hut and Purgatory in 14 hours and 48 minutes. So we'll see. Like, that's going to be the next check. Obviously, a lot of miles and a lot of tough terrain in between there to take 2 hours and 27 minutes. We're probably 30 minutes from the men, give or take, into Purgatory. I think that's probably maybe a little bit longer, maybe 35 minutes. So Jimmy Elam's 2023 course record had him in at 12 hours and 35 minutes. And Jeffrey and Sullivan have been just hovering right around that pace. I think they were a couple minutes off of it the last check. So we would look for them to be coming in 30, 35 minutes, assuming that they are keeping a similar pace to Jimmy. We should also, so now that Rachel is in and out, we're probably on about a 10-minute watch for Kareth to come through. Again, if she holds to that spacing that she has been pretty consistently about 10 minutes behind. And then F3 now is going to be Rachel Lemke and Addie Bracey running together. We don't know where they are, but they apparently were kind of in and out together, about 10 minutes behind Kareth. All four of them on or faster than McKendree Hickory's 2024 course record. So
wow.
This race is on. I don't know how much data that Rachel has. I'm guessing she probably doesn't even need data. She's just out there
Not
doing
at
her
this
thing.
point, yeah.
She doesn't care where the other gals are. But there's going to be a race tonight. At some point, 10 minutes, 20 minutes separating the top four is striking distance. So it's gonna unfold. It's gonna be exciting. I'm jazzed to be able to step back and take the mic out of my face and just watch.
Yeah.
We got a couple of all-stars coming in to replace us here pretty soon. The man, the myth, the legend, Jason Schlarb is in the house to take over a mic.
That's
and
awesome.
then Kevin Wheat is going to join him. Kevin texted me a bit ago. He got caught in traffic a little bit, so I might need to hang on for just a few minutes extra.
That's okay, Kevin. We can talk. We can talk longer. That's we're good at that.
Yeah, we've proven that you and I can kill 6 hours real fast.
I mean, Jimmy Elam was so fast into purgatory that they had never they had never seen anybody come into that aid station that fast, and so he kind of they kind of had to rewrite the setup times, not because they set up they were set up properly for him when he came in, but they dropped the setup time of that aid station by about 30 minutes due to how fast he was. It was
that's wild.
Yeah, and we have 2 men right now that are pretty close to that.
Yep. We have the first, not a lot of people get this reference, but we have the first Lube Daddy shout out in the chat. So I had to ask this. I interviewed Rachel last week at Hard Rock, and somebody in the chat's listening about Lube Daddy. And so the story, and I will not be able to tell it nearly as well as she did, but during Cocodona, she was there was a hot mic with her, and her crew member asked her if she wanted is it Voltaren, the arthritis cream?
Yeah.
And she just goes, "Yeah, lube me up, daddy." And ever since then, she's just gone by Lube Daddy. So that was a fun story to hear from her last weekend.
That's awesome.
Oh, Kevin Wheat driving and listening and in the live chat. Your mom would not approve of you driving and live chatting, but Kevin Wheat is checking in. Oh man, Kale just turned 23 yesterday. Happy birthday, Kale!
Oh wow,
what a way to spend your birthday weekend.
Gosh. Do you remember what you were doing when you turned 23?
Yeah, probably something stupid.
Yeah, me too. It wasn't lining up for High and Lonesome.
Heck no. I can't even. Yeah, no guesses, but I probably wouldn't be super proud of it.
Yeah, that'd be probably one of those telling my Pacer stories.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful and majestic, and again a little sad with the beetle kill on some of those pine trees. Definitely sweeping through the forest. Our resident forest scientist. I'm sorry. I'm sure there's an actual name for it that I cannot think of the name of. But Mercedes popped in and confirmed that is beetle kill that we're seeing there. That is affecting the greater shot that we're seeing here.
If things are still kind of holding steady, we should see Ryan Smith heading up the head wall right now. or in the next 5 minutes or so. Man, what a beautiful shot. That's looking down towards Highway 50.
Yep, back to the head wall. So we should see Ryan, number 2, come through. Always confusing when you have 2 Ryans in the top 3, but in hand. But
So that would mean Ryan's, I think he's gained some time.
yeah, touch, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
not a
2 or 3 minutes.
yeah. Yeah, that's not that big of a gap at all.
I mean, depending upon how long these guys take at Monarch, you could see maybe potentially the top 3 men at Monarch at the same time.
Yeah, I think last year we saw some of the top 3 lingering a little bit there.
Yeah.
Regathering themselves, and then if that happens again this year, you'll absolutely see some overlap.
All right, looks like we got a nice little group.
Oh yeah. So this is heading. They're about a half a mile, or 1 kilometer away, give or take, from Lost Wonder Hut on this shot.
This might be Luke J. and Kareth Arnold.
Yeah, looks like there's 3 runners in this shot. There's 1 running solo, and then there's 2 with pacer. Kind of hard to tell at this point. I think that is. It's not Kareth.
No.
Right? She was wearing bright pink, yellow, or bright pink or red shoes. I think that is Luke J.
In the front.
in the front.
Yeah.
So again, they're going to make this turn, and they're going to go out to a nice double track. So a lot smoother than this boulder field or rock scree field that they're running through right now. They're going to take a turn and get a little bit of reprieve on this double track here in just a brief moment. And then so there's where that is. And we think that's Luke.
Yeah.
It would make sense. But, of course, hard to tell from a couple 100 feet above him. And then just a nice little cruiser, smooth run into the Lost Wonder Hut.
It's a smidge uphill when you make that turn.
Is it?
Yeah. Not the worst uphill.
Well, they
but
make it look easy. So
yeah, I
it's
know.
hard to
They
tell.
make it like, yeah.
You know this course a lot better than I do.
They make it, yeah, but it's. You'll see sometimes someone start hiking. So for those interested for your next, birthday party, you can rent out the Lost Wonder Hut.
Oh, tell me more.
I mean, it's been owned by one family for about, I don't know, over 100 years at this point.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it's they let people in the winter use it for kind of some uphill skiing,
Nice.
Activities and
Hut
things like
trips
that. Yeah, hut trips.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
I love these little, I don't know, off the beaten path gems. That was a cool shot. So you see that single track on the right. They're coming down on that single track. Kind of some rough terrain, and then they get rewarded by coming down that by turning that corner and doing pretty much a full 180 onto that double track. That's, as Andrew says, just slightly uphill, but at least it's smooth.
Yeah, this aid station, you need a real, lifted 4x4 vehicle to get everything up to. It's not a place where if you dropped, your friends and family could just pick you up pretty quick.
Yeah, some of these aid stations at some of these super remote mountain races, they'll flat out say, like, no dropping here unless you want to wait hours and hours or have to hike miles and miles out. And this would be one of them.
Yeah, it's not a bad hike. I mean, it might be like about 2 miles to Highway 50 from here. But, it would not be advisable to drop here for sure.
So we did just go over the 50K cutoff. So I'm gonna kind of go back through and maybe shout out some names. I unfortunately have a tough name to share from the drop list, but I just want some confirmation before I do that. So the tough name that I'm going to share that has officially dropped is Callie Vinson. I was planning on crewing her through the night and being a part of her crew and really helping her. And she knew coming into this that she was going to be tough facing some cutoffs, and like her finish estimation was 5 minutes before the final cutoff. Like if that was going to be kind of her good day. So I'm so proud of her and being kind of a small part of her crew to help it, and the fact that she did 50K on this course is commendable, and to everybody else. So looks like we had 1, 2, 3, 4 drops officially not make it past Cottonwood at that 6 p.m. cutoff. We've had a couple others, and I'll give other names here too in a second, other than Callie. But the names that we have officially out of the race are Meredith Merkley from Flagstaff, Columbia. That's either really cool or some kind of a typo that she's from Flagstaff, Columbia. Now we have Mary James from Cincinnati, Ohio. I think somebody earlier was asking if we have any Ohio athletes. Unfortunately, if we did, we have one less now. 23-year-old, so plenty of time. Come back, crush it. Callie, we have Michelle Boret from Los Alamos, New Mexico. I'm going to assume that Michelle is super smart. It's one of the the most educated cities in the world, with like 75% of people have a PhD or something wild there. Not that matters that much, but it's just a cool place to live. The Jemez 50-mile race, 50K race, beautiful race in that area. Kate Johnson from San Jose, California, has officially called it a day. And then we called them out earlier, but Jay Donsky and Chris Nagy. So still, honestly, to have, 6 runners in total through almost 12 and a half hours, to have 6 drops only,
it's amazing.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
So much love to everybody that has unfortunately called it a day. For whatever reason, you have your own stories to tell. I'm sure something came out of this race that you learned that you can turn around. Obviously, can't talk for everybody, but I do know this was Callie's first ever high alpine race, so she's never done a high altitude race, and she gave it a go. And I'm sure every single one of these drops has a story of something that they were up against and tried anyways. So kudos to all the athletes that haven't quite made it, and their final story at High Lonesome might not be done.
Yeah.
They can come back next year, hopefully, and rewrite the story.
And, their day might be over, but, the race really isn't, because, they can learn, about, they can learn and they can become stronger runners, and they can, they're able to, appreciate what they can do, So, I think, part of DNFing is just learning and understanding what happened, and, also being okay with it. And, I think that's kind of the beauty of the sport, which is that it can be very unkind and harsh, because sometimes you drop out for just bad luck. But it can also reward you by, allowing you to put into the work that you need to do to finish.
Yeah.
And that's the important part, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think, perspective from Aid Station Quaaludes, which is an A+ name, first of all. Just here's perspective. Courtney, Killian, etc. all have DNFs.
Yeah.
Right, it's not a sport that guarantees success, which I think a lot of it, a reason that we're drawn to it, is it doesn't guarantee success. There's a high likelihood of failure, and that's what keeps a lot of us coming back.
Yeah, I mean, if we were all guaranteed to finish, I don't think many of us would want to do this. To be honest with you, it'd take away a lot of the fun and a lot of the enjoyment out of the race by being guaranteed to finish.
Yeah, it's and I think again, everybody has their own story to write and their own story to tell, but most of my friends that I've seen have struggles and DNF. It fuels the fire for what's next and something different. Like you said, you're going to learn something and you're going to come back and just learn from it and celebrate. Freaking 50K, right? For a lot of them, everybody made it past the marathon point.
Yep.
That is worth celebrating.
That's pretty wild.
That's more than most people run. So it's not like you can say it's a failure. It's just not the thing you set out to do particularly.
I mean, not only is it more than what most people run, but most people don't, run up to 13,000, over 13,000 feet onto the saddle of a 14er. I mean, that's, they did a very, very hard technical trail today.
Yeah.
And then they should be proud of what they accomplished.
Yep. 100%.
Here's we are looking at a couple runners
moving pretty well.
Yeah, coming out of Lost Wonder Hut. And we just saw a couple, like maybe 30 seconds ago, a little clip of the Purgatory aid station. So everything's set up and ready for Ryan and Ryan Smith, Ryan Sullivan, and Jeffrey Colt to come through.
Yeah, we're on watch, right? I think what was I don't have it in front of me. I think it was 12:35 elapsed for course record pace on the men's side.
One of the kind of cool things about this race is every year I talk to people that are through hiking the Colorado Trail, doing a Collegiate East.
Yep.
And so, they're through hiking and, the race comes past them, and the aid stations still take care of the Colorado Trail hikers.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
Yeah, so sometimes, they'll come through and... they'll be like, "Hey, can I have a quesadilla or something like that?"
Yeah, we got you, man.
Yeah. I mean, all these trails obviously are, on public land, so they're not closed off to any usage. So you'll see a lot of, all these runners will pass some Colorado Trail hikers, maybe some Continental Divide Trail hikers as well. And so, they'll get to see a lot of different user groups as well during this event.
So we take another
Yep.
drone look. Stay on these. Yeah, again, I can't shout out the drone pilots
Oh,
enough for the work. They're coordinating with the studio similar to us. I think our job is way easier. We just get to sit in a chair talking to a mic and just say what we see and know. They have to fly something and find people, find little specks running through the woods, change batteries, make sure it doesn't crash.
Yeah.
I'm not really jealous of that role. But this live stream is what it is because of them. These shots are remarkable. I think a lot of people that see these are now thinking, man, I want to do that race. I see these shots. I see these climbs. I see the beauty of this. Like, this is where I want to run.
Yeah, so these runners are coming down from Lost Winter Hut, and they're about to, pretty soon they're going to hang a hard right turn back onto the Continental Divide Trail. And from there they have roughly about three miles or so to the head wall.
So it looked like Luke J was just getting into that last shot we got, was just getting into Lost Wonder Hut, and I think that was him, but it looked like he put his head in his hands pretty quickly.
Oh, okay.
So we're curious to see a shot back at him, and if that was him, it was just I saw it. I was reading something and looked back, so I think that is him, just far left. That person in the pinkish shirt is giving somebody aid, and I think, if I saw correctly, that would be Luke J. Yeah, just out of our camera, of course.
Well, the good thing for Luke is that there's still a lot of time to reset, and get back into a place that, he'd want to be.
Yeah, he's a savvy veteran. Like we're not counting him out at all.
He's getting a little bit of some chiropractic work done right now, maybe.
Yeah, Luke is definitely working something out. Yeah, I mean, this is such a good look at what the volunteers are asked to do at these aid stations too. It's give you water, it's give you food, but if you're struggling and you just need somebody to rub your shoulders, I guarantee they do it. I don't for a second doubt that if you asked a volunteer to rub your shoulders, that they would absolutely do that.
Well, we're at Purgatory again.
Yeah, we're officially on watch here at Purgatory to see if the gentlemen have moved on course record pace. So time in, Jimmy Elam's 2023 course record, he came into Purgatory at 12 hours and 35 minutes elapsed into the race. Ryan Sullivan and Jeffrey Colt, were just a couple minutes back. That looks like Hannah Allgood.
Yeah.
Pacing Rachel Lemke. So talk about having an absolute hammer of a pacer.
Yeah, right.
Just a subtle flex of Hannah Allgood running with you. Shout out to Hannah for an incredible Western States performance.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh, she's... hopefully she's feeling good, because if her runner's feeling good, maybe she'll get dropped here. That'd be the ultimate for the runner. Drop Hannah.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
So good for Rachel, currently running in third place, and now has one of the best in the business running alongside of her, and just one of the most positive humans that she can have next to her. So that'll be a fun group to follow to see how far Hannah's going to run with her.
Yeah, I mean, if Rachel is having any thoughts about going under the current course record pace, Hannah's a great person to have next to you.
Oh gosh,
for sure.
Yeah, I don't think I would want to be the runner that was telling Hannah Allgood that I was starting to get tired. I don't think she's the type that would hear any of that.
Okay, yeah.
So and she would tell you to pick the blank up in like the nicest, smiliest way, but firm. So
I like that.
Yeah, Hannah Allgood coming down with Rachel Lemke. Hannah's a physical therapist, another great asset to have on course with you.
Oh, yeah.
Look at her. She's put 20 yards on Hannah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard as a pacer to just start cold.
Oh, yeah.
And especially if it's a downhill, like you just expect her to be thrown into the fire and run somebody else's pace instantly. There's a little bit of a feeling out phase of keeping up with somebody. You're just starting your run. I mean, think about when you run, it's not like you're instantly running a pace that's not comfortable, like almost ever.
Yeah.
So to be a pacer, it's definitely a tall task. And we talked at the beginning of this when Scott Trayer was pacing Abbey Hall at Western States. He did a warm up.
Yeah.
Like he did a 10, 15 minute jog and some activation stuff to be able to run with her, because he knew when he started running, it was go time leaving Forest Hill. So just tips to you pacers out there. If you're expecting your runner to run at all, dude, maybe spend 5 minutes to get your body moving, because it's not easy to cold start.
Well, it's also not easy to, you have to get your mind, I think, in a good place too, because, if suddenly you're in an aid station or with crew and everyone has sort of a similar kind of energy level, it's important for the pacer to kind of bring that, kind of mental energy to the same level, or bring it to a place that the runner needs it. If you're suddenly expected out of nowhere to like have to convince somebody to keep moving or get them out of a hole, it might take a bit, for that mental change. And that's kind of why it's good to have people that have run with you before. Work to know maybe the buttons to push and the keys to turn, I guess, to get you going.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's there's a part of being a pacer that's you're a runner, but you're also maybe a little bit of a psychologist, like a little bit of a therapist, because you're dealing with human emotion one way or another when you're out there as a pacer. There's you're upset that you're behind. You're grumpy for any given reason. You're dealing with somebody that maybe hasn't eaten in a little too long. There are definitely things that you deal with as a pacer that challenge you to be a little bit of a therapist and work them through some mental issues. And this is where, I definitely spend extra time every single year flexing my mental muscle and practicing these things. And even with that practice and working on mental strategies, it's still awesome to have a pacer just to remind me of some of this stuff.
Sure.
This is very appropriate for this chat. So at Desert Solstice, which is a 24-hour track race, later on in the race, when I started getting maybe a little mentally fatigued, my crew, which is my wife and my mother-in-law, they would hand me pictures of our dogs. They had printed a whole stack of 8x10s of just various pictures of my dogs, and they would just hand me one, and I would run a whole lap looking at my dogs mindset.
That's awesome.
Because I was able to like, oh my gosh, look at my dogs, and it works. So like knowing yourself at that level, deeply like in your head, knowing what works for you, and then having a pacer that can respond to that really helps.
Yeah, I mean, these runners are certainly putting themselves in pretty vulnerable and positions, both mentally and physically, and be able to. Like you said, have your family there showing you pictures of your dogs and stuff is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
I know some people that carry like pictures of their kids with them, in their bags, stuff like that.
It's whatever it takes. I'm somebody that I don't listen to a lot of music when I run, but I have one playlist that I call it my suffer playlist. And when I'm in a really dark spot, I'll go to that playlist. And it's a playlist that has only songs like that are like really meaningful, that like mean something. I have just a couple of close friends that have given me a song to each put on that playlist. And it's not all like super pump me up stuff. It just any emotion is different than negativity.
Yeah,
it's better. So I have like the song my wife walked down the aisle to.
Oh,
right,
cool.
Like a song that you wouldn't normally think you want to be at mile 70 of a 100-mile race, but it shifts you emotionally. I have a song that reminds me of my grandma who passed away, and it's like I will 100% cry. But it's a different emotion than negativity. And sometimes that is the most important thing that you can do in these long races is find anything to break the negativity.
And I think that, honestly, I mean, that's I think that's a great way to live life, That's a great philosophy, right there, try to break that negativity. I think that's very sage advice that you're providing here, Don.
Yeah, you guys can all take that nugget.
Yeah.
It's worked wonders for me. If you ever see me running and I'm like just crying out of nowhere, it's probably because I've been in a dark place and I'm listening to this playlist.
So on the left here, we have a real nice kind of picture of how steep Chalk Creek passes coming from Hancock. You can kind of see that switchback down in the center, going off to the right and then coming back. And you see the runner in the pink or kind of orange shirt there.
Sure enough.
Yeah, it's
a climb.
Mm-hmm. And they're right at like you said, like they're right after mile 55, so they come down again, and then they get hit one last time coming up that head wall.
Yeah, it's an undulating course, we'll call it. There are runnable parts.
Sure.
Which is great. Like you can absolutely run a lot of this course, especially compared to a course like a Hard Rock.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit more forgiving than that, but it's just constantly up and down still. And you're seeing that right now on the screen of like, hey, what goes up must come down, and then what goes down probably is going to go back up again.
Yep.
But it definitely, especially, so after Monarch, there's a big downhill into Fooses, and then it goes as far as the steepness of the terrain. There's some technicality in there and some climbs, but the big climbs are all past you at that point. And for anybody that hasn't seen the course and wants to kind of get a visual, I'm going to drop the link for the course in the chat, that you can maybe take a look at it. Look at some of these splits, and most importantly, look at the profile of this course. It'll give you an idea of what they're going through if you haven't seen it yet. Just out here walking in the woods with this trekking poles, looking around. I love the looking around, because clearly like there's some like taking it in, and here we are. So we're about 5 minutes over course record pace, and it looks like we have somebody in. It's so hard to tell from. Okay, so they will be coming in. And again, course record pace here for the men into Purgatory was 12:35 and change elapsed. So we've continued to lose just a little bit of time for Jimmy Elam's 2023 course record. I wouldn't call it safe at all at this point, but it's definitely trending towards Jimmy continuing to run a really smart race. I remember going through this last year and thinking, wow, like every aid station, Jimmy is just more and more and more impressive. And if you want to see a resume of somebody that's done some really cool races, go look at Jimmy's his past and some of the stuff he's done. He's a hammer. And this course record, I'm once again reminded how impressive that is. And again, I'll say that doesn't at all mean it's safe. Because with two guys racing this close together in Jeff Colt and Ryan Sullivan, especially knowing the speed that each of these guys have, Sullivan coming off of an absolutely otherworldly performance at San Juan Summer Solstice here just a couple weeks ago, and Jeff Colt always being Jeff Colt with his history of top 10 at Western States and winning golden tickets. He knows speed, and it's if this turns into a foot race, I think that course record's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and you have Ryan Smith behind them, very close, well within reach of those guys, and that's going to help propel them as well.
Oh yeah, we're back on screen. What's up, guys? Don Reichel,
Andrew Walker, hi.
Thanks for all hanging out today. This is certainly a privilege and a joy to be able to just sit here and help grow this sport from this perspective and be a part of this. And what an honor.
Oh yeah, I love watching. I mean, you can see the, here they are. I think they're coming in. You can see how anxious they are to, they're excited to see Ryan and Jeff come in here.
There's the clapping, there's the cheering. So we'll definitely see. So it's Jeff Colt coming in first, and then we'll start the clock and get an idea. You can hear my watch start in the background here. Get an idea of just what the delta is between these two guys as he unfolds. So in at about 12:42.38. That is an outfit.
Yeah.
First of all.
Sign me up for that. I want that.
This is like a disco. Is this like a disco theme we got going on at this aid station? We have another unicorn. It's always fun to have zero contextual clues, zero context, zero information, and just have to guess. 70s. Good vet. Here we go. So
I like it.
He's in and out. That was 49 seconds that he was at the actual aid and out. So you can see the ski area in the background.
Yeah, so it kind of rolls downhill.
Yep.
There's a little bit of up and down.
I want to say this next split is pretty quick, historically from Purgatory to Monarch. I want to say it's 41 minutes.
Yeah. Is
this next split? So if these guys have running legs, you can open up the throttle here. It's a scorcher of a little section here. 41 minutes between is nothing, and it's 3 miles.
So just FYI to note, the course is infinitesimally different than it was last year, due to the ski resort doing a little bit of maintenance up there and building some other tracks. So it's so small though that it's not going to make a difference as far as course record times go. Just FYI. So if anybody looks on Strava and goes, hey, it's a little bit different, that's why, because they rerouted the Continental Divide Trail, just a small piece
it's
of
like
it.
700 feet.
Yeah,
something like that.
I think it might even be like 300.
Okay.
To be honest, it's
Insignificant.
Very insignificant.
But noticeable.
Yeah, but if you're somebody who maybe looks at Strava data, you might go, wait a minute, they ran a little bit different.
Yeah.
Just something to note.
Yeah, and I think most courses year to year are just a touch different.
Yeah.
Whether it's a little bit of trail maintenance, a reroute here, an improvement there.
Useless out and back, maybe.
Yes.
No.
Vert only,
No.
out and back. On the left here, we're sitting hanging out at Lost Wonder Hut. Kind of curious to see how long Luke J ended up spending there. I'm gonna give us a little refresh, and if you're in the chat, like, you have access to all the splits as well. It's pinned at the top of the chat, so you guys can look at everything that we're looking at, to be quite honest. So let's see, Luke, he's about 12 minutes in at Lost Wonder Hut. It looks like he left with Rachel Lemke, or just behind her. They both left at 6:29 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time.
I think we saw Jason Murphy.
Local legend.
Yeah, I think I just saw him.
Yep. Here we are back at Silver Cliff Ranch. Really appreciate these guys for letting us use this. I'd call this a rustic space. It is rustic modern. It's just really cool lodge. Looks like they have camps and stuff going on. So we certainly don't have full run of the property, because there's a ton of cabins and looks like there's people enjoying their vacations around. But we have this beautiful building, at least for the weekend, to bring all the action.
This is awesome.
Yeah,
this place is great.
Yeah.
I mean, how often you get to talk to thousands of people and be in a cabin?
Right. Yeah.
And watch these wonderful views from the drones. It's pretty awesome.
It's so cool. Good to be with my buddy Andrew here. This is our second year in a row getting to do this together for quite a bit, for a race that means a lot to both of us. I think we both respect and understand how special this race is, and how special this organization is, and just some of the amazing things they're doing for trail.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wonderful to see the growth of running, but also not only to see growth, but to see it maintain and continue to, have that community and have that support, and have the support from the first runner to the last runner. It's something that I'm really excited for, my kiddo to grow up with and to be a part of in some way, and so. I feel very fortunate and lucky to be surrounded by such great people. It's a dream come true.
Think about the evolution of this broadcast. A couple of years ago, this didn't exist. 3 years ago, it didn't exist.
Yeah.
Last year, it wasn't nearly as polished as this, and it's just so amazing the advancements that we are seeing, and the ability for us to bring you these incredible remote drone shots from the middle of relatively nowhere on the grand scheme of things. So we're hoping that every year that comes by, we can elevate and continue to raise the bar as far as highlighting some of these incredible races, some of the stories of the race, and ultimately just elevate this sport that means so much to both of us.
Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, years ago, you had to. 20 years ago, you had to have like a disposable camera, or something to take pictures of these places. And now it's you can bring it straight to people and inspire people to be part of this, and that's really the great thing for me, is being part of that inspiration.
Yep, absolutely.
Yes, 8 Station Fireball. Everyone has been behaving.
Liam in the chat. We were quite worried about it, but no, it's been a joy and a pleasure. This chat has been as good as I could have ever imagined, to keep us entertained, and these 6.5 hours now have just moved like that.
Oh yeah.
It's been just like two buddies sitting, drinking a cold soda pop, talking. So we're lucky to get to do this. I'm lucky to get to do this with you. And gosh, chat, you guys are awesome. You're the best part of this, and the reason that we're able to do this again. So we haven't had any dog sightings. I know for those of us, for those of you that know us well, Andrew and I are definitely out looking for the dogs, and our videographers know this. We will be back.
Yeah.
This isn't goodbye. This is we'll see you later. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break.
Sure.
And bring in 2 new hosts. It'll give you some good perspective. Again, the absolute legend himself, Jason Schlarb, is going to rock the mic. He looks as exciting. Maybe by the end of this, we can all collectively convince him to bring back the full mullet. I know. It's there.
Coming back.
It's coming back.
It's in its infancy right now.
We're going to push, and then Kevin Wheat. We've been calling out Sam from BP Run Co. On and off throughout the day. So Kevin is a colleague of Sam and has finished pretty much every race you've ever heard of on the trail ultra scene. So these guys are going to leave you all in good hands. But for now, Andrew, you have any final words you want to say?
I'm just really feel very privileged to have spent the last 7 hours with you today, Don, and to be able to kind of be a part of this wonderful race. And you guys are obviously going to be in wonderful hands with Kevin and Jason. You guys are in for a wonderful next 6 hours. It's going to be exciting. Stay tuned. You're going to see a lot of fun. You're going to see some changes, I'm sure, in the leadership of the race. A lot of course records.
As we see Trayer climbing the head wall here. A lot of
course records being hunted down as well. So really thank you all for having me tonight. It's been a pleasure. And I hope you guys have happy trails and happy runs.
Yeah. And just one last final saying, just introduce us again as we're out. We appreciate it. I don't want to let Andrew miss an opportunity to introduce his running store on the way out here.
Yeah, my name's Andrew Walker. I own a running shop in Salida, Colorado called 7,000 Feet Running Company. It's been a joy of my life as a shop owner to be able to be a part of this race, as well as the running community within Chaffee County. It means a lot. So thank you all for all of your support, and thank you all for being here tonight.
Right on. And I'm Don Reichelt. You can find me at Run with Don, and I'm just a dude that loves to run and talk about it. So thanks for letting me yap at the camera for 6+ hours.
And this is my first 100. Yeah.
That's incredible. How do you feel? How's it going?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah. Had a little stomach issues leaving Cottonwood, but we're coming back now.
Yeah, I mean, you have what, bacon and tater tots, you said?
Tots, so that's pretty prime. That's pretty exciting.
If you can keep that down, that's pretty well. You seem like you're really...
I just ran with there, and I ran probably miles, and then now I get a pacer. So,
nice. Who's
race? Racer.
What's wonderful thing?
Yeah.
Sorry, Monarch or
I ran the race last year, so I'm
oh,
happy to be doing
okay.
this
So
section.
you've got really good course intel. If
Yeah.
anything goes wrong, you can blame him.
I've never done this section, so it's his fault if I mess up.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
And it's really good to be able to offload that to someone else.
Yeah,
You know, that
for
mental
sure.
energy.
Yeah. So, already.
You
Thank
Ready to
you.
hang?
Yeah.
Go. Have a good race. Good luck. Enjoy yourself.
Just had family.
Shout out.
Hi to my family. I don't even know who's watching, but I heard Bryn was on the live stream, so hi.
Have fun.
Let's go, bud. You got this.
That is the best attitude. I love that. I want to be that happy at the halfway point of my next career. Go for now. Let you guys switch over. So. Oh, you can just don't even worry about hunching down.
All right. New host.
Yeah.
I am Jason Schlarb, and this is my buddy Kevin.
Yes, Kevin Wheat, live in the Denver area, and thank you for the last commentators for taking such a long shift so we can get up here. And we're going to kind of throw to an interview in the field. We have David at the Hancock aid station. He's actually out there with some crew members for Phil Dice out of Windsor, Colorado. So we're going to throw it to him.
In Philadelphia. So when I drive through, I see Columbus. Are we on?
I know you can do it. Well,
Stop it.
Shut down the interstate in Nebraska.
Are we on? Okay. Hello.
Hello.
We're here with Phil crew.
Yes.
With homemade T-shirts. We have signs. I think Phil might have the biggest fan club in the whole race.
218 run.
Yeah, we've got the whole crew, but these members of the crew came all the way from Ohio,
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah, and they're here crewing their son.
Yes, our oldest Phil. Shout out to our son Evan in Atlanta.
Who's been watching the live feed.
Yeah, and so you guys said that this is the first one of these races you've been to, right?
Yes.
But you guys run others.
This is
He's
8
been in
total,
about,
but
8 and he's finished 4.
It happens. I'm DNF 100 miler for sure.
Boy, Niwot, who's never finished the 2 Niwots.
no,
Oh,
yeah.
I thought Niwot
No,
was 100
no.
miles. Okay, scratch
Anyway,
that.
scratch that.
No DNFs.
No Dan.
We have to make sure we're not besmirching Phil's good name.
Please no.
Yeah,
No,
but
this
so
is his 100 miler.
yeah. So how have you guys been finding it so far? Your first time?
Well, he went to Cottonwood and with Stephanie and did great. He told me not to go because he thought
Our son
Yeah.
told her not to go.
yeah, he thought the ride there in the 4-wheelers would be a little too much for his mom. So.
And
I
how is the
almost-
ride up here?
I almost didn't come today, but I'm here.
Yeah. You ready? Are you ready to see him?
Yeah.
Are you gonna cry when you see him?
Yes.
She's crying already.
Yeah. Well. No, but then you love him, right? You proud of him? Yeah. I think that's really lovely that you guys are out here to support him, especially all the way from Ohio. That's pretty incredible. How you feeling the altitude?
I'm okay. I took an altitude pill on the way up, so
And I
We're
didn't,
good.
And I'm feeling it a little bit.
Yeah. It's only
11?
we're at 10-8.
today.
Not 11.
counting?
So who cares? It's fine, right?
Ohio is like 0, so we're like, no, we're good. We're good. We're doing okay. So thank you for live streaming. It's been amazing.
You guys, do you have anything special for Phil at this aid station?
No, I don't think so. Just
Just-
signs and T-shirts.
Just the good signs, this whole family.
Well, we brought his pacer up.
Yeah,
Phil-
pacer is pretty important to
Yeah.
bring.
Pacer's
Yeah.
important, and actually Phil was his pacer 3 years ago.
Oh, okay. At this race or a different?
Yes,
At this
at this
race.
race. Yeah.
Okay.
So Phil has paced this, but never
And
ran
ran
it
it.
before.
Sean ran it 3 years ago, and Phil paced him, picking him up at Hancock. And Phil has paced one other time, and I don't know that gentleman's name,
Wade.
but was it Wayne?
Wade.
No,
I think. Wade.
Wade.
Nice.
Yep. So we're excited to be here. Very.
Awesome.
And we're very embarrassed that you pulled us out.
oh
to live
no,
interview.
no. I mean,
Thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
I mean, you can't pass up. It's the shirts.
It's the shirt.
For me. I
Thank
feel
you, I
like
did these.
that's pretty great.
I like the AKA mom at the bottom.
Yeah, in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah.
They don't want to mix you two up.
Oh, but no, we're
You
having
want
a
in?
great time with our granddaughters and no.
Good family bonding.
Good family bonding.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. They made T-shirts too. So.
And then we're going to follow them home on Sunday, and then visit with them a little while, even after his
the
run.
race.
Yeah.
So,
Got any fun activities planned?
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, with him? No.
just resting.
Oh, seated activities.
Seated
yeah.
activities. Yeah.
Laundry.
Oh,
Laundry.
laundry, unpacking the hydration vest.
Yep.
All the stinky
Washing all the
stuff.
stinky clothes. They're going on a big vacation to Italy.
Nice. Is it a like sitting vacation? Oh.
Plane. They're flying to Italy.
Oh.
For 10 days.
Oh, that's a good post-race vacation.
Yeah. Day and a half to get ready after they get home.
Oh. I believe in you guys. This is having fun, right?
Yeah.
We are all having fun.
So much fun. So, do you think your granddaughters are going to grow up and do these races?
I don't know. You gonna race when you get older?
They've run with their dad already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about any marathons
Okay, so in a
yet.
couple years they'll be the Pacers.
Maybe.
That could be. His
Maybe.
wife's actually also going to face the last 17.
She's facing the last 17.
Brave.
Yep. It'll be good. It'll be good. So.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, so we'll let you guys go get your stuff set up now and make sure you're ready for when Phil gets here. But thank you for taking the time to talk to us and showing us your shirt.
Hopefully we didn't embarrass
It's
Phil.
my joy. This is my favorite
Unfortunately,
part.
I can pick that.
You guys did great.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
All right, hats off to Phil's crew, their mom and dad coming out from Cincinnati, Ohio, and really just enduring that kind of elevation. I know I have some family that is in Ohio, and I don't know if they would survive at that aid station.
Yeah, very tough to come out here at 10,000 feet and just breathe, let alone help a family member get through this race.
Yeah, that's great. That's a memory they'll never forget. That's pretty awesome. You just saw Ryan Sullivan leaving the aid station. He didn't look quite as chipper as Jeff Colt. Those guys had been running together for over 50 miles. And I happened to get to see them on the way up to Tin Cup Pass. And, Jeff seemed a little bit quieter, and Ryan was really chatty. But, yeah, it looks like a little bit of a momentum change. I think it was like 15 minutes that Jeff had in front of Ryan. And you can now see at Monarch Pass, Jeff Colt doing well at the aid station. Looks like he's made a move, and he's feeling good, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, he's just another 2.8 miles ahead of where we saw Ryan just a little while ago. Getting ready, looks like, for night ops, getting the headlamp on. It's a nice, you got a little bit of a kicker here uphill, but then it's a nice cruiser downhill down through Fusis. So it looks like he's getting ready for Colorado Trail. And
he's
cruising
doing the
in.
Courtney toothbrushing, too. That's pretty awesome. All right. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it looks like great energy. Jeff doesn't look as lethargic. I saw Ryan kind of hunched over, hands on knees. Yeah, you can definitely see there's some good energy with Jeff and not so much with Ryan, but we still have over 30 miles to go. There's a lot that can happen, but this is really big because like I said earlier, 50 miles running together, that almost never happens in the first half. So this is pretty exciting, and Jeff's doing a thorough job with that brushing.
Yeah, I think he might want that Colgate sponsorship or something.
He's gonna leave with a toothbrush, or maybe follow up with some flossing. But yeah, hey, he's got a big gap. He's preparing for the night, getting his stuff there together, hydrating. Looks like he's being taken care of by a crew of 2 or 3 people.
Yeah, he's looking good, looking really fresh. At this point, night's going to be coming here. Do you try to get out of your wet layers that you've been sweating throughout the day, or do you just go until you feel like you need to switch them out?
Yeah, I like to if I'm going to change clothes, it is going to be at sunset. Especially at a race that averages 10,000 feet of elevation. It's not the hottest day. It's definitely warm, and it's definitely not the coldest day for July. There wasn't too much rain, as we saw, just some on and off afternoon thunderstorms, but nothing to really cool it off by more than a couple degrees. So I think that regardless, at these elevations, you need to get changed. Don't want to be wet, especially if you have a a little bit of a rough patch, being wet can be all the difference. So, that's good. And I guess having your teeth clean is just as important too, according to Jeff.
Yeah, he's looking really good.
Yeah, it's great to see Jeff doing this. He had that great race at Gorge Waterfalls. I happened to follow him when he did the Sopris runoff with one of my coaching clients, Kevin, running super fast there. And then, at Broken Arrow, I think he had a pretty good race, but he hasn't had compared to the Gorge Waterfalls. I think this is his A race. I'm really excited to see how he finishes up these last 30 miles. He's a great guy, and he's a great community leader for our sport. Everybody's cheering for Jeff.
Definitely looks like we're back here at Hancock aid station, which is roughly halfway through the race. That might be Kevin Canaday right there on the left, cleaning himself off. I'm not really sure, but if someone in the chat knows exactly what he's wearing, I know it kind of looks like his hair. Yeah, this is, I didn't come into, when I ran this race in 2021, I didn't come into this aid station until well after dark. So, if they're hitting it right now, they're doing good. Just got to keep moving through the night.
The sunset kind of dusk period is a big transition, especially for morning start races, because you've been running all day long, and it's the time of year where the day is very long, and then going into the night is an emotional time. It's a beautiful time as the sun sets, but you are facing that kind of it's kind of like the opposite of the sunrise. If you're running a long ultra, you start to be like, oh man, I have to go all night long, or at least a number of hours. So these athletes, whether it's the middle of the pack, back of the pack, or front of the pack, are facing this kind of big transition. Maybe wiping off your face, brushing your teeth, changing your clothes, seeing your family from Ohio. These are all nice things to have happen when you're doing that transition.
Definitely. Yeah, it looks like, Kevin, 57th place overall right now. So, very solid place for someone who comes out and, gets this race in every single year on his calendar. I think this will be his 6th finish. So, Caleb has to keep making extra belt buckles that say 6-time finisher, just so he can award it to someone like Kevin for getting around this loop again.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's really cool, and it's such a fun thing to just keep coming back. You get to know more people. You get to recognize some of those aid station people. They recognize you. You really become intimate with the course. That's pretty awesome.
Looks like we got the family from Ohio right there as well. Making sure Phil gets in and out of this aid station.
Yeah. It's nice to see it's calm. It's not windy. It's not rainy. It's going to be a really nice night. I think we have maybe a half moon, which will rise a little bit later in the night. So and like I said earlier, it hasn't had a big cool off with a big rainy afternoon, which will keep those temperatures a little bit warmer tonight, which is a bit of a blessing, I think, for everybody, no matter where you are in the race. Because at 10,000 plus feet, you're not going to be getting hot.
Yeah. This is a beautiful section, the head wall, where they're climbing up to on the Continental Divide.
Yeah, this morning and yesterday I was debating where to go for a run. I wanted to see part of the course and then maybe see some of the athletes running. And I chose to go up Tin Cup. And man, I wish I would have gone up this head wall. This is absolutely gorgeous. I've never been to this section. I've been to a majority of the course, but this is the one spot that I haven't, and it's I think that's where we're getting some of the most beautiful shots. And a thumbs up.
And a thumbs up.
Yeah. That's a really nice lake too.
One of our cameramen.
Yeah.
Awesome. You know, doing the hard work, getting out in these tough terrain, setting up a camera and giving us these awesome shots. So it's very awesome.
Yeah, when I ran by the camera guy at Tin Cup, he was so happy. And he was just laying in the grass, taking a little nap. And when I came up, he kind of practiced taking the shot, a little bit of a warm up. But
nice.
Yeah, what a great place to work.
Haven't got a split of Jeff through Monarch yet, so once we get that, we'll definitely give you guys a update on how he's looking as far as course records.
Yeah, regardless, he's definitely made a huge gap pretty quick. Still got 50K to go or so, but yeah, he's left his buddy of almost 12 hours plus, Ryan Sullivan. And I have to do a little bit of a mention. Ryan, when I was running into those guys, he said you had to mention that my pacer is sexy runner or sexy pacer or something like that. I'm messing it up. And he even texted me earlier. You have to mention this. But yeah, there's that gorgeous lake below that head wall. That yeah, this has got to be one of the most beautiful spots on almost any 100-mile race in North America. But yeah, that is really nice.
Yeah, this is High Lonesome. I mean, when you see those views, it's just incredible. Unfortunately, most of the runners are going to be going through this at the nighttime, but you got to come back out and run this section in the daytime because this is beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a special treat to get these alpine lakes, be above tree line, and have ridges like this with trails going up it. A real treat of the Rocky Mountains, the Sawatch Range in Colorado, the southern part of the Sawatch Range.
Yeah, we could probably take some time right now, Jason, just kind of go through, the front of the race, the females, the males, and kind of give everyone a breakdown of where everyone's at. First place right now for the females, Rachel Entrekin. She is through Lost Wonder, probably hitting that head wall pretty soon if she hasn't already. Hopefully we can get a view. It looks like we have just a hiker there on the screen. Second place right now, Kareth Arnold. She's only about 10-15 minutes behind Rachel when they went through Lost Wonder Hut. I'm hoping that means Kareth had a little bit more pizza there than Rachel, but that's a special place. When I hit that in the middle of the night in 2021, you got to stop and get some pizza at Lost Wonder Hut. I think.
Yeah, Kareth is doing a great job. She lives in one of the coolest places in Colorado that I've been in, Paonia, kind of on the other side of Crested Butte.
Nice.
Apple orchards.
Oh, beautiful.
Kind of like the banana belt of the Arkansas Valley. But I'm not familiar with her, but she's made quite a strong push to get up there next to Rachel, because like I said, when I was out there and the runners were around 30 or 40 miles in, I believe that Addie was in that second place or close to that. Addie's kind of fell back a little bit from Rachel Lemke. But yeah, it's a great women's race. As our hosts before mentioned, we've got four strong ladies racing. close to each other and on course record pace or faster.
Wow.
And really, we've got Jeff and Ryan show up front for the men, but the women's race is really exciting with all of these ladies in the top. These top 4 ladies in the top 13.
Yeah.
So it's an exciting race.
Yeah.
I'm pumped to watch this unfold as we get to that kind of transition point of going into the evening and seeing what do we have for the split between Addie and Rachel.
Yeah, it looks like at Lost Wonder they're about 47 minutes separating those two. And Addie Bracy, living right here locally in Buena Vista, obviously able to get out on these trails as much as they want to experience the trail and know what to expect. Looks like we have a runner coming up from Hancock Lake, and if anyone in the chat knows who that is, definitely let us know, and we'll shout them out. It looks like, do you know who this person is in the chat?
Oh yes, that's my wife. Whitney saying hi. That's great.
Yeah, she's blowing kisses, heart emojis. I don't think that's on me. I think that's to you, Jason.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, I'm missing my 9-month-old daughter, and they're out at the family ranch in Utah. But yeah, happy to be here watching this incredible race. Yeah, I'm thinking that between the two Rachels, it's 26 minutes.
Yep.
And that's not too much. That's and it's been dynamic a little bit between second and fourth place for these ladies. So I'm excited to keep following that as we go into the evening.
Yeah, and then Rachel Lemke there in third place. So that's the top 5 right now in the women's race. The men's side, we saw Jeff Colt go through a couple minutes ago at Monarch. It looks like we now have he went through at 7:12 p.m. Looks like they're just cresting the top of the head wall there.
Yeah, what a spot. Looks like they're making some adjustments or taking some pictures or something. And
yeah,
a good crew of at least 3 athletes and maybe 3 pacers or something.
And then in second place on the men's side, we got Ryan Smith out of Boulder, Colorado, just an absolute legend and La Sportiva athlete, works at La Sportiva, ran this race, won this race, course records on this race. So he's one you'll always find here in the Sawatch. I'll be out on a run here and randomly run into Ryan. There he is. Is he coming in the A station? I haven't seen him yet, but unless he's in the chair. But yeah, Ryan, you'll just see him middle of nowhere, sometimes out on this course, him and his dog, just, going out getting laps and loving this area.
Yeah, Ryan Smith obviously passed Ryan Sullivan.
Yep.
The Ryans are battling it out. Yeah, it seems Ryan Sullivan's having a little bit of a low point, but we've got 50K to go.
There's our women's leader right there.
All right.
Rachel heading up the head wall.
Yeah, look at that scree field of just boulders and rocks. I saw that shot when we first got on of just from above, and it's just so beautiful.
Yeah. This section, when you hit the head wall, it's, similar to some of those races you've probably done, Jason, where you probably don't see headlights ahead of you, but I see a lot of headlamps. Me, kind of, you're at the bottom and you're looking up like, I don't know if I can do this right now. But you get through it. You just keep climbing and one step at a time.
Yeah, just the massive piles of rock right there is just incredible, and it's unique to the Sawatch.
Yeah,
it's wonderful. It's beautiful. I hope to be able to get out here and do this race.
It appears as Rachel's pacerless. At least I didn't see one with her on that climb there. What's your take on how many races have you done, Jason, where you've had pacers?
One race, and that was my Hard Rock win in 2016. With that said, I think I've only done 2 or 3 races that I could have a pacer, because Run Rabbit Run doesn't allow pacers, for the 4 times that I ran that.
Yeah.
And then in international races, it almost doesn't exist, besides maybe, speaking of my wife, Whitney, she did this race called the Swiss Alps 100 mile.
Yep.
Put on by a California RD that made kind of an American-style race in Switzerland next to the Glacier Leash.
Yeah, one of the races in Europe that you can't have pacers
Yeah,
at.
about the only one. So, yeah, I haven't had the pacer experience too often. The closest thing I've had to it is just, running with other runners, just like anybody that's done 100-milers. But
Ryan on the right.
Yeah, look at that
Rocky
smile.
Mountain Runners.
Yeah, that's great. He's doing well. It's good to see him going out there. Speaking of which, I don't know if he has a pacer.
No,
doesn't look like it.
Looks like he's rocking the La Sportiva Prodigio Pros.
Nice.
Which I know he helped design and get it to the point now where it's out on people's feet. So.
Yeah, you hear a lot about that shoe. Yeah, they're going right by this tramway. You saw this sign there, but it's a old school tramway that looks like it's from 1960s. It might very well be that it's not a winter tramway, but a scenic ride up there at the Monarch Pass. Kind of a Colorado legend. As you can see, the sign too closed. I almost never see. I don't know much about the tram besides driving by it and living in Colorado most of my life, but it's a beautiful, beautiful trail through there. There's the Rainbow Trail around there, and there's the Monarch Pass. It's a great, great area. These guys are lucky enough to be able to go through it during the light hours, like you were mentioning. 2/3 of the race won't, but it's a great, great spot. Nice high point, but it's also really accessible because obviously the highway goes through there.
Yep. Probably Rachel there in the distance. That's what they're zooming in on.
Moving well.
Yep, still moving. I mean, you're at 10,800, 900 feet probably at the top of this. And to be moving that well it's commendable, because sometimes you can't even breathe at some of those elevations. So.
Yeah, I think that's above tree line, man. I think that's closer to 12,000.
12?
Yeah, it's a little bit higher up there. So she's jogging and running very well for the altitude. So she's a strong runner. I'm excited to see how she does, and she's got a lot on her calendar this fall. I know that she's the Mammoth 200. She also has, I don't know if Ultra Sign Up is right about this, but she's got saddles in Prescott and also Plain Endurance Run, which is a really, really wild 100-mile race with no course markings, I believe, and no pacers there. But maybe she's going to only do one of those 2 or one of those 3. But yeah, she's doing a great job. Obviously, like we've said all day, 2-time Cocodona, these last 2 years winner. So she's definitely making her way in her career in ultra running.
Yeah, she might have signed up for the plain 100 because this is the last year it's a Hard Rock qualifier. So if she gets her Hard Rock qualifier here at High Lonesome, she doesn't have to go do plain if she doesn't want to.
I have a feeling she signed up for that because it's outrageous. I had a coaching client that did that twice, once a DNF, and then it's something like where you have to do 2 or 3 laps, and it's just brutal. And
one aid station.
Yeah, and they just do everything they can to make it really ridiculously hard, which I appreciate. Kind of like a Barclays or something like that. But it sounds like it's her kind of race. But maybe the Mammoth will scare her out of doing it 13 days before. Wow. Yeah, but that's a great shot, great athlete. I'm excited to see what she does tonight.
If anybody in the chat knows who this is making this climb up, just let us know.
Yeah, Adam says, plane is so cool. Looks like William Colt says that Jeff, eating all of those sugary drink mixes and gels just does put a coating on your teeth that is disgusting and annoying. So I always have great intentions to do something like brush my teeth, but I just have never put it into my crew or drop bag or anything like that. But yeah, that it must feel great to just have clean teeth going out of that aid station. Nathan on the chat says it's Cam Rickard.
Yep, from Montrose, Colorado.
Yeah,
30 years old.
There he is. What a great look on that, the blue steel. It's awesome. And going up, he's close to that halfway point. Into light. Having a good time. That's awesome. Okay. Haynes, who I know this guy, says that Mammoth wasn't a done deal until recently. She signed up as a backup.
Nice.
So maybe plane is the A plan. But man, I've looked at that entrant list. Speaking of amazing High Lonesome athletes, Jimmy Ellum is on the Mammoth 200 start list, I believe. Who knows?
Got another runner here. I mean, they still have an hour of daylight left, and they're hitting the head wall right now. So getting through this tricky section, especially in the light, it's got to be feeling good. So,
one thing I really love about North American, and I think it is even a Colorado thing of 100-milers that start early in the morning in the middle of the summer. Like a lot of the races in Europe and by UTMB races, a lot of the big races, so that they can make sure to have a light daylight finish for the top men and women will start in the afternoon or the evening. But it is beautiful and wonderful that we have a tradition here in Colorado and North America of starting our big races in the morning, so everybody can appreciate the 12 hours or 13 or 14 hours of light, and that's great.
Yeah, I appreciate it because I get to wake up and go right to the starting line.
Yeah.
Whereas some of these other races, I'm spending all day sitting around just to go start to it.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. There's so many races that in Spanish races in Transgran Canaria, Transvolcania, Spain races that just start at midnight. 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just a rough thing to have to do, no matter if you're an elite or a back of the pack runner. And just kind of like sit around all day, try to sleep, watch movies, and not stress out, which is pretty much impossible. But yeah, instead we get to really take advantage of this big, long 14-hour day in absolute paradise. One race that tried on.
Yep.
You know, and I remember Fred telling me, out there that we want to make the elite men and women have to run through the entire night.
Yep.
And that would go kind of almost punish those.
Yeah.
Or have them experience the whole night. No pole change. And
You're allowed
no
poles.
Pacing.
You're allowed poles now?
Allowed poles, I believe, at Run Rabbit
Oh,
Run
wow.
this last year or 2 years ago. They changed that. But like, yeah. And you know what? It is something that I do appreciate, is having the experience of the challenge, of the grittiness of, having to run through the entire night, like these athletes, that are middle of the pack, back of the pack. I do appreciate that. And, like at Hard Rock or something like that, with a 23-hour finish or whatever, you naturally get to do that.
Yep.
But when you have, a 16, 15, 18, 19-hour race, those top guys and sometimes women don't have to.
Yep. So you guys know in the chat, is that Kareth or is that Rachel heading up at Hancock Lake there? Do you guys know based on what she's wearing there? Looks like her pacer's out behind her.
Using those poles well, getting up that climb, that is strong power hiking right there. I'm a big pole person.
Yeah.
And, this course, like Don was saying earlier, it's a lot of running. And, with kind of the swap mentality of poles are terrible and run as much as you possibly can. Even though David's my coach, I disagree and love being able to use those poles, especially when you're up high like this all day, all night. And I just like to be upright more. Like if this athlete right here, this woman, was down, hands on her knees, pushing, it starts to get your lower back. Yep. And I really appreciate being able to have that posture be a little bit
more upright,
better, especially in these tough, long. I mean, look at that. That is so incredible.
Wow.
But just to be able to stay upright a little bit longer, it just I think it can prevent the side lean. I think it can help with lower back stuff and also breathing.
Yep.
And even, some kind of hip stuff too, because you're just in a better posture.
Yeah, we saw, just last week at Hard Rock, Ludo, 50-year-old wonder, win, not course record if I remember.
No.
Close to, but
close enough.
Used the poles on all the climbs,
yeah.
Even on the descent. He kind of used the poles a little bit just to, stabilize everything.
The poles on the descent, Ludo is one of the strongest downhill runners. He's a huge stride kind of guy, and he heel strikes. He really lengthens out. And, I did a run with him last year at San Juan Solstice, cheering some athletes on, and that guy just has the longest stride ever. And he's a freak. He's a freak. He came over this year and stayed at our cabin one night with his wife, Celine, and so happy to see him do well. But, yeah, we had to convince him next year maybe to come do High Lonesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come out, volunteer Hard Rock, and then come and run High Lonesome.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah, he did say that he wanted to crew or maybe do pace or do something possibly different, but I have a feeling he will race again, but maybe he won't. He can get all trained up and come out to High Lonesome and maybe Jeff will get the course record this year, but challenge Jimmy on his amazing performance 2 years ago. Look, there's a problem with the poles.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Getting it stuck in between rocks and not breaking it, especially with some of the super light Lecky or even a Black Diamond Carbon Z. You've got to be careful in this kind of terrain.
Yep, you can snap those things. It, if you're not trained with them, it can be a little difficult to come out to high altitude and just all of a sudden start using poles because you're not used to the cadence. You're not used to using them. Sometimes that can raise your heart rate just because you're doing more with your upper body. But if you're training with them, obviously very important coming to a high altitude race like this. But train with them, get a good cadence, get a good feel for them, and you can definitely just rock some of these climbs.
Is that Rachel there? No, it's Kareth Arnold. Okay.
Yeah, it is Kareth.
Yeah, I saw her earlier. She was all smiles, just moving well. And, gosh, she keeps just moving up and doing great. It looks like she's having her pacer in front. That's always an interesting thing, like having a preference on where your pacer goes. Pacer behind or in front?
Yeah, I sometimes switch it up just in the race. Sometimes I like to have something out front, kind of setting the pace literally, and me just like following behind them. And then other times I like to, be out front, kind of see what I'm going into and what to expect up ahead. But
yeah. Not getting annoyed by them going too slow or too fast, or that's a sensitive balance.
Yeah.
At least for me, I think.
Yep.
But yeah, let's see if we see any new splits on some of our leaders here.
Kareth, ultra athlete, last year won Bear 100.
Awesome.
And also got 14th place at Western States last year. So absolute crusher. Shows that versatility. Western States, fast, runnable, and Bear 100. A little bit more mountainous. So definitely has a lot of versatility there.
Yeah.
And looks like we got Ryan Sullivan now.
17 minutes behind. No, Ryan Smith. 17 minutes behind Jeff. And then Ryan Sullivan, did he depart from Monarch Pass?
Not yet. He looks like he's right there in the chair.
Okay. So it is 7:48. So that's a 30-minute gap now. So yeah, hopefully Ryan bounces back, has a refresh. He's getting some love there.
Yep.
Yeah, Ryan's already had an incredible year. Being at San Juan Solstice and seeing Ryan run 8:13 or 8:12. My second fastest time was 8:13. I was kind of hoping he didn't get under that when I was there, but he ran incredibly strong on that first half of the San Juan Solstice, which was June 21st. And look, now it's July 18th, exactly 4 weeks later, or 3 weeks and 6 days. Out here, pushing with Jeff Colt. That's a tough double. And Ryan is not a full-time professional athlete. He doesn't even have an Instagram account. He's a part-time MD in Grand Junction. So he's also, he said his girlfriend's running CCC this year.
Wow.
Yep. And hopefully his sexy guy pacer can get him back. Maybe he's getting some good food. I see some smiling. That's a good sign.
Now, is it the guy with the Solomon pack or the guy with the Ultimate Direction pack? That's the sexy guy pacer.
I see a big yellow pacer on the red, the UD vest matching his shirt guy.
Okay. Oh, they both have them.
Yeah.
Can we assume
I don't know which one's sexy. Maybe they're both sexy, but he told me to call his pacer sexy guy. So yeah, this is there's a lot of smiling going on. So at least the crew and paces are in good mood. I hope Ryan really can bounce back here, maybe get a restart with some good fuel and a little bit of a sit down. Because again, it's over 50K to the finish. They've got to run most of the night. A lot can happen.
Yeah. Do you mindset with where Ryan's at right now, going into the night, third place, is this kind of where you're like, I'm hunting. I feel, if I'm feeling good, I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna try to catch these, on the Colorado Trail, catch these last two. He's out right there.
Yeah, he's out. I mean, to lose 30 minutes on Jeff, he's probably not in a great place, but maybe he's turning it around now. That's a lot of time emotionally to kind of process, to be like and be hopeful and be aggressively hunting Jeff right away. So I mean, I think that the hunt kind of push has to kind of grow with him. He's got, as he moves on into the night, maybe he can start to get excited about that. But this is kind of probably a tough time right now. And obviously he needs to focus on getting, closer to the other Ryan, who's obviously an experienced runner.
Especially on this course.
Yeah. And Ryan's a fantastic athlete as well, so he's got to focus on that first. So yeah, and it looks like that there's 20 minutes between him and Ryan Smith, so there must have been a bit of walking for a little while to lose that much time in 3 miles or 4 miles.
Yep. Looks like we still got Rachel on the screen, just on the Continental Divide Trail there. Sun's going to be setting in 40 minutes or so. So
yeah,
getting through these miles up high, still moving strong. How epic is that?
Yeah, if I could be anywhere on the course during this golden hour, light sunset kind of thing, the head wall would be it.
Yeah, for sure.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I'm reading back through the chat. Chris saying Ludo and I heading into Grant Swamp at Hard Rock last year. You guys looked comfortable. Yeah, I was comfortable until passing. The guy who just set the Nolan's 14.
Francois.
Yeah, Francois. Passing Francois, and then I puked, and then for the last 35 miles, I wasn't able to fuel and hydrate, and it was rough.
Yeah.
Kind of like, the same timing as maybe Ryan today, Sullivan. Maybe he's having some gut issues. That's a common thing. I almost feel silly to say it, but at races like this, at Leadville, at Hard Rock, at Ouray 100, the best of the best who train all the time with their stomach, puking is so easy to do, and especially when you got a lot of vert to just shake it up.
Yeah.
That's tough. So
do you mix up your nutrition when you're at a high altitude like this? Or are you trying to do liquid calories versus solid?
Just specifically for altitude, besides being a little bit more cautious on the total intake, and I take the strategy of mixing drink with gels. I prefer, I get my gels from the feed, and I get SIS beta. I get the Maurten that you see right here in front of us. I like the carbs. I use Scratch drink mix. I do the high carb and the traditional. I like the high carb because it's not so damn sweet, and then the Scratch tastes really good for a while, or intermittently, or at a lower dosage, and then just kind of play with that, and practicing every week, every month, all year long, of trying to get, for me, my target amount for what I would race in or more, and then get to this race or that race and be able to just do a little bit less, kind of flex as I go through the race, and be able to, adjust. I'm usually somewhere around 120 to 80. It's a big range, but these guys and these gals are doing that. I'm certain, just taking advantage of being fueled well.
Yep. You have a little bit bigger
key.
engine than me, so I'm happy with 60 or 70 an hour
You feel
grams
the
of
effort,
carbs,
and it depends on how hard you're pushing and how much bouncing you're doing, how fast you're running, and how high you are.
Yep.
So it's different for everybody, but also similar for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. What about caffeine? Do you have like nighttime caffeine?
Absolutely. Caffeine is, it used to be believed that caffeine, by some people, myself included, that you had like kind of a coming down off of caffeine kind of effect, but now, there's really not science to that, and there is science to, rather you're a cyclist or a trail runner or road ultra, that if you can hit that 100 grams every hour or two,
wow,
it's beneficial.
Yeah.
And it's kind of scary being an old guy, because I was always told, like, if you did 100 milligrams of caffeine every hour or two, you're going to go crazy, jittery, and have a huge crash. But lots and lots of runners are proving that wrong, and I'm also not having any of those crashes.
Yeah.
And a lot
so
of
you're
my
doing
athletes
it throughout the race.
Throughout the race.
Wow.
Throughout the race. Today, 200 on.
Wow.
And then I had another 100 milligrams right before I got on here, because this is an ultra marathon talk here for 5 hours. So yeah, caffeine's great. How about you?
I tend to use caffeine later in the night. I think, during the day I'll be doing ginger ale at the aid stations, and then once, 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. till throughout the night, that's usually when I switch to caffeine. I'm not a caffeine drinker normally in my life, so I don't feel like I'm sure it'd be beneficial. I had some caffeine at Western States a couple weeks ago and definitely felt it and started moving a lot faster. So I've never even thought about, starting earlier with caffeine. So
yeah, look at these ladies powering up that big old rock field.
That is, Rachel Emke, Hannah,
Yes,
all
she is.
good. Yeah, that's the pacer.
I messaged Hannah earlier. She's pretty excited to be out here with Rachel. Again, using those poles, keeping upright, pushing off. Love it. Yeah, I'll correct my estimation of how many milligrams. More like 90 to 2 hours is 100 milligrams.
Okay.
Not 1 hour every hour, 100 milligrams. More like 90 to 2 hours for the 100 milligram level.
So yeah, Rachel out of Bozeman, Montana, just making
what a
good
great
work of
place
this.
to train. I went to college in Bozeman.
That's right.
Undergrad. The Bridger Ridge is incredible.
What's the little mountain there that everyone tests their, right next to the city?
The M.
The M.
But
yeah.
gosh, I'm forgetting the name of it. It was in the 90s, or 2002 is when I graduated. But it's been a while. I was focused only on running around tracks and through golf courses in college. But the Bridger Ridge is fantastic. And Jillsy asked if diarrhea. I haven't experienced that, and I have a number of athletes that I push to do the caffeine. It hasn't been an issue. I'm not into the ketone shots during. In fact, some people, myself included, even after, it kind of keeps me awake. It kind of really gets me amped, like caffeine, but for some reason more so than caffeine, I can't sleep at night. Active brain kind of thing.
I know one of the things a lot of elite runners like yourself are doing is the bicarb.
Mm-hmm.
I know Maurten has the bicarb system Are you dabbling in that, or?
Yes, I use bicarb almost weekly for my workouts, and then sometimes key long runs. But yeah, it gets a little bit tricky in the long ultra. It doesn't last forever, and then re-upping during a race is sketchy for digestion kind of stuff. It can really give you diarrhea and a lot of burping. So many of in the front of the races are doing it besides before the race once. But it's also getting up. We're talking about North American races starting so early. Getting up at 3 or 2 or 4, for a race and taking the bicarb so you can wait an hour so you don't have a terrible stomach diarrhea reaction is a little bit of a sacrifice for sleep too.
Yep.
Look at that Maurten Skycam. Speaking of Maurten. Yeah, it's great to see Maurten sponsoring this race. It's great to see them. They sponsored Hard Rock. It's one of the easiest to go down if you ever were in college and you did Jello shots. This is like exactly the same, besides the Jello flavor and there's no tequila or rum or Everclear or whatever. I think it's fantastic. When I was having some digestive issues in 2024, I kind of blamed Maurten for a little bit, but now I've realized this is a little bit gross talk, but like I'd always see the chunkiness of the Maurten when I'd puke and be like, it must be that. But I don't think that that's the case. It just happened to be that I wasn't hydrating enough. So
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of talk about getting hydration in, because if you're not getting hydration in, you're not going to be able to digest all the carbs that you're trying to put into. So
yeah, it's everybody gets excited about the high carb, but a lot of people don't change their hydration pattern. They drink to thirst, or they drink like they did in 2020. And if you're doubling your carbs, you have to have a lot more liquid to be able to digest that. And hypocritically, I didn't do that last year. Old timer, I'm like, I'm fine with the hydration part. I'm just going to up my carbs. Talking about bicarbs gives me the runs. One of the tips I give is that you need to make sure that when you mix it, it is thick. It has to be thick. And then you put in the little pellets, and by having it be pretty thick, that gel, the liquid gel, whatever it's called, hydrogel, it kind of like seals it up in there, and
Gotcha.
you can get through and digest before it all of a sudden gives you the runs or something. So and then like I said too, you got to make sure to not eat right when you're taking the bicarb. You got to do it at least an hour before you are going to do the hard effort. And that has worked for me. But, it's a little bit of a tricky game, but it sure seems to work well. Look at this Skycam killing it out there.
Yeah, we got to take this all in right now, because in
it's gonna get
30,
dark.
40 minutes, we won't have these awesome views. So.
Yeah, look at that. It's just so beautiful how the path rubs off all that lichen and all those rocks get all settled in there. It's just one of those beautiful nature moments right there, it's Rocky Mountain beauty.
Yep. And for a lot of these runners, even this year, this is going to be their first time on this section of the course, because typically there's a huge snow cornice, ice cornice up on the top there.
Oh, okay.
So you can't really get through it until sometimes like 2 weeks before the race starts.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Unless you're willing to go out and do a long effort the weekend before the race, sometimes you don't even get to some of these sections. So
I can almost hear the pika right now, just going, and the marmots. It seems like the pika hang out a little bit more here, and then the marmots stay a little closer to where the vegetation is. But yeah, there's that sunset time.
Rachel,
Hannah and Rachel. These are the moments you don't forget. This is the beauty of having either competition or a pacer with you going over the head wall at sunset. This is whether you're in second or 202nd. These kind of moments are special.
Looks like there's a nice cairn off to the right there to mark your path up, regardless what time of the year you're doing it. Yeah, Rachel at the last aid station, which was Lost.
open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
Whiskey is the highest evolved spirit that is made in the world today. To me, it's the perfect drink. It tastes like the grains it's made from. It comes from 4 basic things, right? Grain, water, yeast, and barrels. It's the simplest kind of thing. The location of where whiskeys are made as an influence on their flavors. We're situated, or happen to be situated, in Colorado. Great place to make whiskey.
Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
All right, we're back. Big news. We just got word Jeff Colt is out of Foozes Creek at 8:16, and looking at the historical splits, Jimmy Elam went out of Foozes Creek at 8:25. That's a 9-minute faster than Jimmy's course record. Not only did he drop Ryan Sullivan, but he dropped the ghost of Jimmy, which is incredible. 9 minutes. So that just happened. Really, really exciting. Getting beautiful shots from the sunset. And we just ate the most incredible hamburger as well from Zach
Mayfield. Yeah, huge shout out to him.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sleeping in the back of the truck, doing a nice 18-mile long run, and then talking for 6 hours. Somebody bringing a good hamburger is helpful. So,
Absolutely.
Exciting stuff. And I'm excited to see how the ladies are doing on course record pace. Let's check that.
Yeah, I'll just give you a quick numbers breakdown. So, Jeff Colt went through Foozes in 14:15 elapsed. Whereas Jimmy Elam was 14:23, that was in 2023, and then Ryan Smith ran that section in 15:10, and that was in 2022. So, obviously different years, probably different weather, different conditions, but he's moving.
Yeah, and then to spend, a majority of the, or all almost of the first half of the race behind Jimmy's splits for the course record. Maybe Jeff is really being patient. He's doing, he's an amazing guy. He's really good at his training. I remember meeting him like in 2017 or something like that at Run Rabbit Run. He was doing his first 100-mile at the Ultra House, and boy, he's really come a long ways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
34 years old, so leading the race. Ryan Sullivan's 35, so right there in that same age category. And then Ryan Smith, 46.
Old guy, yeah, in second place, doing well. Let's see what the gap is for Ryan Smith when we come through. But let's check and see how close Rachel is, or ahead of or behind, course record pace, leaving Lost Wonder at 6:03 p.m.
Yeah, she is the fastest to Lost Wonder. 12 hours elapsed. Kareth is the second fastest at 12:16 elapsed. So
yeah,
2 of the fastest times to that section this year.
Yeah, and that I keep hearing the 20 or so minutes ahead of, McKendry's time, and she's holding that consistently.
Yep.
So, that last 50K, I hope she can keep that 20 minutes, and maybe we can see 2 course records, both for the men and the women. And what inspiration the weather and the mountains are giving us as we go into the night at 14 and a half hours of racing today at the High Lonesome, presented by Altra. We saw the advertisements. We talked about Maurten being an amazing brand, pushing our sport forward, but also Altra being the presenting sponsor for a lot of different races. And for this awesome one here at High Lonesome, and then Osprey making incredible running packs, outfitting a lot of our top athletes in North America with their products. And then, of course, Law's Whiskey House.
Yeah, I don't drink, but I
that's 2 of us.
I hear it's great.
Yeah, and to get a bottle of whiskey when you finish this race is, it's an amazing thing to have, like a beautiful bottle of whiskey. Back when I did drink, but to have one that you earned, running 100 miles through the Rocky Mountain Alpine, it's pretty special. Here's Rachel. Okay, We're going to get that split. It's 14:29. Going into Purgatory. What does that put her at?
Let's see.
Compared to McKendry.
So 14:29 elapse, and
obviously that's the way in. I think she's not even sitting down. Oh, that's great. It's great. It's great to see Rachel doing well.
I'm just waiting for my computer to load, but yeah, filling up the bottles. Again, no pacer, so using the aid station volunteers, obviously very, very thankful for them.
Yeah.
High altitude and just getting what you need at 12,000 feet, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a joke or not, but I did check Rachel's Instagram this afternoon, and she said she was going to get a haircut, or she did get a haircut. Maybe that's, it's those little things. You feel fast and light after a nice trim or something.
Yep. As a matter of fact, this, having course record splits 14 and a half hours into this race, that might mean some things, because I know the race director mentioned that he would get his first tattoo if course records were broken today.
All right.
Caleb might be getting a tattoo.
Yeah. Oh, you can really now see the special flare of the headband that's blinking. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's still, but when I a full charcuterie board of
nice.
meats and cheeses.
Nice.
It was awesome.
Okay, so it's now 14:31, and she is taken off to that load for what McKendry's time was leaving Purgatory. Oh, we're having a little bit of a... Let's see if I can load it.
She's sporting her Precision polo, Precision Fuel, so one of her new sponsors. Got her disposable cup, got her drink in, and now moving as the sun is setting.
Yeah. That's great. Where did her pacer go?
I don't think she had one.
Okay. That was the other Rachel with Hannah Good. Yeah.
Lemke.
Okay, she left. McKendry left Purgatory at 8:50. So almost exactly at that 20 minutes ahead of course record. So she's just being really consistent compared to McKendry. Doing great. Running into the sunset.
I know there is just a little bit of a course change between here and the next aid station, just because they're doing some construction over there on the ski resort. So it's not going to change much as far as the total times, but we're going to base it, what we're finding based on previous splits, just to compare. From Monarch in, I don't think there's any changes though, so
cool.
Everything there should be good.
Yeah, it's incredible, as a race director to like the stress of, there's fires, there's like on the Hard Rock course, they're improving Bear Creek and it's closed, and to keep the course the same and to have it all be open on race day is not guaranteed. And it's one thing as racers we can kind of maybe complain less about,
For sure. Yeah.
It just, things change, and I know Angeles Crest and like some of these races that have truly had to change because of, everything from bureaucracy to fires or whatever. But, yeah, grateful for Caleb and his partner's work to keep this race as it is and stay so legendary with 70% of it on single track.
Yeah, and huge shout out to the different land management groups that we have to work with to be able to run on this public land. It's incredible. Continental Divide Coalition, the Colorado Trail, Forest Service, all those people, they all contribute to helping us do this. And obviously we're doing our part. We have our 8 hours of trail work that you have to submit in order to run this race, or you don't run the race. So
High Lonesome is doing a great job at leading by example of how this can work well. That just like Hard Rock did, just like Run Rabbit Run does. It's fantastic.
Look at that right there at the top of the ski slope.
Yeah, it is headlamp time. It is definitely headlamp time. So Kale leaving Purgatory.
How often at these night times racing are you turning off the headlamp, trying to sneak up on people or trying to get away from people? Is that a common thing in the front of the pack?
It's common for me. One thing that old school, a lot of races in Europe required you to have a blinky red light in the back, especially Spanish races. Really? Transvolcania, Transgran Canaria, even races in Argentina that I just went to, you have to have a red blinky light in the back so that you're visible from all directions, for safety purposes. But boy, do I hate showcasing to my competition, regardless of where you're on the race, you don't want people to be like incentivized to catch you. And so, I try to keep my headlight down. I've run, across, slopes and shoulders where I've tried to look one direction away from the way that people are coming, because it is extraordinarily motivational when it's dark out. You can't see anything.
Yep. And
then you see somebody in front of you. That's the only thing you can think about, and people take action. So it's absolutely a thing. But then on the flip side, this really hasn't happened for me, but like you can be motivated, to be able to actually have some company, and it can be a great thing. So you can go back both directions. Oh, look, it's looks much brighter here at Lost Wonder.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's on the other side of the head wall, so it should be darker. Maybe they've just adjusted the aperture so it looks a little brighter.
Yeah. As we know from cameras, it can look different.
It looks like they're getting the heater ready because, it will get cold at night.
Yeah.
It drop a good 20, 25, 30 degrees. So
yeah, as soon as you stop moving and you're wet, it can be 60 degrees and you can freeze your butt off.
Yeah. Christmas lights and pizza at Lost Wonder. I mean, you can't really go wrong there. So.
Yeah. As Jennifer said in the chat, Liz is running high-low, and she works for the Salida Ranger District. That's fantastic. That's awesome. Definitely go, Liz. Thank you for your work.
Let's do a little catch-up, see where Liz is.
It's Liz, Weiss. Vice.
From Salida.
Salida, yeah.
1236 through Tin Cup.
Okay.
Just got to get to Lost Wonder before cutoffs.
Still no Ryan Smith or Ryan Sullivan into Fooz's Creek. That's, Jeff is making some strong movements in the front of the race. He's in probably good spirits right now.
For sure.
Just like Rachel.
So yeah, it looks like just did a little bit of research on Liz. She's done multiple high alpine races, San Juan Solstice.
San Juan Solstice three times. I wonder if she did it this year, because I mean that's one heck of a great way to get used to being up high.
For sure. All those river crossings at the beginning and getting up high on the Colorado Trail again. So
yeah,
and it's also CDT, right? Continental Divide.
Continental Divide
also.
And Colorado Trail.
Right along there.
But yeah, definitely on the Divide is Continental Divide Trail, but it's a lot more technical. And it's also that 3 weeks earlier. All right, here we are. Yep. So, yeah, we're having a great time. We just had hamburgers. Kevin and I go way back. I think we did an interview in 2017 or 18 or 16. Yep. Old guys, we don't remember what year it was, but I remember hanging out at Berkeley Park a few times, doing some talks, Claire talk once. Yeah. I remember at one of those talks at BP Runco, I blew up my engine of my Toyota Tacoma.
I remember that.
Yeah, not the best times.
You got it replaced with another Tacoma, though.
Yeah. Yeah, which included renting a car and leaving my truck and selling it for salvage all in one go.
Yeah. I remember one of those runs together. You jumped in one of the lakes.
Yes, yeah.
People in downtown Denver.
Out. Yeah. Kind of like, it wasn't Sloan's Lake. It was some other, like, very shallow, scummy one that people thought I was going to mutate into a goblin or something from swimming in there.
Throwbacks.
I'm just a mountain hippie. Like I'm not cut out for city life.
So it looks like we got Purgatory on the left, Lost Wonder Hut on the right.
Lots of bright lights shining. That, it's either music or lights. Those are the two things that I think a great aid station has in the evening and these long overnight ultras. You can feel like, oh, what the hell am I doing out here? I want to drop, or I'm not having fun. And then all of a sudden you see this like an oasis in the middle of misery, of bright lights, happy people, good music, food, warmth, and it can make all the difference. Okay, here's Addie going over the head wall, 100K almost, 60 miles.
Looks like Pacer out front of Addie.
Yeah, looks like Pacer is eagerly leading. Come on, Addie.
You're feeling it. I mean, 60 miles into the race, and you've done almost all the elevation gain.
Yeah. And it's just no matter how great of a great shape you were in, Addie's a professional, and she knows what she's doing. But when you spend hours above 10,000, it's just not easy, and it's not mentally easy either. It just feels desperate. It feels negative. I remember the first time running hard rock, just like Mike Foote telling me, like, you just don't listen to what your brain's telling you when you're up high like this, on the head wall or something. You just have to get a little bit lower, and things are going to be okay. You just kind of just don't think, keep moving, and it'll come back to you, that confidence, that enjoyment, the why.
Yep.
It'll come back to you. Don't get scared.
There she is, just cresting over to the other side of the mountain.
Yeah. Okay. Ryan Smith left Foozes Creek at 8:41, so 25 minutes or so behind Jeff Colt. So, back at Monarch, he had 17 minutes. So Jeff is just crushing it, and they've got 25 miles to go to the end of the race. And this is going to be good. But it sure looks like Jeff is really kind of sealing the deal. I wonder if it's just, sometimes in races, I hear about competition just saying, I had it planned out. This is what I'm going to do. This is where I'm going to make the move. Waiting to make a move. For me, it's more of a when I feel the move. It's time to do the move. Rather it's mile 10 or mile 90. My body allows me to make big moves. But gosh, I wonder which one it was for Jeff. He's such a badass. Maybe he actually planned this. To kind of really make a big move, somewhere between Purgatory and Monarch.
Yeah, this is definitely an area where you can put some more gaps on people.
Yeah.
It's a runnable Colorado trail.
Mm-hmm.
You're dropping in elevation. You're, running at a lot lower elevation, so you can breathe better.
Yeah.
And just keep moving.
Yeah, and these really high altitude, a lot of vert kind of races, if you can have just a little bit of, self-control, and, maybe, I believe it could have happened too, because the fact that they ran together makes me believe that one of those two guys, and obviously seeing the result here, maybe it was Jeff, just saying, nope, I'm going to chill. I could pass, but I'm going to run with, and then go, in that second half. So, and then like I said earlier, maybe Ryan Sullivan was just, it's tough to come off a fourth or fifth fastest all-time at San Juan Solstice, brutal course, 13,000 feet of vert, and then, 3 weeks and 6 days later, run with Jeff, who's on course record pace.
Yeah. Look at that view. Wow.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah. This is what we imagine, right? This is what we imagine doing when we sign up for these kind of races, right?
Yeah, when I was running through the headwall area, the sun was coming up, so it was a number of hours from now, and similar, feel. The sun's coming up, at least at that time, but you're starting to get that second life. I remember trying to jog at that elevation, and it seems like the miles just go much longer than they should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how many great 100-mile races we now have in the Colorado Rocky Mountains. And it's so thankful for, Caleb and Fred and these people that sacrifice so much of their time and effort to try to coordinate something this crazy. with so much public land kind of, challenges for permitting, there's a good period still, today that, you can't do it. Hard Rock or Angeles Crest or all these, old time races are kind of grandfathered in, or, they go through wilderness or all these kind of things that and the restrictions with national parks, we never can have them go through our national parks. But, we have so much public land, and it's so great to be able to see it when you can do, not a contrived, out and back or something like that, but instead a fantastic course that makes a huge loop.
Yeah.
It's a gift to our community.
Yeah, the only real out and back section of this course I enjoyed when I ran it, because I got to see so many of my other friends that were out there running it too. They just happened to be way ahead of me or a little bit behind me, but you get to see so many of your friends, even though it's just a quick out and back section.
Yeah.
And it's a morale booster, going up and over Laws Pass, and and then you get to turn around and do the rest of the loop. So
yeah, that's a beautiful perspective, and because frankly, I hate out and backs because I don't want anybody to see me that's behind me, and also sometimes I don't want to see how far ahead somebody is, and it's just kind of demoralizing. So I don't want to see that truth. I want to stay in my moment. I want to race within my, my own means and not be worrying about other people. But
yeah, it looks like
I appreciate you sharing that, because
sure.
that's really cool.
It looks like Kareth Arnold just leaving Purgatory, and she is right on splits with McKendree Hickory's 2024
great.
Through Purgatory. So
that's fantastic. Two ladies looking to set a course record, and Jeff ahead of course record pace as well.
So yeah, roughly 20 minutes right now between McKendree and Rachel Entrikin. Jackie Menard, previous Leadville winner.
Oh, look at that afterglow. Those beautiful orange colors. There's not too many times as a hiker, a runner, a mountain biker that you're up at 12,000 feet or 11,000 feet seeing the sunset, because we typically want to be back and eating, before sunset. And, these races force us to go ahead and experience all of the times of day.
Yep.
What a gift. Look at that. You using your headlamp and you can just see out there 100 miles away, a skyline like that.
Especially here in Colorado, the old motto is get up early, get up high elevation early, so you get out of there before any storms come through. But you won't get to experience this right here.
Yeah, be home at 2.
Yep.
Yep. So you can do your chores and everything. But this 100-mile race, that's great. That's great to be able to be out here, and just to be so far away from your car, from your house, from your, a town, and instead be doing something like this. That's a great adventure and a great experience.
You can see some of the headlights coming out now. And shout out to our camera crew. Getting out to these areas and putting in the work to get these shots for us, it's incredible. So huge shout out to Mountain Outpost and their crew here.
Yeah. There we go. Thank you for being there. Because you're really far away from town and dinner and all of those comforts as well. This is, I think, my third or fourth, commentary, and I can say that the drones, the cams, the great production that we get to see, to experience something like this, because frankly, there's a lottery for this race. It takes great health and great preparation to be able to even give this a shot. At least, even if you didn't have friends and family in this race, it's pretty cool to be able to see what these athletes are experiencing right now.
Yeah, definitely. And, the entry into this level or into this race isn't difficult to apply for. You just have to do a 50 miler within the year. So compared to some other 100 miler, pretty easy, to get into the lottery at least.
Yeah.
And then once you get those under your belt, just keep applying, and eventually the lottery gods will look after you and you'll get in. So, and similar to a lot of these other difficult races to get into, you can still come out and experience High Lonesome, be a volunteer, help out, crew, pace. You'll get that experience, and it'll make it that much more important when you do eventually get into the race.
Yeah. Or like Phil's parents, I mean, I'm sure this is something they won't ever forget, and they're probably not going to be running a 100-mile race, but they get to come out and do this. And, I remember some of my first volunteer experiences at, Hard Rock before I got a race, at Run Rabbit Run, at Spring Creek with Nick Clark, just to see, there's that moon. Or no, that's not a moon. That's a headlamp. I think the moon's a little bit till we get to see that rise. But to have that experience, it's emotional. To stay up all night or work that hard, taking care of people for a good long time is something special, and something that I think is very valuable.
For sure. When I got into this race, because it's a 50 split male-female entry into the race, I figured, I'm a male. I might as well have an all-female crew. So I brought out two of my good friends to crew and pace me, both female, and they loved it so much that they wanted to come out and do the race in a couple of years. So they applied, and one of them got in so far. So, and she ran it last year and absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
Said it was very difficult, but
yeah.
Got through it, and it's tough.
The wonderful thing is that when you volunteer, you see the back, not these absolute incredible freaks of nature. There's a lot of regular people with regular jobs, with families that push their body and accomplish something like this, and that inspiration, that reality of that you can do something like this, or a 50K or a 50 mile, is something that I would hope that more and more and more people get to realize and challenge themselves for that kind of adventure.
Yeah, I feel like, I say to myself, it makes me a more level-headed person in my day-to-day life by running crazy amounts of time in the mountains, but definitely changes you.
Yeah,
makes you appreciate, especially all these beautiful areas that we get to run in. So
being outside, that's special.
Good medicine.
Billy Garrett says moonrise is 11:25. So that's
we'll still be on the mic.
Yeah, we can maybe see that from our cameras and drones. And looks like this athlete has got a waist belt or a hand light. That's something that has changed, in the last 10 years. It used to be that just only headlamps were used. And have you ever done that before? Have you used one on the waist?
I haven't used a waist lamp.
So it's really nice to see what's ahead of you and what's right in front of you and see that terrain. With that said, I'm kind of like a minimalist, and just like the batteries and the spares and all that kind of stuff kind of keeps me from doing. And then also, with the brightness of headlamps now and the continuing improvement of lithium-ion batteries and things like that, you can get huge, lighting.
Yeah.
But still, if you're spending the whole night outside, having something around your waist really can make a big difference.
Yeah, one of my good friends always says that when the sun goes down, you need to bring the sun. And if that's in the form of a super bright light, that's going to be beneficial for you. So,
yeah. Keep hitting that refresh. I'm excited for our next ladies and men to come through Nail Biter here for the next 20 to 30 miles to see if we have a new course record here at High Lonesome. 15 hours into the race. It's 8:56 p.m. Having fun. And what a great gift to have such a beautiful sky tonight too, and during the day. You know, I was talking to Ryan and Jeff, and you know, both of them appreciated the fact that, you know, if it was totally sunny and if we had like kind of a, you know, hard rock kind of weather where it was just blazing sun, high altitude, it's not as enjoyable.
Yeah, for sure.
Just that little bit of cloud cover makes a UV difference, and then also, you know, a few degrees makes a big difference.
Yeah. At this point, we are 30 minutes after the cutoff from St. Elmo 2. So that'll be the second time the runners go through St. Elmo 2. So
Okay.
Hopefully everyone's been able to make it through there. Take a look at some of the splits. But how do you, I mean, I know I've probably mentioned this to other people, other friends of mine, but, you know, these races are difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a lot of friends that do these races as well, and sometimes things don't go that well. Sometimes you don't make it all the way around the loop.
Mm-hmm.
How do you, I don't know, how do you juggle the yin and yang of, you know, having a good day and having a not so good day?
As far as like deciding to DNF or continue on and grind it out, you know, it's a difficult, like, kind of moral decision, because I decided when I ran Run Rabbit Run as my first 100-mile attempt, I wimped out. I took a 7-mile wrong turn, you know, got a ride back to where I made the wrong turn, got all emotional, went and passed 15 different people, still wasn't back into my second place that I had made the wrong turn in. And I got up to, you know, the ridge and stopped and took a break and got really cold, started shivering, and I was like, screw it, you know, and quit. And then, you know, my friend Basif, he was on medication for a condition that he had, and he was running Run Rabbit Run. And I went home, went to bed, pouted, got up, hung out at the finish area, was drinking beers, and all of a sudden, you know, like 40 hours later, I see Basif just grinding it out, having blood thinners at a high altitude race. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to DNF a 100-miler again. And, you know, that kind of changed my perspective, that there's the spirit of, you know, being part of a team almost, that, you know, and getting all the way around. But with that said, there's the kind of, you know, as a professional athlete, as a lot of these women and men that are at the front of this race, you know, they are paid. And, you know, if you know it's not your day, or you roll your ankle, or you get sick, you know, like I was, you know, at San Juan Solstice, you know, it's really important to kind of be able to recover quickly and get back and do another race. So long story short is that, you know, that in that situation, it makes sense sometimes. And that could make sense for the, you know, back of the pack too, because maybe you can go and run, you know, Run Rabbit Run or something like that, and be able to get back to training instead of, you know, walking, and chasing cutoffs. And that's not, you know, what you want to do. And I don't judge too harshly people that, you know, choose to do that. But man, it's tough to live with that DNF, and it's tough to, you know, make sure that you're not going to have regret when you decide to do something like that and quit in the race.
Yeah. I've only had one DNF.
Oh, good for you, man. I've had a few more than that.
It was definitely one of those things that I knew I pulled the plug too early. And I was just like, okay.
It wasn't a good one then.
No, it wasn't. But I definitely was one, like, I don't know. I just need to get back on the saddle, basically, is what I felt like. So signed up for a 100-miler and a month or so later and went and did it. Just,
Yeah.
you have all that fitness built
Yeah.
up, and you're like, I got to use it. I got to go do something. So,
Yeah. When I did drop from Run Rabbit Run and I did see Bassa finish this race, and despite this medical condition, and just he was walking from mile 5 or 10, and just jogging the downhills and stuff. I was like, oh my, I have to go redeem myself, and I went to Grindstone. Not the most, not a High Lonesome kind of race. It starts in the evening. Speaking of evening starts, finishes for the front pack, in the morning. And I was just like, I have to get this 100-mile finish. And so literally a few weeks after Run Rabbit Run, I did that race, and had that redemption and felt better about my quote mistake.
Yeah. That was where I DNF'd, Grindstone.
Oh, those rocks and the just the kind of baby head boulders that kind of move around on you. That's yeah. I remember when Tony Krupicka did that last year and got his UTMB qualifier.
Yeah.
I remember him just he's a very outspoken kind of guy for if it's not pristine, amazing High Lonesome kind of terrain that he's not interested. He definitely didn't have great things to say about that race. But you know what? It has its own beauty. And if you live in Virginia, I did also some other races on the East Coast, and I loved it. But it's not easy to be out there, and it's when it's not quite as inspirational as these head walls and 12,000 foot ridges are all around you and stuff.
Oh yeah. Hard to beat this, so. And that's the Purgatory aid station.
Yeah.
Nice and lit up. Looks like they got something hot boiling over there on the grill. So. And
those pants are just like shiny and awesome. I think I saw them during the day. They're green, like a dragon. It's so cool. But the longest name on the chat thus far today, Ultra, makes the point that a lot of elite, there's no point for them to keep going and running if their body's not there that day. Yes and no, because sometimes let's say it's UTMB and you've prepared for it and you're going to circumnavigate Mount Blanc, and Hal Kroner had a famous cutoff kind of experience. He just wanted to get around Mount Blanc. And, for me, hard rock, if I'm not having my day, I take off the professional runner hat and I say, I love this place. This is home. I want to experience this as long as I'm not injured. Even if I'm not going to be able to, please sponsors or, do something like that, there are times, special races, Grand Raid, Diagonal de Fou on Reunion Island. You go east of Madagascar for a race. You go to Lavaredo in Italy or something like that, destination kind of places, even for elites. There's some of those races that definitely it is worth having to take a sacrifice and being able to get back for the next race, I feel like. And I think that I can speak for the elite community that there are races like that.
For sure. Looks like there's some love for Melissa Perez in the chat. Melissa from Laverne, California. Part of the Laverne Fire Running group.
Awesome.
I don't know about that, but
I don't know exactly where that is, but I bet you she's probably not living, in Denver or Buena Vista or something for altitude. So that's fantastic. Kevin and I were just looking through when we were eating our hamburgers, who is running this race, where they're coming from, and it's just, if there's not that many people that are coming from sea level to do this race, and those who are, I saw an athlete from Wanaka, New Zealand. I saw some people from Louisiana. I saw some people from North Carolina. That's heroic. That's a fantastic accomplishment to even give this a shot, but also get this race done. So I have huge respect, more respect than maybe even these guys and gals that are going for course records, for people that come from sea level and push through this, because that's tough. Was that Hannah? Rachel must be with her. They're mile 65, just left.
15:07.
Okay, we'll get that updated on the open splits hopefully here soon. Oh yeah. Kareth, our Paeonian runner, out at 8:48 out of Purgatory. But we're here at, yeah, that's right. And then right with Kareth is James Schild from Morrison. Kind of close to you, yeah?
Yeah. James is a common runner at Golden Mountain Runners group runs on Tuesday evenings, so
awesome.
I've seen him there quite a bit over the years.
Yeah. And speaking of coming from low altitude, you know, Kale, you know, Minnesota, you know.
Bemidji.
Yeah, and being 23, so both one of our youngest athletes in the race and being at an elevation of probably 500, 800, 1,000 feet. That's pretty incredible.
I know.
And in 5th place.
Yeah, crushing right now.
Yeah.
And I know the typical, you know, research when I got into ultra running was if you're coming from sea level and you're running a race like High Lonesome, you either want to get here as far in advance as possible, save up that PTO and use it up here vacationing or whatever, or you want to get as close to the start of the race.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that be true for the most part still. I have heard people talk about like possibly that a week or 4 days could still be beneficial, but it used to be said that you're just going to get more tired.
Yep.
You know, you're going to get that exhaustion. And I remember running in college, you know, track and field and stuff, and we would go to Flagstaff or what have you at high altitude, and it would be like we would just fly right in, you know, the day before. And yeah, but I have seen in altitude acclimation, the physiology of that is still just complicated because their bodies are so much different, and it's there's a lot to be learned still in that field. But you know, I know that I've had athletes to middle of the pack kind of runners, if they can get out to Colorado 3 months, even 2 months, and do some long runs, that somehow physiologically the body remembers. You know, obviously your blood, you know, oxygenation and how thick, you know, it goes back to normal after a few weeks back home. Yeah. You lose it quick, but somehow the body still remembers. And I've seen that work in so many cases. I don't know how it's explained. I don't know if there's research that shows why, but it does.
So yeah, if you can get out for a training camp, you know, a long weekend in high elevation, definitely take advantage of doing something like that.
Yeah. So looking through the splits here, it seems that Scott from Scottsdale came into Purgatory at 8:05 and he didn't leave yet. So I wonder what's up with him. Hopefully he's all right. Because he came in and you know, 4th position and has not left yet. It's 9:11. You seeing that too?
Yeah. I hope that's just timing.
8:05. Maybe he didn't get recorded leaving, but yeah, that would be a bummer. 65 miles in 4th place and not be able to continue.
Yeah, it's not the easiest aid station to get out of, but it's not the hardest either. So
yeah, you know, looking through the 10 or so athletes that have come through Purgatory, you know, man, this is something that has changed in the sport in the last 10 years. Is not spending 15 minutes, you know, having the cheeseburger or whatever in front of the race. Nobody in that top group spent more within 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's pretty incredible. You know, looking at Daniel Timpey came through and spent 1 minute. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure if you were to chart a graph of the front runners versus the back of the pack,
yeah,
the time at aid station probably just continues to get larger the farther back you go.
Yeah, I would also argue though that, you know, it used to be a little bit more part of the culture for everybody to stay at the aid station, and particularly Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it used to be Killian when he, you know, first came out for Western States and some of the U.S. races that he ran. It was like it was custom to take a you know, bread and cheese and sandwiches and all this kind of stuff, even for the fastest people. Kind of sad that it's not that case anymore. You know, I when I won Hard Rock with Killian, you know, we weren't spending, you know, it was the time that we didn't spend a lot of time in the aid stations, but because we were running together in that last 30 miles, we opted to eat the hamburger. We opted to eat the bacon at, what's it called, in Sherman. We sat down and kind of looked at each other and kind of verbally, well, not verbally, but just like kind of eye contact. Let's go ahead and rest a little bit. That's fun when that happens.
For sure.
All right, here we go. Somebody's leaving Monarch Pass.
That kind of looks like an Altra kit, maybe. Huge shout out to all the sponsors, presenting sponsors for this live stream. I know you're seeing the ticker in the top right hand corner with all them, but we're very appreciative of you know, what they do to help us put on this live stream. 7,000 Feet Running Company. Andrew was just in here broadcasting with us.
What a great guy. What a great company. You know, at working for Norda, you know, I know that our North American sales kind of manager says only great things about 7,000 feet. And, you know, as a race director for Spirit Trail Race in Buena Vista, you know, we had volunteers come out from 7,000 feet, and they're awesome. They're cool, and they've got such a great reputation. They're doing a great thing for our community and for, you know, Colorado retail, you know, being able to go to a store that has knowledgeable staff and great product. You know, carrying Norda, for instance, that's really cool. I really, really appreciate them, and it's nice to see that outside of just the front range.
For sure. Yeah, one of those great, you know, local mom and pop stores that you just can't help but support. And you know, we don't need too much as far as runners, but when we need something, we go to 7,000 feet if we're in the Arkansas River Valley.
We need more and more. we need more and more, man. It used to be said that, like, running is not that expensive, but it's with fueling the way we do, with recovery, with you know, shoes being 3 times as much as they used to be. You know, it's not mountain biking.
Nope.
It's not sailing. It's not side-by-side driving, you know, like we see, you know, in this area. But yeah, it's nice to have great equipment and to be able to, you know, talk to somebody instead of just endlessly searching Google and looking at what pros are using. It's nice to actually talk to somebody.
Yeah.
And try it out. You know, gosh, it sucks to just have to commit to things that you don't know what it's going to be like.
For sure. We're still at Monarch here.
Yep. Rachel, Kareth, and then Addie. What a great top 3, 4, 5 for the women. It's so exciting. I'm so happy to see more and more races have professional level women and men And, in this case, what High Lonesome did, like you mentioned, having 50-50 split, it enables us to be able to have a race that, inspired women can watch and see a great field. And, that's so fantastic. And it's just in my 15 years of running, there was so few professional level ladies, and it was just it wasn't very well supported.
Yep.
There wasn't role models like that, and now we have so many, and so many more coming along.
Is that Scott in the corner sitting down? If anyone recognizes if that's Scott Trayer in the right-hand corner of our view, let us know in the
Yeah,
chat.
he's definitely eating it up.
Huge shout out to one of my buddies that's on screen right there, volunteering at Purgatory, Stefan Schuster from Boulder. He's wearing that Never Summer sweatshirt, pulling the night shift up at Purgatory. So, I mean, this race wouldn't be able to do what it does without all the volunteers.
Yes.
Like we have another racer coming in there.
Yeah, it is a large group of people, and it takes such great leadership to be able to, and get people to come out and spend vacation time, because needless to say, it's not Saturday.
Yeah.
In the middle of summer, and, a lot of these people obviously have family and friends, and they're out here helping people out. That's absolutely incredible. Somebody in the chat asked if the sprinter the start line sprinter has how they're doing. I didn't catch his name. We'd have to ask Don or one of those guys that was around.
Yeah. Back that was black on one side, white on the other. So if I see it on the screen, we'll see if he's still out here with us.
I've got a feeling it's going to be later in the day tomorrow that maybe we'll see that guy.
Looks like Gus Gibbs was our videographer out there at the head wall all afternoon. So huge shout out to him.
Yes.
Thank you. That's
you made
incredible.
So many great, beautiful, beautiful shots out there. Appreciate it. I was just thinking about Jimmy Ellum. I raced against him at Tusher's, and the year before I won the race, and set the course record. And Jimmy came out and beat it by like 15 minutes. And I just remember also he came out. One of his first ultra races was at Broken Arrow, and he won. And this was not too long after he was a young guy, and he was a Division II All-American.
Wow.
A 31-minute cross-country 10K guy. And, to see him do what he did there, I knew that he had so much talent. And Jimmy is remained one of the absolute fastest guys that has run in our sport as an American. And, some of the stuff that he has done is just out of this world, and just look at some of the stuff that he has done. He's 14th in, 22 hours something at UTMB. He got second, ran 17:45 at Run Rabbit Run. I was there commentating for that. To run under 18 hours is incredible.
That's an Altra kid on the right? Correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He won Wasatch last year. San Juan Solstice, I got to see him win that race in 8.5 hours. Okay,
that's Kareth, I believe. Altra kit.
Okay.
Yep, Kareth Arnold right there at 15:22 elapsed in Monarch.
All right, Monarch. Is she coming in or leaving?
Just coming in right now, I think.
Okay.
So we'll get some splits, compare that to previous runs here. Looks like Pacer just coming in. Yeah,
so we
15.
don't.
That is faster than McKendry's 2024 splits 2.
So Kareth, is Kareth in front of Rachel then?
I'm not totally sure.
Because nobody's come through Purgatory. Or I'm sorry, not Purgatory, a Monarch.
Monarch.
Wow.
So yeah, 15:22 when she got into the aid station. That's 4 minutes ahead of McKendry Hickory's time from 2024.
Okay.
We'll see how long she spends here in Monarch as we see one of her pacers kind of giving sign language, letting us know what happened out there.
Yeah, so this would be big news. This would be a lead change. Wow. All right, Kareth.
Yeah, Rachel could be getting helped outside of the screen somewhere.
Yeah, maybe doesn't have a check-in time yet. But at the very least, Rachel and Kareth are at the same place at the same time.
If anybody knows how to read lips, let us know what they're saying in the chat.
Yeah, 68 miles in, and we might have F1 and F2 together on course record pace. 15 hours and 24 minutes into the race. Some good smiles there, that's for sure. Outstanding. I see a couple headlamps bobbing behind them too.
It does look like Rachel already came through because her segment time to Monarch is 15:06, according to.
Okay, so she just didn't show up on the tracker.
Yeah.
Rachel was out at 15:06.
And then,
so that 20 minutes ago, almost 19 minutes ago. Okay, all right, that's a little bit less dramatic. So yeah, we think that Rachel is through, ahead of course record pace, but Kareth Arnold is in at Purgatory at 67.7.
Gus Gibbs mentioning in the chat that Rachel was 4th at Cocodona overall and currently 4th place overall at High Lonesome.
Yeah. Thank you, Gianna. Yeah. Rachel already went through at 9:09. Okay. For some reason, our open split didn't show that.
If that is Scott in the right-hand corner, I seen some movement, so hopefully he's starting to feel a little bit better and able to keep moving. But if that is him, looks like he's putting some shoes on, back on.
Yeah, sorry for not seeing last names. Rachel Intrican is through at 9:05. Just over 15 hours into the race, and Kareth Arnold is in and possibly out of Monarch Pass at 15:26. Okay, so we're getting that Scott Trayer is in that aid station, just taking his time, getting ready for the night.
Sometimes just taking that time to get a reset in a nice warm spot,
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he's taking care of his feet, he's changing the shoes, putting on some calf sleeves or pants.
I'm sure the aid station volunteers are taking care of him well, getting some food in him as well.
Yeah.
All the glow sticks they have around their legs and necks, you're not going to miss them.
Yeah.
Still currently 8th male. Scott is right here at Purgatory, so. Because he's also at really high elevation, so.
Yeah, and Scottsdale is not exactly high
Super
altitude.
high, yeah.
But he doesn't have to go too far to get up into Flagstaff and stuff to do some long runs. Unlike being in, Louisiana or something like that, or New Zealand.
Yeah, so a lot of the front-running females, they're, getting into or leaving Monarch right now. For Monarch, it's just a quick little pitch up on 4 service roads, and then you drop down what's called the Devil's Slide. I'm not sure if you've been up there, but if it's rained a little bit, it can be pretty slick, and it's pretty steep for a little section, and then it kind of levels out, and it's just a gradual downhill all the way down to Fusis on a road.
Besides going down Antero, that descent from the pass, Monarch Pass, you go to, almost the lowest point you have been since, Antero at mile 20, coming off of Antero at mile 20. So, yeah, that is a big descent. Last third of the race.
Yeah, and if you still have your descending legs, you can make pretty good quick work of that.
Yeah, that's that's where the magic of maybe Jeff pacing himself or holding back a little bit is that from mile, what is that, 67? Okay,
So
we've got
Scott. Hopefully,
we've got an interview here.
Yeah. Hopefully Scott was walking down the trail and not to a vehicle to get him out of there. But.
Okay. Yeah, but as I was saying is, from mile 67.7, you don't have much climbing at all. And that's 33 miles.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. So, there's some great opportunity to put in some fast splits. Maybe we'll see a huge course record.
Yeah.
From both the men and the women on this.
Yeah, the average elevation of High Lonesome is 10,600 feet elevation.
Mm-hmm.
So, once you come down from this high altitude and you're kind of running along the Colorado Trail, get your lungs back. You can move quicker along that trail. Look like Scott coming back into frame there. Definitely has his layers on, so probably just trying to stay as warm as he can while not moving. And for the most part, that Colorado Trail section is runnable.
Yeah.
I will say,
yes.
When you've been on your feet for 32 plus hours, it doesn't feel the most runnable, being kind of back of the pack. But
all right. There's some good clapping. He's out of there. That's great. Or no, that's not Scott. That's somebody else.
Yeah, somebody else coming in.
Yeah, we on the chat, it sounds like there's some drizzle. Yeah, at 50 degrees, that's pretty. That can be cold. It can be really cold.
And Jeff's already in and out of Chavano aid station. he's moving. Let's see what that split
Yeah, let's
looks
look
like.
that up. I'm excited to see what that is. Yeah, spinning 1 minute. He's 81.2 at 9:29 p.m.
And yeah, definitely ahead of course record pace. When Jimmy went through there in 2023, he ran it in 15 hours and 42 minutes to Chavano aid station, and currently Jeff Colt is running 15 hours and 28 minutes.
Yeah, it's
that aid
14
station.
minutes faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, this keeps building. Maybe we're going to see something special here through the night. Yeah, and only 19 miles to go. That's not that long.
No.
Can you get in before we're done? that would be too fast. I don't think so.
Let's see. Let's see what the. So right now, you said 18 minutes between faster than Jimmy's time. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Let's see what the. Jimmy's
14 minutes. 14 minutes up from Jimmy right now. And Jimmy did
42. So 6 a.m. start plus 19 hours and 28 minutes. I can't do the math right now, but
I don't think we'll still be here.
no. I remember when Jimmy finished, it was still very dark out, obviously.
Yeah.
Photographers, mile 90 photographers are out there, great photos of him finishing with some flashes, and so
Yeah, it's like 2 a.m.
yeah, it'll be super early.
Yeah. So yeah, even if you beat it by an hour, it'd be 1 a.m. or something. So.
Mm-hmm. I know earlier we talked a little bit about pacers, especially as it kind of relates to the front of the field, the elites.
Mhm.
I know there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of talk from different race directors about, if we limited the pacers at some of these races for the elites, how
Mhm.
that could open up more spots
Yeah.
for, non-elites to get into these races that they've tried to get into for a number of years. What's your take on that? Obviously some of these races, I do feel like pacers are not, I don't know about necessary, but important, especially to keep you moving through the night, keep you safe. But yeah, what's your take on if they were to eliminate pacers for elites?
Yeah, I think to just last weekend when we had 3 French guys come and race Hard Rock, and you know what? They really appreciated having something different. You know, and it's an American style, and to be able to give that opportunity to, the guys and gals that happen to be professional, I don't think that they shouldn't be able to have that.
Totally.
And it's fun, it's cool, and it's that we get to race a lot more and travel and do things that the doesn't get to do, but I kind of like that as part of our trail culture, and to be able to have international elite kind of runners come from other parts of the world where we don't have that. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of fun as a spectator to see, Ludo running with Jim and Vincent. And I know Jim and Vincent really appreciate being able to do that and do something different that they normally don't get to do at UTMB or some other races in Europe and the Eiger or what have you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and we're talking small numbers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The elite, even here at High Lonesome, is probably 5 guys and gals, and those kind of numbers. I don't know if that makes too much of a difference.
Yeah.
So to take that away from those people, I don't think they should.
Yeah. Mainly referencing, I remember Zach before Hard Rock this year, he mentioned about how they were talking about that. He didn't obviously run with a pacer this year at Hard Rock, but
yeah.
If that allowed more entry into the race, because obviously permits take into account pacers running with you and stuff. So
yeah, and you can get into the conversation of like, well, the rest of the world doesn't have pacers. Is there a kind of like an experience of ownership of that 100-mile? Okay, here we go. I see a big cheer going out. He's out. He's finally out of there. That's great.
So Callie, if you're
Cal
watching,
from Minnesota.
Looks like Scott just left.
Yeah, Scott.
Purgatory.
Sorry.
Hope he's well on his way.
Yeah.
Seemed like he was moving decent once he started. I don't know. Anytime I get out of a chair, I'm slow moving. Takes a while for the muscles to warm up.
Yeah. He was doing a lot of things over there and changing his outfit and everything. So maybe he's not too stiff.
Yeah. Looks like the aid station crew are just gathering, probably talking about different responsibilities, who's taking care of the hot water and who's filling up the bottles.
I bet you it's lighter conversation than that. I mean, if they think course records are going to be sad, or maybe remembering 2 years ago, or that what the weather was like.
Yeah, we have got some reports of some drizzle up there, and it looks like a lot of them are wearing some sort of a rain jacket or puffy or something. So getting cold, high elevation. Hopefully the clouds aren't there for too long and we can get back to some dry weather.
Yes, Jeff Colt does have pacers. Somebody was asking Bridget in the chat. Yeah, and there's the looking at Western states, for instance, and how many people are involved, and from the elite in the front, teammates, having sponsors and the different kind of support like that. It's a sport that we don't get too much team kind of feel and vibe, and to be able to have that like we do in the U.S., that's pretty cool. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
And it's as an athlete that's a professional, to see that come together. That's something that I think is very valuable. Now, granted, there's only one pacer or two pacers or three pacers, so you can still have that without pacers. But it's just more the merrier. I think I like that.
Yeah, it gives that opportunity for other people to experience a race, that's important to you, important to probably them as well. So when I ran Western States a couple weeks ago, I brought two of my buddies on to pace me that, they got interested in Western States. They'd applied a couple times, but I wanted to kind of get them there, experience it, so that they keep that motivation to keep trying to get that qualifier to, eventually get in there, however many years it takes. So going full circle back to more people getting out on the trail, more people being interested in this, challenging themselves, rather it's a 10K road run or a 100-mile race here at High Lonesome. I think that there's great value in that, and I think that's fantastic. Okay, we're at Monarch Pass with Rachel Lemke. She's already through.
Okay, all right. Sorry. She's already through. Yeah, the 2 Rachels are in top 10 overall. That's absolutely incredible. We're having a fantastic women's race this year, and men's. A leader, at least, for coming through in course record time.
Yeah, let's take a look at her splits for Rachel.
Rachel Intrican.
That was Lemke. That
Okay, yeah.
Came in and out,
All right.
supposedly. So.
I'm trying to use the last name now.
Yep. So looks like if she left 1540-ish, top 5 time through Monarch. So right now, both Rachel and Kareth are well under course record through Monarch Pass.
Oh, yeah. This is great. Yeah, and it's kind of fun between Shivano and Blank's cabin. We're going to have, just a 2-mile turnover. So we'll get a great split from all of our top runners and every runner through there, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, in between, when you leave, you drop down into Chavano, whatever the basin is, and then you hit that aid station, Chavano aid station. It's a quick little kicker uphill, probably only 400 feet, 500 feet, but I felt it. It was getting warm during the day when I was doing that, and then it's just a quick little jaunt on the Colorado Trail over to Blank's. Blank's cabin being where a lot of people go up and run Mount Chavano from. That's usually the starting point for that. Also the starting point for Nolan's 14, where Francois,
yes, that's right,
just set the record there. So
yeah,
I thought that was this community. When you're in it, you get to know people and you talk to people. But when I came out here to volunteer in 2019, I was working at the Cottonwood Aid Station and got to hang out with, a number of people that had finished Nolan's 14. And,
wow.
And they're out there and just, hanging out. Blake Wood, one of the original
yes, I know
Nolan's
that guy.
guys. Yeah, it was just really cool people, and get to talk to them about these mountains and some of the times they've spent out here is really cool.
Yeah, what a historic place. Historic, to have this many 14ers right there, and only a few hours away from Denver.
Yep.
Colorado Springs, Pueblo, Fort Collins. You have that accessibility. They line up pretty nicely. And compared to the San Juans, where they're so sporadic and so much wilderness, to be able to connect them, and then to have Leadville, to have these races through these mountains. It's it's a special spot. It's really, really cool to have that.
And Anna Frost was at that aid station that year, which she had also finished Nolan's. She was there helping out her spouse that was running the race that year. And yeah, just to be a fly on the wall and listen to them talking about these mountains is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
And then when you descend into this valley, when you're driving in, you're just like, I don't know, your eyes just light up. It's like, man, these mountains are so big and so beautiful, and yeah, privilege that we get to go and hang out on them and explore them.
And just in the place we are right here, and the base of Mount Princeton, the Chalk Creek kind of area, and just that sheer rock that just towers up above the creek and a good part of the course. It's it's different, and it's unlike anything, even in the San Juans. Just to have that, you can see those kind of like caves that, I don't know if it's limestone, but just there's no way you can rock climb up there because it's so brittle and breaks, and it's just like, it's just mean. It's just crazy, and it's beautiful all at once. And to have that as the backdrop while you're racing through here is one of a kind of experience.
Dylan Tanner mentioned in the chat that Jenna Bensko has dropped. She was towards the front for the first part of the race. Gonna pull up
that is
and
a bummer.
see where that happened at. Jenna's awesome. She's, been around for a while. I actually met her after I dropped at Grindstone in 2023. I was just sitting at the airport.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not offending too many people. But I also used to be kind of a snob, maybe still a little bit am, about, like hard rock, where, in the San Juans where I live versus, western states where it's dusty, all burnt up and hot. But, it comes down to like challenging yourself in a place with a community, you're in nature, rather it's Ohio or, Auburn or, Telluride. There's beauty in nature, and to be able to just get out there and experience and to race. And, if you're, regardless of where you are in the race, to just push yourself and to compete against others, and even if you don't even know who they are, male or female, that's fun. That's awesome and fantastic. And so while I said that nasty thing about Grindstone and Western States, I still, I also have matured, I think, to appreciate all of the different kind of races there are in different kind of environments.
Yeah, looks like Jenna made it to Hancock, and that's where
she
called it. Looks like spent a good hour at Hancock making that decision.
Yeah.
So hopefully everything's all right and she's able to bounce back.
Yeah.
She had a great Black Canyon this year, just a little bit off a golden ticket. I think she was 4th.
Yeah.
So, yeah, heart goes out to you, Jenna.
Yeah. Live to run another day. Yeah, I'm just so excited about the front of our race for the men and the women. It just looking, Rachel Intrican, winning Cocodona for the second time, but also you get those big shifts, and it's hard to stay warm. Yeah, so looking at McKendry's splits through Foozes Creek, 10:42 is her time. And so if we keep to the 20 minutes ahead of course record for our first two ladies, that'll be at 10:20, so about 30 minutes if you want to go take a break or a nap or something like that. We should see them sometime around 10:15, 10:20 if they keep that pace. But it's so hard to tell, Did McKendry have to stop and, work out a cramp or
Yep.
Puke? So
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see if, just like we saw with Jeff, like all day they were, a little bit behind course record pace, and then all of a sudden Jeff's at 15 minutes ahead.
Yep.
From in a matter of one aid station or two at the least, or at the most.
It's about that time where we're going to be doing a stream swap. So all you got to do is just keep watching, and your stream should automatically switch over to the new feed. So thank you guys for being here, and we'll see you guys on the flip side.